Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for January 11, 2023. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 6. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 22100269, case address 1115 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner Huizinga 1115 Land Trust, posted at property 12722, posted at City Hall 122822. Case number CE 22100269, case address 1115 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner Huizinga 1115 Land Trust, posted at property 12722, posted at City Hall 122822. Is the respondent here for 1115? You guys have it on here.
Okay.
Is the respondent here for 1115? Next case is on page 32. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22101047, case address 1237 Southwest 28th Street, owner 12230 Northwest 22 Court, LLC. This case was cited 11/3/22 to comply by 11/3/22. Two sections complied at $200 per day for a total of $400 accrued. One section complied at $5,000 per day at a total of $5,000. Total accrued $5,400. City is requesting full amount. And this is a citation appeal.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer.
Total accrued $5,400. City is requesting full amount.
Hello? Oh, there it is. I just don't like to be referred to as Your Honor because I never was appointed as a judge or elected as a judge. Just please call me Mr. Ansbro or the magistrate, but I don't like to, I just didn't earn that. It wasn't elected or appointed. Just Mr. Ansbro will be fine. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22101047. Property address 1237 Southwest 28th Street. On 11/3/22, I arrived at this registered vacation rental property to issue citations in regards to violations that had occurred at the property on 10/29/22 at approximately 10:30 p.m. All the violations cited are documented in Fort Lauderdale Police Department Incident Report 342210195041-1. The violations are 15-2785A. There's noise emitting from this vacation rental property, which is outside the permissible limits. In violation 15-2782B, the maximum occupancy of the property is or was exceeded. In violation 18-1, there is and was a large gathering of persons, vehicles, and loud music at this property that created a public nuisance. It impaired the economic welfare of the persons at the adjacent properties at the time of the violation. And Your Honor, the owner of the property is here to appeal the citations.
Okay. Yes, tell us your name and address.
Yes, Kimberly Bland. It's 1237 Southwest 28th Street.
Okay. You own this property.
Yes, I do, sir.
You operate it as a vacation rental.
Yes, I have all my licenses. And
Sorry?
I have all my licenses. It's registered with the city.
Okay.
But this property obviously has been a problem. I have other properties, and this is the only one that I keep having issues with. So I understand on the Airbnb, it was listed that 5 people could sleep there. I did change that the next day to 4 people, which is how many are allowed to be in that property. That was one violation. And then the other one with the noise ordinance, I have the paperwork here. It was through VRBO. Mr. Stanley Harris said it was just going to be himself at the property. And he actually had, I don't even know how many people there, but he moved the furniture out of my house. And he put a stripper pole in the living room and had a large party. So, you know, he damaged my furniture, moving everything back and forth. And I was out of town. I was in Tennessee at the time. So it was out of my control. But I do have this property up for sale because it's been an issue for some reason, this particular property in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, well, again, as the owner and operator, the fact that you're out of town doesn't help the people who had to put up with this.
You're correct.
So, again, anybody who has a vacation rental, it's kind of a gift from the state of Florida to be able to do this in a residential area. And if you don't play by the rules, you pay the price of the fines.
Yeah, I was unaware that I had to be in town. I do have a co-host that was in town at the time, but the notice was posted on the door, and the next day when I went there, I found the notice there.
Okay, well, again, the issue is you as the owner are responsible for what goes on in there.
I understand.
You are to insist on strict compliance with the ordinance, and if you don't know the ordinance, you had better learn it immediately.
Oh, no, I have the book posted in there with all the rules.
Okay, I'm not inclined to give you any kind of break on this.
Okay.
So, you know, these are the fines that are due. When are these due? When are the fines due to be paid? I'm sorry? 30 days? 30 days these are due,
Okay,
okay? So it's 205,000,
got it.
5,400 total.
And, Your Honor,
Your Honor, no honor, Your Honor.
For the
She's
per-
out of order. I want to fine her.
for the purpose of clarity, you are denying the appeal,
I
correct?
am denying the appeal, yes. She has another case?
Yes, we have another case for the same address.
Oh, okay.
Once again, Inspector Evan Oates, case number CE 22110095, case address 1237 Southwest 28th Street, owner 12230 Northwest 22nd Court, LLC, page 31, posted at property, 12/13/22, posted at City Hall, 12/28, and this is for a vacation rental suspension.
Good morning again. Code Compliance Officer Evan O, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22110095, property address 1237 Southwest 28th Street. This property was initially cited on November 7th, 2022, in the following violations. 15-282D1B, there is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension of 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 22090215, has one citation for 15-2787, advertising compliance. Case CE 22101047 has 3 citations for 15-2785A, noise outside permissible limits at a vacation rental, 15-2782B, maximum occupancy exceeded, 18-1, public nuisance. There is a total of 4 violations within cases CE 2209-215 and CE 22101047. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Response to it?
no,
You're seeking to sell the property, right?
yes,
Okay, because I would be imposing the suspension for 1 year.
okay,
Okay, so it's got no value to you as a vacation rental for a
correct.
year. I want people to understand when, for you and anybody else who has these vacation rentals, that when they come before me, I treat them as seriously as the people who have to live with it, which means I'm going to insist on strict compliance.
I understand.
Very rare that I'm going to give anybody any kind of relief from these kinds of things.
Okay,
Okay?
Your Honor, I believe there's someone else who would like to speak.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I live catty corner.
Tell me who you are.
My name is Richard Schuler. I live at 1300 Southwest 28th Street, and I live catty corner to that property. I have, over a period of maybe a year and a half, I have 32 emails into the city. I've contacted Mayor Trandler's office, Pershia Williams, Katrina Jordan, 32 emails about the cars and the noise. And when it started off, the noise would go till 2 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And at one point, it was very hard to get a police officer out there. And it was very hard to get Fort Lauderdale Code out there. Now it appears that with new programs, et cetera, they're responding more quickly. So about 2 parties ago, we were starting to smell weed. We never had that before. So now you throw drugs into the mix. In addition to that, they were knocking on the neighbors' doors, asking, please don't call the police and please don't call the city. We're really good people. In other words, we're going to be blaring music till 2 or 4 o'clock in the morning, but we're good people. Don't call the city. And one of my neighbors said, you know, I felt like I was intimidated. And they even called the neighbor by the first name, Mr. Kurt. How did they get my name? So anyway, long story short, this has been an ongoing situation. So I knew about this meeting before the special magistrate. So I thought, all right, we're going to be okay now. They're going in front of a special magistrate. Last Saturday, we had counted 35 cars out there. They're parked in their swell, the neighborhood swell, yards, and that's just the cars. Now, 35 cars, is that going to bring 40 people, 50 people? And there were cars dropping people off. I don't know if there were 60 there or how many. But anyway, this has been going on for almost 2 years, almost. I think the house was bought like in the area of March of 2021. It didn't take long to start the parties going. But, you know, this isn't like a month or two. This has been going on for almost 2 years, 20 months.
Okay. Well,
32 emails into the city.
the good news for you is what I've just done is I've suspended her right to operate this for 1 year. She's also proposed to sell the property. She apparently is having difficulty keeping control of it. That's another issue for her, but there's no reason for you and your neighbors to have to suffer through this, and you're not going to for 1 year at least. So this is gone for a year. If it comes back before me, I will deal with it as strictly as it deserves. And I'm going to make sure that anybody else who's got vacation rentals here, they're going to understand that they are going to comply, and they're going to, if I find a violation after I've heard a hearing, they're going to pay the penalty for it. Or they're
Let
going
me
to have
say
a
this,
suspension or even have their property permission revoked.
Let me just say this, as far as the Fort Lauderdale Code Department and the police department is concerned. I got a call from my neighbor. I was over by the Galleria Mall at a house. I wasn't at the mall, I was at a house near the mall. He said, can you hear this? And the music was blaring into my phone. I stopped, I dialed the 828-8000 number, and I dialed 911. Everyone was there before I could get from Galleria Mall, 15-minute ride to my house. And I think the 2 or 3 Fort Lauderdale code inspectors were to come, and there was a off-duty police, or a private police car. So the code and the police are doing a much better job on this than when we started almost 2 years ago.
That's gratifying to hear, but I can tell you that I'm relatively new to this as a magistrate, but I do this for this city and a number of cities, and I treat this like any other case. Vacation rentals are a privilege, and if they're abused, you're not going to be able to get away with it.
Yeah.
You're going to.
And just an idea on the noise, as if everyone in here wouldn't know, we were watching the fights at my house. We were turning the fights up inside my house to drown out the noise. That's how loud it was. We couldn't almost hear the commentator on the fights through the noise that was coming into the house. So,
Okay, like I say, the good news is you've got relief for a year, and the city takes it seriously, as do I.
thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Your Magistrate.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2209-0330, case address 1151 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Park Tower Association, Inc., This case was cited 9/29/22 to comply by 10/13/22. Several suspensions are noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $250 per day for a total of $6,750 accrued. City is requesting full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with the case. I remember it quite clearly. What have you done to fix it?
So since our last hearing, we've tried to implement the springs that we advised that we were trying to. Unfortunately, it was
I'm sorry, did you tell us your name yet? I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Michael Weitzner on behalf of Park Tower.
Okay.
And with me is also Sammy Hetman from Epic.
Who's with you?
Sammy, a team with Epic Forensics. We're the project manager.
Okay, all right, you are an attorney, however, right?
Correct.
All right, you've been here several times, even my predecessor, Judge Purdy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't, I said last time I want it resolved. Is it resolved?
Unfortunately, it's not resolved. However, as I advised last time, if the prior implementation was unsuccessful, the association was going to move forward with replacement of the water pump in its entirety. And I brought Epic with me to kind of discuss what has been happening and what will be happening moving forward and a reasonable timeline for that. So I'm going to turn it over to Sammy and let him speak for a bit.
Good morning again. I'm Sammy, a team with Epic Forensics on behalf of Park Tower. So we have worked with Coastal Plumbing to get a proposal to replace the entire domestic pump system with an updated system that would bring the entire system to modern day standards. The typical pump system that's in there was the system from the original build with updated motors, but that does not fit modern day standards. So we have a proposal from the contractor that was submitted last Thursday, and our lead mechanical engineer had some comments that he wanted addressed in the contract. They have responded to those comments and will be submitting a new proposal here shortly once they get pricing for an additional pump.
And so when do you expect this is going to be completed?
We expect the proposal by early next week, signed immediately by the association, and the pumps ordered immediately. Once the pumps are ordered, it just depends on the backlog from the manufacturer, which is not as bad as it used to be, at least not as bad as it was a year ago. So hopefully we should have those pumps in within a month or two. But then once those pumps get in, they get installed immediately, and the installation takes place over the course of one day.
Have you applied for a permit yet?
No, the contract hasn't been signed yet. Once the contract is signed, the permit application process will begin.
Your Honor, let me go ahead and just read my part. Sorry.
Yes.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22090330, property address 1151 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property is a condo. It was inspected on 9/14/2022, following your neighbor's complaint about the noise from the pump room. This has been going on for a few hearings, and I've been in communication with the property management for the condo. I did a pre-hearing inspection on the 9th of this date, January 2023. The decibel reading were as followed: 42 dBA. The second reading was 43.8. The third reading was 42.5. Basically, the ordinance reads that it has to be 30 decibel.
30?
Correct, 30. Based on the three reading, it's over, and the city is gonna go ahead and request the full imposition because of the longevity of what's been going on. And we do understand that they are doing their best to rectify the situation until they repair the pump, replace the pump, get the permit. We can come back and they can request a reading again. And if they are in compliance, they can go through the lien reduction to lower the amount. But as far as the city, we're gonna go ahead and impose the full imposition for today.
Okay. Well, I agree with that. I'm going to impose the fine, hadn't started to run. If it, at some point, warrants a reduction, when the lien reduction hearing is requested, and if I'm presiding over that, I'll look at the facts of it. But I can tell you right now that this is taking much too long for the people who have to live with this. How many people does this affect? Just one unit above or more than one?
As for my complaints that we have, it's the unit above. But there is another unit which didn't physically call the city and complaint, but when I was there, he did mention that he's also having some type of issue with the noise too.
Okay, well, even if it's one person too many. And it's been persisting since I've only been, this is my second meeting, and it's been here 3 meetings, so I am going to impose the fine. I'll let the fine run daily. And then if it ever warrants a lien reduction, then it does. But I can assure you, council, these people better get this thing fixed.
Your Honor, I believe there's someone behind them that would like
Okay.
to speak.
Okay? You and your honest. I'm gonna smack.
Thank you, sir. I work with Keith Silverstein. He's
Tell us your name, please.
Judy Cuenca.
Can we hear her on the, can you help her with the microphone? Thanks.
How's that?
Are you are now again who?
My name is Judy Cuenca. I work with attorney Keith Silverstein. He was notified just a couple of days ago about this hearing, and he's before Judge Fannenstock in Miami at this time. We've represented the owners of 1D and 2D who have been complaining for more than a year. I actually have a photograph of the springs that Epic Engineering recommended. They're still sitting in a box for at least 3 weeks. Several months ago, the vibration was so bad, a TV fell off of a nightstand in the bedroom of 1D. Our clients believe that until the city violated them for the noise ordinance, the board and management did nothing to allow them to get a decent night's sleep. Last Friday, when the board, many months after they were first cited, at Friday's board meeting, to order these pumps, a board member suggested that the affected owners try earplugs.
Really? Well, it's gonna cost them a lot more than a few earplugs. The fine is gonna run every day until this is in compliance.
Our clients really appreciate
So
that.
I'm sorry that they've had to endure this for so long. If the city could have done something faster, I'm sure it would have done it. But they've been on top of it apparently as best they could. I'm going to help to ensure that it gets done by making sure the fine stays there. If they come back to reduce the fine, again, there's never a need or desire to punish anybody for this. It's to get compliance. This applies to everybody that's in the room. The idea of fines is to get your attention if you're not getting it. So this is clearly a case that somebody needs their attention. And now we have their attention. We had it a long time ago. It's still not been resolved. So the fine is going to run. Let the attorney know and the clients know we're doing the best we can. But it's going to, a fine will continue to run. It's going to be expensive. And I don't want all the people in the condominium to have to pay this, but they're going to until they can get their people together to get this fixed.
Our clients understand that they're going to be part of the payment schedule, but they believe that that's the only thing that will get the building's attention. Just as an example, there are 2 pumps. One is noisier than the other. They're both out of compliance. The building hasn't even cycled them so that the quieter pump runs at night when these owners can't sleep.
Okay, well, the council knows and the gentleman who's working on it knows to get this done. If it's not done, it's going to continue to be a problem that I'm going to work with the city to get addressed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming down. Okay, anything further?
Just a summary of the daily fines that, we can report it properly. And so what will be the daily fine and how much has accrued?
Who's got the daily fine amount?
$250 per day.
That's a lot of money. Again, it's not money the city wants. The city wants it quiet to be in compliance with the code. That's what it's all about. $36,000 a month until this gets done, if that's what it is roughly. The money is not desired. You get it, I get it, let's get it done. I don't want to see this back here. And I don't want to hear that they had a delay in the pumps getting them. Get the thing fixed, built, permitted, and done.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 39. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number 22040969, case address 1227 Northwest Fifth Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Todd Adderley. This case was first heard 7/28/22 to comply by 9/29/22, suspension 11/9/22 through 1/11/2023. Two sections complied at $25 per day for a total of $2,000 accrued. City is requesting full amount, and this is in order to reappear.
Okay.
Inspector Bernstein, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040969. Property address 1227 Northwest Fifth Ave. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. I have been in good communication with the owner. The owner had obtained permits, including paving permits, fence permits, and landscape permits. So due to the multiple permits that he applied for, the delay with approval, he ended up going into the daily fines. I have been in good communication with Todd. So the city is requesting administrative costs of $617. But if by any chance, if Mr. Todd could explain the reason why he ran into these time frame of daily fines, then if you want to reduce the fines, by all means, the city is not going to object to it.
Okay, but all these violations are fully in compliance now?
Correct.
Okay. How long did this run? I see 40 days, 40 days, basically?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name and address?
Todd Adderley, 1227 Northwest Fifth Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. So it's gratifying to hear that you got it all fixed. It's looking good from the picture here on the driveway and the other things that are done. I don't know why it took 40 days to do it, because usually they give you notice to fix it, and then more time to fix it, and then a violation is cited. So,
Well, if I can explain, the asphalt permit, that was about 30 days itself. Then I was required, because it's a duplex, I was required to get a landscaping permit. That took another 60 days because of the landscape I had to get a landscape architect. That had to be submitted, and I had to go through planning and zoning. So that's another total, another hiccup right there. With the fence permit, that wasn't required on that.
No, but you did pull it, though.
I did pull it. After the permit, the driveway permit was approved, the supply chain, just the contractor, and I'm a GC myself, so it just took a while to even get the materials and everything. So I think the whole thing took about 120 to 150 days to complete.
okay. But this is an investment property, right? You don't live here.
I live there.
Oh, you do live here. You're in one of the two units?
Yes.
Okay. And it's homestead?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the total amount that is?
Administrative cost is $617.
Is money that the city spent working on this case?
Yes, correct.
May I say something about that?
You may.
The landscape permit alone costs $1,200.
Okay.
So I've been cooperating with this. I didn't yell, I didn't scream, I didn't do anything. And I don't see any other landscaping on that street that had to come in compliance with mine. So this was a lot of work for somebody that lives there. I don't rent, I live there. So I would appreciate some kind of reprieve or some kind of something, because that was a lot of work.
Well, the problem I've got is that this gentleman and the city and the taxpayers have spent that kind of money to get to this point. I just can't have everybody else pay for that because it took you all this time to get this done. So I find that you owe the $617. If you need time to pay it, the city will work with you on that. Am I correct? How much time would I give them? Okay, we can put you on a payment plan to help you so it's not just one sum. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but I'm sure it is to you, but it has to be paid. I just can't have that not paid and forgiven when the cities have had this gentleman out there working on this. I know that you did it, it looks good, but we'll give you the time within which to pay it, so it's not a hardship for you, okay?
Okay. If I'm gonna pay that, sir, let me say something. I would like to see some more enforcement on that street. You can drive up and down that street and you can get a whole furniture store. There's a liquor store down the street, and I'm an inspector. So I know the codes. I used to be a planner here. So I would like to see some more enforcement there, and I'm not denigrating the team here, but I would like to see some more.
Well, I think you're entitled to have somebody look at this.
Yes,
So
please.
if we-
Yes, I've talked to Todd about the air inspector doing more in that street.
Okay, it's important that he not be just singled out. I know you didn't single him out.
No,
But
not
he-
single.
But he wants to know, and he's entitled, and the other people need to comply by the same rules.
Correct.
So I would recommend, and I can't direct you to do it, that these other people, if they are in violation, they be brought here and clean this street up,
Will do.
all right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number 2207-0108, case address 131 Southwest 29th Avenue, owner Bakshwantia Gozine Bachan, posted at property 12/19/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good morning.
Morning.
Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22070108, address 131 Southwest 29th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 7/6/22 by Senior Code Officer Garcia, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, which was complied. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-1, there is an outdoor storage under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. The outdoor storage underneath the carport consists of, but is not limited to, plastic bins, car parts, tools, toolboxes, and other miscellaneous items. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-34.1.A.1, there is an illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There is mechanic-like activities taking place on the property that are not in compliance with the permitted uses under section 47-5.11 of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Ordinances. Additionally, there is outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, tools, toolboxes, plastic containers, indoor furniture, car parts, and other miscellaneous items. 18-4, parentheses C, there are derelict vehicles consisting of, but not limited to, a Dodge Caravan, Volkswagen Beetle, and a motorcycle on the property. The vehicles were observed to be in a state of neglect on jacks with missing parts and other requirements for self-operation. And 18-4, parentheses A, was complied. An inspection report and civil citation were posted at this property. Subsequent inspections were performed on 7/9/22, 7/21/22, 8/14/22, 8/16/22, and 8/5/22. On 8/5/22, the violations remained, and a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for Magistrate hearing. Further inspections of the property were conducted on 9/29/22, 10/27/22, and 11/26/22. On 12/9/22, the notice of hearing was posted at the property. Further inspections were conducted on 12/13/22, 12/22/22, and 12/31/22. The inspection was completed on 1/7/23. Access onto the property to verify compliance with all violations was denied by the property owner.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Access onto the property to verify compliance with all violations was denied by the property owner. The violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per day thereafter.
All right, so tell me again what you're seeking?
I'm sorry?
What is the city's request?
28 days to comply or $25 per day per violation
Per
thereafter.
violation, okay. But all of these are still pending.
Two are complied,
If you were compliant,
yes.
but these things about the junk cars, the storage of things, all that's out there, the landscape maintenance has not been addressed.
Well, we're not given access onto the property to be able to verify.
Okay. Yes, your name, please?
My name is Bhagwanti.
Your name is, I'm sorry, your name is what?
My name is Bhagwanti Bachan.
You're the property owner?
I am the property owner.
Okay, what's taking so long to get this done?
I thought it was closed. We paint up the house and we move up everything. And I did the best I could do. Right now, I have a car to move and the tow truck couldn't get it. It will be done today. And she have every right to take pictures. I'm not stopping her from taking pictures. I put down grass on the swell. I bought seeds to throw in the lawn. I did everything I could do.
Well, it sounds like you got more to do.
I don't know.
Look, here's the story. You can't have a home like this that affects other people's property. This looks very bad. You can't have derelict cars out there, and it junks the neighborhood up. It's a nuisance to the neighborhood. You need to own this and take care of it.
Sir, Your Honor, there's none. When she comes there.
None what? There's none what?
There is no more junk car. What you see in that picture there?
Cars are gone.
It's all gone.
Okay, how about the storage under the carport and all this?
There is a box that I have there.
Does she see the pictures?
I have my.
One second. Does she see the pictures I see? All right, did you see these pictures under the carport? All this
It's
storage?
all gone.
It's
all
all gone?
gone, except the car. She was there Saturday.
Yes, I was there Saturday, and I was not given access onto the property to be able to verify.
Well, I can see through this fence that there's a lot of stuff in the yard here. Is that all gone?
That's as far as I can go, because I can't.
Still there as far as you know?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, I will get rid of that car. I told her that, and I did put down the grass in the swell.
well, just, again, putting grass seed is not enough.
No. I put grass seed inside. I put
Sod, okay.
grass
All right.
down
Okay.
on the swell.
So all these vehicles are gone.
There is, the tow truck guy was sick. He couldn't pick it up, but today he's picking it up.
Okay, well, again, she said to give you 28 days to do this. That's 4 weeks. That's a lot of time to get this done.
Yes,
But-
thank you.
All right, but if it's not done, every one of these that's not done will be $25 every day for each one that's not done, each different thing.
I understand.
I want you to understand, the city does not want that money. I don't want that money. I'm not going to get it. The neighborhood deserves to have a place so it doesn't look like this. You need to get on top of this property and keep it nice. You got 4 weeks to get it done, or the fines begin. No one wants the fines to start. That's in your hands to get this fixed. So all that stuff is stored in there. I don't want to hear there's one box or two boxes. I can see from the pictures, there's junk all over the yard and in the carport. It's got to go.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, I heard you,
All
sir.
right, that's
I
what I
heard
want to
you.
make sure that you heard me clearly, right?
I hear you
All right,
clearly.
But you have ample time within which to get it done,
Thank you.
all right? 28 days or a fine of $25 for each one. Actually, I think that's a very reasonable fine, very reasonable. But if it comes back, it's going to be a problem. I don't want to see you back here. You don't want to be back here. Please get this addressed.
Thank you.
All
Your
right.
magistrate, if I may, the derelict vehicles that were in question and are depicted in the photos, we need verification. In other words, they've been just covered with the tarp to verify that these vehicles are operable.
Okay, so,
Your Honor, it will be gone.
Well, she's saying if you have some under tarpaulins,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to prove to them
Sure.
that they run, that they have tags on them.
Yeah.
And that they run, but they have to be operable vehicles, and they can't be parked on the swale, and they can't be parked on the lawn.
gotcha.
You understand, right? So
Yes.
You'll be able to work with her, so she knows what she can and cannot do, right? Okay? If you're 4 weeks to do it, plenty of time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22090388, case address 110 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties LLC. This case was cited 9/22/22 to be complied by 11/22/22. One section complied at $150 per day for a total of $4,050 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
Okay, I'm sorry, what number, which property was this, address? Got it, thank you. All right, it's a citation, yes. All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. A complaint was received on 9/16/22 of a tree being cut down in the front yard of the property without a permit. Upon inspection of the property, a large tree stump was observed in the front yard, and a check of city records showed that no tree removal permit had been obtained. A citation was issued on 9/22/22 with an immediate fine of $250 and 60 days to obtain and complete the after-the-fact tree removal permit, or fines of $150 a day would begin to accrue after the 60 days. A reinspection was conducted on 11/23/22, and upon inspection, a check of city records showed that the tree removal permit 221-00022 had been applied for, however, had not been issued or completed. Due to non-issuance or completion of the permit, fines began to accrue until the permit was completed.
But let me stop you. Why would it not have been issued?
It said pending owner pickup. The owner had not gone back to the city to recover the actual permit, so it hadn't been issued, but they did apply
Pick it up
for
to get it moving.
Right.
Okay.
On 12/19/22, the permit was completed and fines were stopped. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the fines that accrued in the amount of $4,050.
Okay. And does the stump have to be removed too?
It was completed, yes. The stump was removed.
Everything is now in compliance.
Trees were replaced, everything passed the landscape inspection. It's just for the amount of time, the 27 days that were out of compliance.
That amount of money is the fine that's pending.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Magistrate. My name is Guy Strempak. I'm here on behalf of Community 8 Properties.
I'm sorry, who?
My name is Guy Strempak, and I'm representing Community 8 Properties here today.
Attorney?
I am, sir.
Okay.
And I am here with Andras Blakes, who is the property manager for Community 8. As the inspector stated, this case has been closed out. The citation was paid immediately when given, and the property owner, at a cost of over $1,500 just in contractor fees, replaced not one tree, but installed 5, I believe. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yes, upon the landscape inspection, the city did request him to plant more than just the one tree.
Okay. So why did this take so long to get this? It was taken out without a permit. It's a palm tree. Then there's a stump left there. How hard was this to take care of?
Your Honor, if I could, this is a case where there was no appeal received. So pursuant to section 1119G.
Oh, I see. So I can't even modify this.
Of the city code, that's correct. That section of the code states that failure of a violator to file a written appeal for administrative hearing within 15 days after the date of the citation shall constitute a waiver of the violator's right to an administrative hearing to contest the violation noticed and is deemed an admission of the violation, and civil penalties shall be assessed.
Okay. So for you and for some other people who are here who did not timely appeal, I'm not going to have the ability to reduce fines, even if I wanted to do it.
But the question is, if the citation was paid, we're not contesting the citation. The permits were pulled. We're asking for forgiveness.
I can't do that. She's explained to you that there was an appeal document that was presumably filed, but or was it ever filed?
It was not filed. No. It was
All right,
not,
so
this wasn't contested.
Okay, you didn't file the appeal under the city code. Had you done that, I would have the ability to modify the fine. I can't. I don't have the ability to do anything other than impose the fine. You do, however, have the opportunity to seek a lien reduction in a separate hearing. There's an entire process you have to go through. It might warrant that for the money that you're facing here, but I can't do it today. I just don't have the authority to do it, even if I wish to do it.
Understood.
Understand, right?
Understood.
All right, so there's other people here that if you didn't timely file an appeal on your citation, I'm not going to be able to change the fine. You're going to have an opportunity, if you want, like I say, to seek a lien reduction, because the fines turn into liens against the property, and then you can seek to reduce that and then get it resolved from me or the other magistrate. I'm not guaranteeing that would happen, but it's another avenue. I just have no power today within which to address this. Excuse me, we're not speaking from the audience, okay? When your turn is up here, you can speak. I don't want anybody speaking from the audience. I also make sure people do not have their cell phones on. I don't want to be interrupted anymore from cell phones because people don't have enough sense to turn their cell phones off. Turn them off. Thank you. So that's what we're doing today, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Can't help you. Here's another case?
Yes, page 7, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number 2210-0456, case address 1232 Northwest Fifth Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Community 8 Properties, LLC, posted at property 12/7/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Claude Noel. I work for the City of Fort Lauderdale for code compliance. I'm presenting this case CE 22100456 for the property located at 1232 Northwest Fifth Avenue. This property was first inspected by Senior Inspector D. Cololian at 10/12/2022 and was observed several violations at that location. It was 24-7, which is complied right now. Other two violations is 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Second violation, 9-304B. The driveway is in disrepair, and there are holes, the surface is uneven, and the stripes are worn out. I've been to this location several times before, several times to re-inspect. The last inspection was on 1/7/23 of this year. All those violations still remain. The city is requesting compliance within 14 days for all violations or a fine of $250 per day thereafter. I would like to submit my case file and the photos that you see here on the screen as evidence for the case.
Okay. You have any objections to the pictures?
No. My name is Andreas Likes. I'm the property manager.
One second. Okay, I'm going to accept the pictures as a composite exhibit. Anything else at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir. Tell us your name and address.
My name is Andreas Likes, and the address is 1235 Northwest.
1232, right? It's a
1232,
duplex.
yes, sorry.
Okay.
West Fifth Avenue.
So they're giving you 14 days to get these things fixed, or a fine of $250 a day will start if they're not both complied.
We are kindly asking for 30 days.
No, Your Honor.
All right. No, denied. Okay? 14 days to do it. Again, don't want the money. These are not that difficult to do, but it behooves you to get them done because we don't want the money. They want the compliance. They're insistent on it.
Just as subcontractors to find, it's
Pardon
very
me?
difficult to find subcontractor, and sometimes if it's raining, we cannot do it. It has to be completely dried.
It's not raining. It hasn't rained for about a month.
I know.
I
Just
don't think-
sometimes it does.
It's cold, but it's not raining. So,
Your Magistrate? Hi, good morning. I'm Senior Inspector Coloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We just wanted to point out, normally this would be a repeat violation. This owner has over 200 properties in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and he's very well aware of the violations and what's needed. So we're asking for 14 days. We're standing firm on that, $250 a day per each violation thereafter.
Okay. Well, I had no idea that you had that much property here in the city, but every property that comes before me is going to get the same treatment. You're going to be required to comply, all 200 of them. So don't come back to me, because I'm not going to give any breaks for things like this. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm the owner. I'm not the owner, just to clarify.
Okay,
I'm
well,
the
whoever it
property
is,
manager.
the lawyers here, these are investment properties. Other people have to live with this, and they don't have to live with it while I'm here, and these people are here. This is going to stop. And I expect you to go back and tell your owners that this is going to get fixed, or these fines will start. And every other case that you own, after I've had a hearing, you'll have an opportunity, notice an opportunity to be heard. But if I find a violation, they're asking for strict compliance, short limit time, that's what you've got. 14 days, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Next case, also page 7, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2205-0234, case address 610 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner S.E. May Osborne, posted at property 12/31/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Is Ms. Osborne here? Okay, thank you, okay, okay. You can give her the microphone? Is there a way that they can give her a microphone to work from? That's
my
fine,
son.
that's fine. Okay, hold on, we're gonna have it hear from the inspector first.
Okay.
Good morning, Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22050234, address 610 Southwest 31st Avenue. This property was first inspected on 5/9/22 by Inspector Pat Gavin.
Sorry, what date? First inspected when?
On 5/9/22 by Inspector Pat Gavin, and the following violations were observed. Violations 9-305 parentheses B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304 parentheses B again, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area, including but not limited to a Chevy Malibu sedan. 18-4 parentheses C, there is a derelict vehicle parked on the lawn alongside the driveway on the property, including but not limited to an inoperable silver sedan. The inspection report was hand-delivered to the property owner. Subsequent inspections were performed on 5/24/22, 6/25/22, 8/28/22, 9/23/22, 10/22/22, and 12/9/22. On 9/23/22, the violations remained, and a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. On 12/31/22, a notice of hearing was posted at the property. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/7/23, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per violation thereafter.
Okay, has this been inspected recently, so it's still the same?
Yes, 117.
All right. Anything else at this point?
No, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, on the
Tell me who you
Oh,
are.
my name is Robert Osborne.
I'm sorry, who?
Robert Osborne.
Son or what?
Yes, son.
Okay.
Yeah, at the time that they did the inspection, my mom was, she was in the hospital at the time, getting her legs amputated. So the cars, she couldn't able to drive the car anymore. So that's why the car stayed on the lawn. But recently I moved the car over to the driveway, and that car, that's just a visitor just parking there for a moment. They were in a remain car stay there, the Malibu. They were just visiting. But at the time, she was she had got sick, went in the hospital, got her legs amputated, so she couldn't drive the car anymore. So I had to move in with her and help take care of her. Now we got everything getting back in order.
Okay, well, that's the whole intent of why we're here, is to get it back so it's in compliance. As I said before, none of these are for punishment. They're for compliance. They affect other people's property as well as her property.
Yes.
Fortunately, she's got you to help her.
Yes.
So you need to make sure that she can get this fully in compliance, because I don't want, and the city does not want, fines to run on this property. $25 a day for every violation that occurs after 4 weeks. We do not want that. We want this all resolved. She goes on with her life. We're certainly not here to make it more difficult for her than she's already had in the issues she's facing on her health.
Yes.
Again, she's fortunate that she's got you. These cars have to go, and this lawn has to be taken care of.
Okay.
You're gonna do that for her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So again, 4 weeks is a long time to get this done, but it's ample time to get it completed. All right?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
okay, thank you, folks.
Yes.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 22070658. Case address 1750 Northwest 24th Terrace. Owner Leola R. McCoy Estates. Posted at property 12/12/22. Posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number 22070658. Property address 1750 Northwest 24th Terrace. The property was inspected on 7/31, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H has complied. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, fascia, soffits, and wooden porch railings are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have faded and missing peeling paint. 9-304B. The paved driveway is in disrepair and has missing and peeling paint. The front driveway has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell area. An inspection report was posted to the property on 7/31/22. I re-inspected the property on 9/6/22, and the violations remained. A 30-day extension was granted. A notice of hearing was posted on 12/12/22. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/8/23, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am, your name?
Good morning, Happy New Year. My name is Deetra McCoy, in response to the 1750 Northwest 24th Terrace.
Are you a daughter of
Leola.
Leola's? Okay,
Yes.
I recognized Lee McCoy as a name of a person who is very well respected in this community. She obviously has passed away, but she had a lot of people who cared for her. She was an activist for her neighborhood and for her folks, and a person I remember her name for many, many years.
Thank you for the respect, thank you. I do have photos of the property as of today that's in compliance in regards to the wall, the driveway, the faucet, and all the areas in question, if I'm able to share that.
Yes, of course. Now, you were just there, you said how many days ago?
I was there on 1/8/23.
So it's only 3 days ago that the inspector says she was
Well,
there.
as you can see in the photos, the driveway has been painted, but
Okay,
the rest of it is not complete. So she's halfway there with
she's
most of
making
the
her way to-
violations, yeah.
Okay,
The
well,
wall
that's-
has been painted, has been complied.
excellent, okay. So Ms. McCoy, she's saying that you're making progress, and the city's giving you, again, like the other people have had, 28 days, which is 4 weeks, within which to get this completed. Otherwise, a fine starts at $50 per day for whatever is not done. You fix the driveway, it looks like? Yeah, you can show it to her, yes, please.
I see, how are you?
That's the wall.
That's closed.
Faucets here.
Perfect.
Here it is, with the back wall,
Okay,
and also that's, and I'm still,
okay. These are the soffits. They're not done yet. The front railings, like we talked about, need to be painted white, and then you have here, right here.
I have to paint it white.
Well, you paint it whatever color you want, but they're still not done, and this bottom part also needs to be repaired. It's part of the driveway. You finish this?
This is repaired, that's not sufficient for you?
Okay, Inspector, do you want time to meet with her to go through these?
Yeah, that would be fine.
All right, let's defer her case for now. I don't know if you have other cases that are pending today, right? Do you have other cases today?
I have what?
Do you have other cases that you have to
Yes, I
present
do.
today? Okay. Will you have a chance to meet with her in the meantime?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why don't you guys meet outside and go through what you need to do so you can
We'll
come
come
back and
back.
tell me what you recommend?
Thank you.
Okay? All right, Ms. McCoy, let's do that. Thank you.
So we will recall that case.
Yes.
Next case, page 11. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 2208-0341. Case address 730 Arizona Avenue. Owner Intera CPR LLC. Posted at property 12/31/22. Posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
This is the Arizona Avenue case? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Code Inspector Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2208-0341 for the property located at 730 Arizona Avenue. This property was first inspected on August 11th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-30B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-1 is complied. 9-304B was down as complied. 18-4C was complied. And 47-19.2.11.4.8 is complied. An inspection report was posted to the property, and a copy was mailed to the registered owner as listed on Broward County Property Appraiser. A series of re-inspections were conducted between August 26th and December 9th, 2022, which resulted in the case being scheduled for special magistrate due to noncompliance. Contact has been made with both the registered property owner and the occupant of the property during this time frame, at which the violations and proper compliance measures were relayed. Additional compliance time was given at the request of the tenant prior to scheduling for a hearing as well. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 7th, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. I just wanted to add that 3 of the violations that were complied prior were there present again when I went for my pre-hearing inspection. And I'd like to read those violations in as a finding of fact, just in case that happened again, that we would pursue them.
Okay, that's fine.
So the violations are 18-1 point. There's outdoor storage in the carport consisting of but not limited to indoor furniture, building materials, buckets, and other items at this RS6 zone residential property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 9-304B, there are multiple vehicles that can be seen parked and stored in the grass lawn area at the rear of the single family dwelling. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles being stored on the property, particularly in the backyard. Vehicles can be seen from the right-of-way. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or $50 per violation thereafter.
Okay, so if I understand this, all that remains to do is to fix the ground.
Fix the ground cover and just remove the things that were already complied. I have had a conversation with both the responsible parties that are here.
Okay.
They agreed to have, well, actually, for which I'm told everything has been picked up and cleaned up. So they would like to just have a re-inspection done. So.
Okay. Can you tell us your name and address?
Hi, my name is Brianna Martinez, 730 Arizona Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay, it looks like you've made a lot of progress.
Yeah, I had a tenant in the house. So when he went to inspect the house in December, they were in the process of cleaning out the house and putting stuff in the carport and stuff like that. And they actually officially moved out today. Like my husband just went to make sure that the house is cleared out right now. So I told him he could pass by Friday or Monday or, well, I know he doesn't work Monday, but Wednesday.
Yes.
Friday or Wednesday or whenever he wants. It's already all fixed.
Okay, well, again, you made really substantial progress. It looked kind of awful from what I can see from the pictures, but they're gone, right?
Yeah.
So what the inspectors asked for what's called a finding of fact, meaning I'm seeing that those things did exist. They don't exist now, but if they come back, it's going to be a problem for you. No one wants you to have another problem. You know what to do. You're responsible for the tenant. When you own property, whatever the tenant does is your ultimate responsibility to make sure they comply with the city codes in your lease. So please do what you need to do so this doesn't have to come back. You've got 35 days within which to get this lawn fixed, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's 5 weeks, plenty of time to do it. You can't really expect to throw seed down and expect it's going to happen. It'll probably need sod, but work with the inspector and make sure that he knows what you've done so he can, what's called comply the case, and
Yeah.
you'll be done with the case, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes, sir, did you want to speak? It's up to you. You're here. All right.
Bert Acevedo, President with Ace Realty and Investment. And our firm represents the investment firm that provided the financing for this property. So therefore, pursuant to a contract for deed, the deed remains in the name of the firm that I represent, Intera CPR LLC. So therefore, we have been notified, and that's why I am here present, to make sure that things get done correctly.
Okay, but so you're the property owner.
So technically, I am the property owner.
Okay, well, technically, you're responsible to make sure this gets done.
Yes, sir.
That's how it works, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so again, we don't want you back or her back. We want to be able to sure that she gets her deed.
Understood. But I'm part of the enforcement,
Pardon
just for the record.
You're what?
Part of the enforcement. I want it corrected.
Well, the city here is going to make sure it gets enforced ultimately. I know you are as well.
Yes, sir.
But she's made such great progress.
Yes, she
We want
has.
to bring it to fruition, get it done, and keep the property in a good place so that it's a credit to the neighborhood, okay?
Yes.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Special Magistrate. I just wanted to just change one thing. Instead of 35 days, it'll be 10 days per violation. 10 days to comply.
Oh, 10 days.
Yes, I'm sorry, not 35. 10 days because of our conversation.
All right, you're okay with that, right? Yeah, come on up for a second so we can put it on the record. You're okay with the 10 days to get the lawn fixed?
Yeah, I told him to come whenever.
Okay.
It's ready.
All right, that's fine. Again, nobody wants that fine to start, but if it's not, a fine of $50 starts every day. Don't want the money, want it green.
Yep.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
Thanks, folks.
We are recalling case number CE 2207068, page 19, case address 1750 Northwest 24th Terrace, owner Leola McCoy, Inspector Karen Proto.
Your magistrate, the homeowner is very aware of what she needs to do now
Okay.
and has a better understanding of what needs to be done.
Okay.
I did request 28 days and $50 a day. She may want to request a little bit more time, so.
Do you need some more time, Ms. McCoy?
Yes, if it please.
How much more time do you think you need?
45 days, please.
45 sounds right?
I have no issue with that.
Okay, that's okay with you, Inspector?
How many days? 42.
42 days. It's a
42
technical
is
issue. They have to
acceptable.
do the number of days. So it'd be 42 days to get it done, okay?
Yes, sir.
The fine was how much again?
You're welcome.
$50?
$50 a day for each violation.
Okay, but she's already complied one or more of them?
She complied one, but the other
15.
three are half complied, so she knows what she's got to do now.
Okay, so you know what to do, Ms. McCoy, right?
Therefore, I have an extension of 42 days, and the fines will occur subsequent to the 42, so on day 43. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You're good. Thank you.
okay. Again, I commend you for with all the efforts that your mother made here to this community. She
I
was
appreciate
a
it.
very
Thank you.
well-respected woman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 23. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2208-0281, case address 907 Northwest 12th Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner Willie Clayton Mackey, posted at property 123122, posted at City Hall. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2208. All right, next case. Case address 907 Northwest 12th Terrace, numbers 1. Next case, page 46. Inspector Dorian Clowen, case number CE 2207-0441, case address 553 Bayshore Drive, owner Bayshore Concepts LLC. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 1/10/23, one section not complied at $50 per day, fine start 1/11/23, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2207-0441, case address 553 Bayshore Drive. This property was first inspected on July 23rd, 2022 by Inspector Sheriar, and then came before the Special Magistrate on October 11th, 2022, where the magistrate found in favor of the city and ordered 91 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day per violation thereafter with a mandatory.
91 days to comply?
Correct, with a mandatory reappearance.
Okay.
A pre-hearing posting inspection was conducted on 12/27/22, and the violations remain. The attorney is here to speak on behalf of the owner and to provide us with any updates. This is a developing project in the works.
Okay, but it's a vacant lot, obviously, right?
Correct.
Yes, you are?
Good morning, Magistrate Ansbro. My name is Lauren Pleffner, law clerk with Crush Law, here on behalf of Bayshore Concepts LLC, property owner. So this is an approved site plan. The pictures you're seeing are a bit older. We now have the chain link fence removed and a construction fence is put up around the site. And then those pictures, we also have an update to those where the front end and all of the trees have been cleared off and weed eated. And in speaking with Inspector Clowian, I know we need to discuss with our inspector the northern end of asphalt area that is remaining. But I believe that's the only violation to remain. And we would like some time to show our inspector that the chain link fence is gone, all of the debris has been removed from the middle of the site, and all of the clearing that's been done to the trees up at the front of the site.
Okay, Inspector, what's your response?
So as you can see, there's a temporary builder construction fence for the development, and that's why we couldn't see, past that as far as compliance on the chain link or the landscape. And the landscape violation, reading, in the case, there's not a lot of missing grass. It was just a few areas, but there was like dead palm fronds. So I don't see that being an issue as far as the chain link and the dead palms. The parking facilities, as you can see, it's somewhat uncovered. I would basically have to go and look. We can meet out at the property and check for compliance.
You would like to have access so you can see beyond these screens.
Exactly.
You will grant her access, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we want to bring it back before we do a ruling on this, or what do you want to do?
Yes, mandatory reappearance, and
Let's do that.
there's no schedule up here, I'm sorry. What do we have?
You don't need any fines to run in the meantime, I don't.
No, let's do, is it 14 days or?
How much time?
Can we do it for the next hearing? Thank you. Oh, okay. So we'd have to do the 34 days.
Okay, all right, well, I'm sure they can use the extra time to get it, but.
Okay, and it's for February 14th.
Perfect.
So happy Valentine's Day.
Wonderful. We'll see you
All
on
right?
Valentine's Day.
Let's make it happy.
Thank you. That would be great.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Is the respondent for 2217 Northwest 19th Street here? Okay, next case, page 13. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number 22060546, case address 5301 Northwest 31st Avenue. Owner Fort Lauderdale Commerce Center Service Associate in care of Commercial Florida Management Service, posted at property 12/8/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
I'm sorry, what's the address again?
5301 Northwest 31st Avenue.
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Fort Lauderdale Code Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 22060546. Property address 5301 Northwest 31st Ave. This property was inspected on June 22nd, 2022. The following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are parts of the fence that are broken, missing, and the frame is not in place. This is a lake property surrounded by chain link fence.
It's a what?
It's a lake property. The fence is surrounded by the lake.
Okay.
I have been in contact with the property management who is maintaining that fence. They have applied for a permit BLD-FEN-2210-097 since October 31st, 2022. As of today, there has been multiple back and forth with the building department, and it's still awaiting client's reply. So there's been multiple corrections.
Back and forth because of why?
Corrections, just multiple corrections, as like they submitted this and then.
Or it's a big fence, it looks like.
Correct. It's a big
It
property.
surrounds this entire lake?
Correct.
It's a huge lake, right?
Yes. So inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation said it is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting 62 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
But there's only one violation.
Correct, one violation,
Okay.
yes.
All right. 62 days is pretty generous. Yes, sir, you are?
Good morning, Magistrate. My name is George Sachs. I'm president of the Board of Directors of the Fort Lauderdale Commerce Service Association. After being notified of the violation, we immediately conducted a board meeting, and the board unanimously agreed to replace the fence. We solicited bids. We signed.
How long ago did you do that?
Probably, let's see, it was over the summer sometime, I would say August.
Okay.
And then we immediately filed, we signed a contract with Bulldog Fence on October 7th. Permit was filed on October 17th. We recently been following up diligently with the city and the building department regarding the issuance of the permit. Building department has signed off on the permit. They had, I guess, as part of their process, sent it off to Landscape, who is now on November 23rd advised us of some landscape requirements and that we must engage a landscape architect and file a plan for trees, flowering palms, hedges and shrubs, ground cover, and mulch in the planted area. We're still getting clarification from the landscape department on exactly what they require, whether they're required on the whole perimeter of the fence or just that area that's visible from 31st Avenue. And that is where it stands. We were only advised of this right before Thanksgiving, and we're in the process. We need some time now to comply with this requirement of the landscaping that we were not aware of.
Okay, but has the fence been complied?
The fence, they will not issue a permit. The city will not issue a permit until they review the landscape will not sign off on the permit until all of this is done. However, I am told that the building department has signed off on the fence. So we're going to try and go back to the building department and see if they will allow us to erect the fence. Bulldog fence is ready, and they have mobilized, can mobilize quickly to install the fence. It really is for safety reasons in the area that we put the fence up and replace it. I don't believe there's any requirement that we actually have a fence. However, given the size of the lake and the fact that this is common area property of the 70-acre park, industrial and office park, we felt it was we knew at some point we were going to have to replace it. We have the funds set aside for it. We've issued a deposit check to Bulldog Fence, and we're just awaiting this final step of the permit process.
Okay, I'm curious why we can't get the fence completed and the landscape done afterwards. They don't seem to be, I know they're related, but the landscape is not touching the fence. And I'm worried about the fence being open so that children can get in there, and the risk is people drown. And it's apparently been this way for a while, but I'd like to see it, the fence, the permit issued, and the work begun when they're ready to do it. Can I request that be done?
It's in the hand of the building department. Like you stated, he has to speak to building to see if he's allowed to start the fence and come back with the landscape, but that's between them and the.
I'd like some help saying that the magistrate requested that this be expedited to say that the fence protects people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not worried about them. Their job is to do the ground cover and all those other things. I want the fence up.
Okay.
That he's offering to do to protect the neighborhood and the kids that are around there. This is an attractive nuisance, what lawyers call for horrible reasons, because of drowning is a risk.
Correct. I can get with the what's her name, sir?
George Sachs.
George. I can get with George to see he's in contact with.
Okay.
And then send an email or have my supervisors talk to them to see if we can get that situated, and then he can come back with the landscape part of it afterwards.
Yes, that's my request.
Okay.
We appreciate that support. The association shares your concern, Magistrate. So
Okay. Okay. So this fence goes around this entire lake?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Oof. So how many linear feet are we talking about? It looks like more than a mile, right?
How many?
Roughly. It's a huge lake.
It is.
This is part
it's
of a common-
$59,000 to replace the fence. It's quite extensive.
And you've already have
2,000 feet.
How much?
2,000 feet.
Okay. All right. Well, it's less than a half a mile. So, anyhow, I would like to see you get that done, and you're offering to do it. So, if the city can help them do that, and then work in tandem to get the landscape part issued separately, but they want the fence completed, which they're offering to do.
Okay.
That's just a matter of safety to me.
Okay. For the fence, are we doing 62 days?
If you need 62 days for the fence, do you want that much time?
I think so, because we're going to have to work with the city.
You've
and the
offered to
building
give it to
department.
them, so I will give it to them, but I'm personally asking that part of it be expedited, that the fence be completed, closed up, and the permits issued and signed off.
Okay.
And then you have 62 days to get the rest of it done, and then it's $50 per day for whatever is not done. Again, as you've heard me say repeatedly, don't want the money, want the compliance. Okay?
Well, we want to cooperate, and we appreciate your support.
No, I appreciate the fact that you're doing it, the fact that you're this far along. I just let's bring it home and get it done.
Thank you. Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 34. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number 22100851, case address 720 North Flagler Drive. Owner, England's Finest LLC. This case was cited 10/24/22 to comply by 11/3/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount.
Okay, again, I was behind you. What's the address? Thank you, I got it. Okay. 1 minute, 1 second. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer
No
Caracas.
Your Honor stuff. You guys in that.
I
Your
am so
Honor
sorry.
stuff.
Good morning, Magistrate.
It's Rhonda that caused it. She's the problem.
Sorry.
I want to impose a fine on Rhonda. Can I do that? Give her like 10 days to pay? All right, go ahead.
60 days. Good morning, Magistrate. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22100851. located for the property at 720 North Flagler Drive. These violations were first cited on October 24th of 2022. A total of 29 days were not in compliance. A total of 9 re-inspections that were made to the property, and contact has been made with the property owner to come into compliance. I'm happy to say that compliance has been met as of December 1st of 2022. The owner is with us today, sir.
Okay, so how many days was it out of compliance?
29 days.
How many? 29?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you had advance notice before that to fix it, right?
That is correct,
You
sir.
get a warning, and then you get a citation.
We
and you have time with that, and you still, so total number of days since October 24?
That is correct, sir. He actually came here for a previous case, and we told him here with the special magistrate while he was doing one case, by the way, you have another case open. We gave him 10 days, and then the fine started on the 11th day, which is a total of 29 days not in compliance, sir.
Okay, so currently, a fine total of $7,000 is
That is
pending.
correct, sir. They have accrued, yes, sir.
Okay, and they had an appeal, so I have ability to work on this case.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, your name and address, please.
Good morning, Robert Dixon, 720 North Flagler Drive.
Okay. You know, I sympathize with people who have property and it's subject to graffiti because you can't control it. It happens in the middle of the night. All of a sudden it's there and you've got to deal with it.
Right.
It's the problem we face living in an urban environment. It's like people putting trash on your property. You didn't do it, but you're responsible to take care of it, like you apparently have done in this case. So it's appreciated that you did that. What are you seeking? What are you seeking today?
Well, I have some mitigating circumstances that are a little different than the inspector stated there. So on 10, again, I was at a previous hearing again on graffiti. This is a targeted building.
It was a different case for graffiti?
It was a different case.
There
yes.
was
the
one,
same
sir, which
building?
has been
Right,
already
at which-
complied.
Right.
With the same building?
Yes.
For the same building, yes, sir.
On the
Yes.
same picture I'm looking at here?
No,
Well-
sir, totally different pictures.
Okay, okay. Wow.
Can I speak?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay. So I was told at that hearing that at that point the building was in compliance, as the inspector stated. However, there was additional new graffiti done, which is those large pieces right there on the sides.
Right.
Okay, on 10/29, just a few days after I received notice of the violation, those were covered.
Those are what?
They were covered and they were gone.
Meaning painted over?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, by the way, that's a very expensive mural that they ruined. Anyways, I sent the email. I didn't get a response back. And then I finally got a response on 11/14. Again, because I followed up, I hadn't heard anything, that the inspector was out of the office from 10:31 to 11:21. Upon his arrival, he then came and looked at the property again and then told me that there were some purple patches on the brown panels there, which had been there before, at which point I'd been told that it was in compliance. That was simply stuff that had been sprayed onto the windows that had gone onto the panels and was not able to be removed because it strips the entire paint. Anyway, me and the inspector discussed this. He advised that we should paint over it again after being told I was in compliance. And then once that was painted over, again, the day after, I sent him an email saying, is it in compliance? These are all the days, keep running. He tells me, yes, but there's some stuff on the windows that is not in compliance. Again, this stuff on the windows had been there prior when I was told I was in compliance. He then checks, I then say, this is not graffiti. This is literally ingrained into the glass because this is permanent graffiti that they've used. All the color has been removed and the texture of the spray paint is gone. It's literally ingrained into the panel of
So you gotta replace the panel.
So anyways, he goes to his supervisor, he says, not in compliance. So then I put an extra layer of tint on it. And there we go. That's why the time seems like it's lengthy, but a large part of it was obviously because the inspector was out of the office, and I thought I was complying,
Okay.
and then I
This is,
continued.
this is vacant property?
Yes.
Okay. What's your inclination in light of this explanation?
Your Honor, as to be on fair with the owner, it is a targeted building. It is a building, it's a triangle, so he gets hit every way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, there's nobody that actually mans the building per se. It's just abandoned, not abandoned, but it's unoccupied would be the verbiage.
Right.
So it is a targeted building, it's a constant targeted building, but as we have stated before with the owner, it is his responsibility to maintain always, if not on a regular basis, a daily basis, to actually go into his building, see that there's no graffiti.
Right.
Because it becomes a recurring violation constantly, and then once it becomes a recurring, it's gonna be a $250 per day since the first day we see it.
Okay.
We have been the city has actually been very lenient in that way because we understand that the building is actually a targeted area. Not only the building, but the area itself. But again, it is the responsibility, it falls into the responsibility of the owner to maintain it, sir.
Okay. So this is by Sears Town, right? FEC tracks?
It's a block away from Sears, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Have you thought about doing cameras to capture these people doing this?
I mean, they come in hoodies and
Sorry?
they come in hoodies and this new, COVID face mask trick that they pull, and they identify that guy, you may as well pull anybody off the street and say you did it.
Well, I sympathize with you, but again, I'm not here to punish. The idea is that once it happens, it's your property, it's the property you've got, but you have to be faster in dealing with it. I am going to give you a break on the fine.
It is at your discretion, sir, to actually, because he did actually on a timely manner.
Because he did appeal.
Appeal, yes, sir.
All right, so ordinarily you would owe $7,000. I'm going to reduce it to $2,000. But I don't want to see it come back. I know you're doing the best you can, but you're going to have to come up with some measure that stops this. Well, I don't know what it is, but if it occurs again, you've got to be on time so that he doesn't have to go back out there, cite you, and then bring back it to me or the other magistrate where fines are running. I don't want the fines. You don't want them. I know you're trying to do the best you can. Cameras don't work. I don't know what else to suggest to you because I'm not in the security business. I'm the lawyer business. But you're going to have to find out some way to address this. And if you see that it's people coming back there, it might behoove you to have somebody at night to catch these people. Get the cops over there and catch them.
Several times.
Crime.
Yeah, I know. I understand. So the cops have been called several times. They've made several reports. It's poor policing. What do you mean? I pay my property taxes. They don't police. What was it you said here? Taxation without representation.
Graffiti has been around with us since the ancient Roman times. It's been a problem.
Yeah.
It's not going away.
Right.
But in your case, you're going to just have to deal with it. It's just like people who have a vacant lot and people dump junk on their property all the time. They're stuck with that. They have to deal with it because they own their property. It's the price we pay to live in an urban society, like I said earlier. So I'm going to reduce it to the 2,000. You need time to pay it.
Let me ask you just a procedural question. If you say 2,000, I'm not going to argue with you, obviously, but you say 2,000, if I don't agree, can I file the lien reduction thing, or that's fine?
Well, I think once I've done that, haven't I given the lien reduction? I've already reduced it. I'm not going to reduce it less than that. Here, I've got this gentleman's time in here working on it.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, if I may say, it seems rather steep for graffiti that wasn't done by me when I was trying to comply.
I understand that.
Your Honor, you mentioned the Sears Tower, just to let the property owner know. Sears Tower has been fined before, more than $2,000. There's other buildings and properties around the area that have been fined as well. It's the area that you're in as well. So it's not only you that you're being targeted, just to be clear. There are other areas that are targeted as well, and other owners have been here for the same reason. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that you have to maintain, sir.
I get it. I've also been here before, and I'm not Sears, so that's That's like saying,
Are
I'm
there other people
McDonald's,
that are?
I'm not
Does
McDonald's.
he have other people that are adjacent to him that are having the same problem?
Yes, sir, that is correct. There's other properties around the area, I guess, it's the Progresso, the Flagler, Sears Tower, as you know, those are the areas that are targeted. Um, Unfortunately, it's one of those things that, you know, the property owners are responsible for it. As you know,
Right.
Sears is a huge property and, you know, they take care of it and, you know, they get
Well,
fined.
again, I wonder if there's some way you can band with your fellow property owners to get some sort of operation where there's security on here. To help, you know, it makes sense to do it. You have all these other people, why pay the city fines when you can pay somebody to have it stop and not have to deal with it? That's what I would recommend to you. I don't want to see you back here. You don't want to be back here.
I mean, us as business owners paying for 24/7 patrol of the area. I mean, no one's gonna agree to that.
How much do we have in cost, do you think, on this case for you? Your time and costs.
The cost?
Your time roughly.
Well, the administrative costs are $580.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reduce it to that.
Thank you.
All right?
I appreciate it.
Let me do that for you.
Thank you very much.
I'll reduce it to that cost.
Okay.
But $580
Okay.
for the time that he spent. But I don't want to see you back here, and please.
Believe me, I'm not trying to be
I know,
back here.
I
This
know
is a
you
huge
don't wanna
waste
be
of my
back,
time,
but
yeah.
please accept my idea
Right.
to knock on the doors of these other people who are going through the same thing and get a security company that would be just, it doesn't have to be every night, but it might have to be for a while, and catch these guys, work with the local police there, there's people on patrol, and get them, you know, get a couple convictions, you might be able to get a handle on this. There's no point in doing it. You had, I could see the mural you had was extremely expensive. To be defaced like that is awful. So I get the way kids will do this for whatever their reasons are. Some think they're artists. This is clearly not art. So if they want to go art, go down to Wynwood. But this is disgusting. I'm sorry you had to deal with it.
Okay.
But
thank
that's
you.
my idea for it. So
All right, I
we'll
appreciate
reduce-
it. And I have, what is it, 10 days to pay it? Is that,
How much time do you need? You got 10 days you can pay it?
that's fine, yeah.
Okay? All right, folks, 10 days? Yes? 10 days to pay it?
30
You have
days?
You have 30 if you want it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22100277, case address 1440 Northwest Second Court. Owner KP 1461 City View LLC, City View Twin LLC. This case was cited 10/7/22 to comply by 10/8/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $3,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, again, this was 1440, you told me? Oh, thank you, okay. I don't know why I'm behind on this, and by the time I turn the page, I've already forgotten. So bear with me here. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22100277 for the property located at 1440 Northwest Second Street, Unit Number 102. This property was first inspected on October 7th, 2022, and cited for the following violation: 18-1. There is raw sewage overflowing from the toilet and bathtub, also dripping from the bathroom ceiling in Unit 102 that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested with or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. A citation was hand-delivered to the property manager on duty, and a copy was mailed to the registered owners per Broward County Property Appraiser. The property manager and tenant were instructed to contact me when the violation was complied. Contact was made with the complainant and the tenant from unit number 102 on October 21st. That's when the complainant stated that the maintenance addressed issues, and the case was complied at that time. No appeal was submitted. The city is requesting the fines be exposed as read.
Yes, sir, your name
Lawrence Rodriguez.
and your relation to the property?
I work with the management team.
With who? Management team?
With management team, yes.
Okay, well, this is obviously disgusting.
It is, sir, and I assure you, we got this property about 6 months ago, and we're doing our best to take care of all the existing tenants and bring up the property and the property value, and take care of some of the buildings. Unfortunately, it was a property that lacked in some maintenance prior to us receiving it, so we got our hands
I mean, raw sewage is unacceptable.
Absolutely. So
Have
I would,
tenants to have to suffer through that is completely unacceptable.
I totally
And
agree.
Requires the Broward County Health Department to have to address it. So I know you're trying to get a handle on it, but get a handle on it. And I'm saying do it immediately.
Well, sir,
You're in compliance. That's the good news, right?
Right.
Okay.
Can I please explain that it wasn't ignored, and we take this kind of thing very seriously.
You've got to take it as serious as
On the
it
7th,
is. It's
on the 7th, when Mr. Jolly came, I had been out there at the night prior till after midnight, clearing the clog. It was cleared. The tenant called again. I gave her my personal phone number at 10:50 in the morning and told me, hey, look, it's happening again. Officer Jolly is there at 11:38. So like 40 minutes later, I had to drive from West Palm. In short, I couldn't take care of it. We had Roto-Rooter out there. They resolved the problem by the end of the day.
okay.
This says that it wasn't in compliance to the 21st. There are 3 different incidents that happened there. This situation with raw sewage was the situation that happened on that day that was cleared on that day with the receipts that I have from Roto-Rooter. It was a main clog in the actual drain line for the building.
So
That was
it
causing
only
the
lasted
backup.
for a day?
It was repaired that day.
Okay.
3 different things happened. On the 10th, a tile broke upstairs and was leaking down. Not raw sewage, it was a tile that caused a leak on the 10th.
Okay.
Separate incident. On the 21st, another blockage happened. All 3 were totally different, and I have the receipts to show that. It wasn't, the pictures show that, yes, there's a situation that happened on the 7th, but it wasn't a situation that happened on the 7th that lasted till the 21st. There were 3 different things that happened. They were all addressed as quickly as we possibly could.
Your Honor, if I could, again, as read by the clerk, and as indicated on our agenda, no appeal was received. So again, under section 11-19G of the city code, failure to appeal within the 15 days constitutes an admission of the violation, and the code directs that the magistrate shall impose the fines.
Okay. Like I said earlier, for somebody who did not timely appeal, I have no authority to reduce this. If it came back before me, however, on a lien reduction, I may be inclined to do that. Again, there's me and there's another magistrate, so I can't tell what she would do. But if it was brought back to me and the city supported that, I would consider a lien reduction. I can't do anything for you today.
I understand. And we have the package to follow up with that.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, well, again, this is a multi-tenant complex, they take it?
Yes, there's 65 tenants there, and we're trying to get them all good to go.
It's imperative that you get all of them done so this does not recur. There's no reason, and I know you're trying to do your best, but you have to do your level best. I don't want tenants like you don't to have to suffer through this. I see the picture of a little kid's toy out there in the hallway. No, this can't go on.
Understood.
You need to do and step up. Once you took over this property, it's yours. You bought it, you're responsible, and you can't come back before me and I'm going to hear another, it's not an excuse, but I will not tolerate an excuse for this.
Understood.
All right? So please stay on top of it, address it immediately, work with the code inspector. I don't want to see you back here.
Understood. Don't
Okay.
want to be back.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
So again, if you seek a lien reduction, I'm inclined to look at that favorably.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Next case, page 33. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 2208-0231, case address 2407 Key Largo Lane, owner FLL 2407 Key Largo LLC. This case was cited 8522 to comply by 8522. One section complied at $200 per day, $200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Magistrate Ansbro. For the record, I'm sorry.
There's also another case, Case number CE 22080246, case address 2407 Key Largo Lane, owner FLL 2407 Key Largo LLC. This case was cited 8/6/22 to comply by 8/7/22. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, Magistrate Ansbro. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22080231 and also case CE 22080246 in reference to the property 2407 Key Largo Lane. This property was initially cited on August 5th of 2022 under section 15-278 parentheses 5 parentheses 8, as there was noise emanating from the vacation rental property, which is outside of the permissible limits after 10 p.m., rated at 50 feet from the property line. 15-278 parentheses 1 parentheses E. There's a Chapter 15, Article 10 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. There are vehicles parked on the grass and on the grass area of the subject property that is not in compliance with section 15-278 parentheses 1 parentheses E. Please refer to the photos and videos submitted as evidence. On August 5th, 2022, a complaint was received in reference to the subject vacation rental property playing loud music. An inspection was performed at approximately 10:05 p.m., of which determined that the violation cited. Plainly audible noise was detected emanating from the property, and in addition, there were vehicles parked in the grass of the property in the front yard, which is not permitted in a vacation rental property. This violation was complied within the 1 hour time frame issued for compliance. Again, on August 6, 2022, during a reinspection for the property was cited under section 15-278 parentheses 3. There are trash containers improperly stored at the subject property. Trash containers were observed being stored in the front yard of the property. And again, under section 15-278 parentheses 1 parentheses E, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area of the subject property that is not in compliance with section 15-278 parentheses 1 parentheses E, which is a repeat violation of the citation that was previously issued the day before under case CE 22080231. Again, on August 6th, while performing a reinspection for case CE 22080231, at approximately 11:41 p.m., it was observed that a vehicle was parked on the grass lawn area of the property. This violation was cited under case CE 22080231 on August 5th, which was the day before, to the same tenants. Additionally, the trash containers were observed and properly stored, and though the violation in reference to the parking was complied, a fine of $200 was issued as a recurring violation. In addition, the violation regarding the trash containers was complied the next day, which accrued a fine of $200. So at this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $400 for case CE 22080246, and an administrative fee of $75 for today's hearing in case you find for the city. And then the city is also requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $200 and an administrative fee of $75 for today's hearing for case CE 22080231 in case you also find for the city.
Okay, so that first case, the fact that there was noise and then separately the parking, there was not two violations with two different fines. It's $200 for both.
So the parking violation, though a citation was issued, it was given a 1 hour time frame to comply. The violation was complied within that 1 hour time frame, therefore no fines are attached to that.
Okay.
For the noise did continue on throughout the night,
Okay.
and it did accrue a fine of $200.
Okay, thank you. Yes, names, address?
My name is Reuven Feldman. I'm the owner of 2407 Key Largo Lane. This is my property manager.
Hi, Leanne Dietrich.
Okay, you own a number of these vacation rentals, right? I see other cases on the agenda. No? Just the only ones you have? Oh, okay, this is a different case versus.
2407, another.
Okay. All right. Why are you appealing these fines, which are extremely reasonable?
So, Your Honor, I've had this vacation rental from December of 21 till August of this violation. We've had no violations at all. We're very, very careful with who we take in. We have a perfect record. My property is meticulously maintained. I actually pay for my neighbors who don't have the money to have their landscaping done. I comply with every single ordinance that there is. Now, from the time that this was issued on August 5th until today, which is 5 months later, there are no violations. We got stuck with one bad apple who lied to us. Not only did this happen, what you see, but the interior of the house was also substantially damaged. We've subsequently tightened up our already very tight restrictions for accepting guests. Someone here just gave me a great idea, one of the magistrates, that we should actually meet them prior, which we're going to implement. Several things happened here. Number one, we were not notified. My understanding is, and I might be wrong, is that we're supposed to be notified by the town to get in compliance. We had no notification. These recurring violations over 3 days, we found crumpled up papers on the floor after the guests left. I heard about the noise violation from my neighbor, who I'm very friendly with, who's very happy with the property. I called the tenant and I had him FaceTime me. I said, what's going on there? Why am I getting complaints from neighbors? So he completely lied to me. He also lied to the officer about what his name is. It's not even his name. Second of all, I have here documentation from the city that says that no on-street parking. We were not aware at all that we're not allowed to park on the grass. I have a single lane driveway, so people park on the grass.
Thought it's okay to park on grass?
I did, Your Honor, but I don't anymore.
I find that hard to believe.
It says no on-street parking,
Okay, well, it doesn't mean you can park on the grass.
but it doesn't say that.
That's just not common sense to me.
Magistrate Ansbro, if I may. These properties are inspected prior to issuance of a certificate to operate in the city of Fort Lauderdale. One of the requirements is to show a map of the parking on the property. So that should be a requirement, and if the property has a certificate to operate, it must have been approved. So I do want to bring that to the record.
It clearly wouldn't have been approved for parking on the lawn.
Yes, sir.
No, we have all kinds of cases for people doing that, and that's completely forbidden.
Okay,
So-
Your Honor, I'm simply saying that we have rectified this. I didn't know, and
Hey,
I didn't do
understand
it.
you rectified it. That part I get.
I didn't do it.
And
And
that
then
you-
there's one more thing I want to point out.
Sure.
So the garbage, where's that picture? From the city.
Your Honor, if I could just point out while the property owner is looking at his notes, if you look at the two appeals, the parking on the grass on the first day had no fine because, as the inspector said,
They were timely removed.
they moved it, but then when he came back, it was done on a subsequent day, which is also a repeat violation of a prior case as noted in the agenda.
But again, we didn't know, but I'm not here to debate this with you. I'm just saying, we got an ordinance that said no on-street parking. The next thing is, this is from the city, and it shows where garbage is supposed to be. Our garbage was always parked there, which is, it doesn't show this from the picture, but that's substantially away from the street. That's where it was with the prior owner. That's where I had it for 8 months. Immediately upon receiving this violation, that garbage is now moved behind the fence. I've installed a camera so I could actually see if I'm not there, if the guest who's there had put it there, and if they don't, we go over right away and rectify it. In listening to you this entire morning, I've heard you say numerous times that it's not about punishment and it's not about money, it's about compliance.
Correct.
It's been 5 months since this has happened. We've been in compliance right away. I'm always in compliance. I'm asking you to simply apply what you're saying. We really have complied with everything. I've installed noise monitors, which are not required by the city, but I've done that. And I take this very, very seriously, and I completely agree. It's a privilege to have these licenses, and I take this extremely seriously. I just ask for your consideration. In addition, the next case before you is they're asking to suspend my license. Suspend my license over one incident when basically we've been perfect. I think it's a little bit onerous. They're basically throwing the book at me for what?
Okay.
One of
the additional things we've added is I put a blue paper at the doors that says that there are gonna be $200 fines for each of these violations. We're putting it in front of their face, we're reminding them prior to check-in, we're doing all we can, we don't wanna cause any trouble.
Well, again, you're gonna get
And we have
people-
cameras that if they're not in compliance, we go over now and make sure they are. We don't wait till it's too late, as evidenced by the fact it's been 5 months since this has been issued and you've had no issues.
Okay, Inspector.
Your Honor, if I could just point out, Your Honor, since the property owner mentioned the ordinance, in the vacation rental ordinance, specifically Section 15-278, subsection 10, it says that all vehicles associated with the vacation rental must be parked within a driveway in compliance with this code. That is in the actual vacation rental ordinance, that is a requirement of all vacation rental properties.
I'm not debating it. We've taken steps to make sure this doesn't happen anymore. Like she said, we have signs up all over the house, we have cameras, and we have not been in violation.
Overall, for this property, these the only violations that we've had dealing with these people?
At this time, yes, Your Honor, but granted, the city enforces its ordinances equally throughout the entire city, so whether it's a first time or second or third time, we do it.
All right, so these appeals were timely filed, right? So I have the authority, if I wish to modify the fines, I could do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for the first case, it's a $200 fine, I'll reduce it down to $100, plus the cost of $75.
Thank you, sir.
175 for the first case. For the second one, the trash containers, what is their story about where they're located? Is that plausible to you?
What, I'm sorry, can you repeat
They're
that?
showing where these trash containers were.
Yeah, they're improperly stored. They have to be behind the building line or screened away from the view of the public right of way or neighboring properties.
Okay. I'm gonna impose that fine.
Okay.
That's $400 and $75 on top of that, okay?
Yes, sir.
But again, I like that you're taking ownership of it literally and making sure that you do what you need to do. Again, I don't want to see you here. He's got other stuff to do. But you're going to get people that are not telling the truth, and you're going to have to deal with that. And when you have to suffer with it, doesn't mean the neighbors have to. So it comes to me or the other magistrate, and we're going to deal with it. It'll be the price you pay for running an operation and you get a bad apple. That's your apple, not ours. Okay, we're not going to put it in the barrel and infect our barrel of apples. So you'll have to deal with it. But step on it. Apparently you did and got the parking address that in that one case right away. You weren't fined for that. That was good. But as good as you are, you still need to be somewhat better, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, those are those two cases, right? But now he has another case. What's this one for?
That's case number CE page 31, case number CE 22090624, case address 2407 Key Largo Lane, owner FLL 2407 Key Largo LLC, posted at property 1214, posted at City Hall 1228. Vacation rental suspension.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22090624, property address 2407 Key Largo Lane. This property was initially inspected on September 24, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1A. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension 180 days before the Special Magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 22080246, has 2 citations for 15-2783 and 15-278, subsection 1E. CE 22, and also case CE 22080231 has 2 citations for 15-278, subsection 1E, and 15-278-5A. There is a total of 4 violations within cases CE 22080246 and CE 22080231. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, are those cases you're mentioning the ones I just
Yes, sir.
just talked about, right?
Yes, sir.
So two cases for parking, one for the trash bins, and one for noise. Total of 4. but you want to revoke it or suspend it for 6 months.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, I think I've made.
Yeah, I think I understand where you are coming from.
Also, I'd like to point out to Your Honor, these violations were issued on August 5th. We were given 3 continuances by the town. We wanted to come here and deal with this. The town kept pushing us off, one because of a potential hurricane that never happened, and then some other reasons. In a classic case of rules for thee and not for me, they gave us a date of here, today. We said that's no good for us. They said, too bad. We're here. I think this is just beyond the pale, unreasonable and onerous.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe there's a property owner behind that would like to speak, and
Yeah, we'll let this
with all
gentleman
due
speak.
respect, the hearings were canceled for everyone, out of everyone's safety. That's protocol pursuant to emergency orders. So it was not for the city's convenience. It was for citizen safety.
I'm just.
And this gentleman wants to speak.
Okay, I want to hear from this
It's not for
gentleman.
the city's convenience, sir.
Yes, sir, your name and address?
Magistrate Ansbro, good morning. Jeff Frames, 2530 Gulfstream Lane. I'm the Vice President of the Lauderdale Isles Civic Improvement Association. I'm here on behalf of the neighborhood. I would like to mention, first of all, I have an email from Katrina Jordan that the owner canceled the hearing for November 9th. He said he couldn't make it. Katrina can verify that, I'm sure. Okay, so what he just said is not 100% accurate. At any rate, I'd like to point out the violations were August 5th. Case was originally scheduled for November 9th. He has to have it canceled. They've been in business for 2 months past then, despite what he says about a neighbor next door. I know most of the people on Key Largo Lane. There was a party there New Year's Eve. Driveway was packed with cars. Yes, the cars were in the driveway. But during that 2 months that we had to wait, he's operating and he's making his money. Our neighborhood is asking that you impose the suspension today. We're also requesting that you make the suspension start today instead of 30 days because the ordinance says they can get up to 30 days before the suspension starts. I'd also like to say, regardless of what the violations are, 3 violations is 3 violations. That's what the code says, and we're asking you to impose the suspension.
Okay. What authority do I have if I wish to consider less than a 180-day suspension? Can I do that?
Your Honor, the code in the section that's cited, 15-282D1B, I'm sorry, B1A, sorry, I apologize. It states that upon a 3rd violation, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for a period of 180 days. So it would be the city's position that Your Honor does not have discretion to suspend it for a lesser amount of time. It states that upon a 3rd violation.
Well, that makes it difficult for me.
Your Honor, we have several bookings coming up. This is going to present a tremendous hardship for us. As I've said, we've done everything possible to be in compliance and continue to do so. This is all stems from one incident on August 5th of minor things that we corrected immediately.
All right, if I choose not to impose the suspension, I can do this, of course, right? Rhonda? Or do I have no discretion, is what you're telling me? 3 violations and I have to suspend it?
So in full disclosure, if you read the entire section, Section D starts with suspension of vacation rental certificate of compliance. In addition to any fines and any other remedies described herein or provided by law, a special magistrate may suspend a vacation rental certificate of compliance in accordance with the following. And then in 1A, it says upon a 3rd violation of this article, the vacation rental certificate shall be suspended for a period of 180 calendar days. So in full disclosure, it would appear that Section D gives the magistrate some discretion, but then when you look to 1A, it says shall be suspended if there is a 3rd violation of the article.
Okay, well,
Your Honor, it seems to me that third violation is more like 3 strikes, you're out for repeat offenders. This all got dumped at once and it's all being handled now. So there's like, a technical gotcha here. We got 3, so gotcha. The spirit of the law seems to be for people that come back once, twice, 3 times
Well,
you've had it.
That is my concern, that people that continue to evade the law or ignore the law, noise, parking, and it continues to this gentleman's chagrin and his neighbors. Those are the kinds of cases that I'm interested in stopping. But I've already imposed fines for you on the other cases, and although a noise violation is important to me, as it is to the people who live there, and the parking is as well, but they were not repeating themselves. So I don't want to suspend this case. I would do it if you would agree to 30 days. Otherwise, and you'd have to agree to that for me to do this. I'd give you a 30-day suspension, but I want to make it clear, as good as you are, you're not great enough to satisfy this gentleman, and I want this man happy for his constituents, so this doesn't come back. Because if it comes back, the full force of the law will come back on you. I'll do it. It's not a threat, it'll be a promise.
Your
I
Honor,
don't mess with these kinds of things, yes.
just so you're aware, we have in the past, the magistrate has suspended vacation rentals for 3 incidents that have occurred on one day.
No, I understand, I could suspend it for 180 days, but it seems onerous for the violations that occurred here. I'm talking about the kind of that just repeat themselves, and they just thumb your nose at you. And I deal with these for this city and other cities, and I don't tolerate it, but it just seems unwarranted under this circumstance for the third violation to be trash cans, and all of a sudden they have to close down for 180 days. I'm not going to do that. So but I want him to agree that he'll accept a 30-day suspension. That will be my order, and that will start. I don't want to impair current cases, but you're going to have to give me a time when you can do that. Can I do that if I do it?
Your Honor, before you complete your ruling, for purposes of the record, there were actually 4 violations because they were parking on the lawn one day. We did not count that towards the
Well, I get
suspension,
that,
so it should be 365 days.
Because he complied, though.
Instead of the 180, it still was a violation
Right.
in and of itself. That's why we went to the 180 days instead of the
No,
365.
I
just
get
for the
that,
record.
but again, the design of, I wrote this law from the city where I was a former city attorney, so I know exactly what it's for. But I don't think it's, under the circumstances of the facts, that it warrants that kind of punishment. That is a punishment. You take away somebody's livelihood, I will be happy to take that away when they're abusive. I don't see that these people have abused it. I think they made a mistake. They say they've been good overall. I hope they have been. But I don't, under the circumstances of the 3 violations or even the 4, I don't see that it warrants, under the circumstances, closing them down for 6 months. So if they're willing to live with a 30-day, I want the gentleman from Lauderdale to know when I'm trying to temper it with some justice here. So, even though I don't have the power to do it. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Magistrate, I'm retired, so I have the time to do this. The neighbors that live in our neighborhood don't have time to come here and tell you about things that have happened at these places. You know, the other thing is people are reluctant to call the city because of the new statute that came into place 2 years ago.
You have to disclose who you
You have
are.
to give your name and address.
Yes.
And sometimes the crowds at these vacation rentals are rather rough, and the people are concerned about that, okay? So I come here to make sure that everything that you've heard, okay, is accurate within what they have said. But again, as Katrina just said, they had 4 violations that night. When I was here in December for the one on Okeechobee Lane, they had 4 violations that night, and you suspended them for 6 months. I don't see the difference here. Telling you after the fact that, yeah, we're going to put cameras in, we have noise monitors, and you feel they have the right to conduct their business, well, the people that live around there have the right to a quiet enjoyment of the
I agree
home.
with that. I agree with
Okay.
that. I'm looking at the violations, though, on the limited period of time they happen on one day of garbage cans, noise one time. I'm talking about the violations that are shown to me and proven to me. Those were proven. And the parking. and the one parking thing was resolved. So those three things taken together do not, in my mind, and I do a lot of these cases, and I'm very tough on vacation rental things. I don't take abuse from the people on these things. I will not take it. But I don't see that under the circumstance of what was proven, that a 6-month suspension is fair, is what I'm trying to get at. It seems overdone.
I understand what you're saying. You might want to
But
make.
I want you to know, and I want you to walk out of here with the assurance that if these people want to complain and they want to give it to you and you're not afraid of calling it in, call it in and bring these cases back to this gentleman, because I won't, this will be the only bite at this apple that these people get.
You might make note that the owner lives in Scarsdale, New York, and this is just an investment thing for him.
No, I
think
get,
that-
almost all of these are investments, sir. That's the problem. People buy these things. Personally, I may not like it, but I don't have a choice of what I like or don't like.
You can put this in the record. I will be back on this one the next time there's a problem there.
If there is, I am asking you to do that. And to please let the people know, I know they would have to be, disclose who they are. So if they call you to let you know, and whatever it takes, if that's okay, so that you can be the one that's the point man, I'll deal with it, and you'll be protected for it, but I will not tolerate these people coming back and go, oh, we had another bad tenant. I don't want to ever hear that. Crap is the word, it's a legal phrase. Again,
Okay.
I'm not going to listen to it again. 30 days if you agree to it.
Your Honor, I do agree. Just right now I have someone in there. I don't want to have to throw them
No,
out.
I don't want to throw somebody out, but I'm saying as soon as that one's vacated, cancel the next booking, and what's the date? So I know what the date is.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
I mean, for their,
Your Honor, can I have till January 20th for
Yes.
this to start?
20 days and the 30 days after that to be closed.
I didn't even ask for 20 days, till January 20th.
Yeah, starting January 20.
Right,
And
the
30 days
30
after
days.
that. And I expect the inspector to please monitor it, because if I'm crossed on this, they will regret it.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Thank
All
you,
right,
sir.
understood, right?
Yes, thank
I
you.
understand you're saying you're good guys and good, you're some of the people that say that, and, but you have to live it. You
Yes,
gotta
sir.
walk it and talk it and live it. I'm not gonna put up with these vacation rental things that hurt people's neighborhoods. And I want that gentleman to walk out here knowing for his neighbors, I'm here to help protect them, because I am. So you know, I'm as serious as a heart attack about this. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Special Magistrate.
How does he pay? Does he need an order to pay? Okay,
Special Magistrate, we will take a 10-minute recess,
Okay.
reconvene at 11:25.
and I appreciate that. I need that.
Special Magistrate, we will take a 10-minute recess, reconvene at 11:25.
I know it's coming, sir. We all know it's coming. So we have that monthly foreclosure meeting?
Contact admin for a legal production hearing, and they'll schedule you one, you can go present your case and go to that. He was so nice, he said, oh, man.
make it? Oh, yeah, she's here. Our next case is on page 45. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 2208-0173, case address 20. Our next case is on page 45. Okay, all right, one moment. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 2208-0173, case address 20. Okay. I was trying to get to the next case. Okay, we're going to continue with case number, page 45, case number CE 2208-0173, case address 2200 Northeast 66th Street, owned Imperial Point Colonnades Condominium Association, Inspector Dorian Cologne. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 110/23. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 1/11/23, and this is in order to reappear.
Hello. Oh, I'm going to wait for the inspector first, if you don't mind. Thank you. Not a problem at all.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 2208-0173, case address 2200 Northeast 66th Street. This property was first inspected on August 4th, 2022 by Inspector Caserta, and the following violations were observed. 9308B, there is a blue tarp on the roof, which is an element not permanent on the roof. The roof was stained and dirty. At the special magistrate hearing on 11/9/2022, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter for all violations, and a mandatory reappearance as well. The owner and/or representative is here to speak in regard to the violation and any progress being made.
Okay. So it's a condominium, obviously, right? You're a lawyer, I presume. Okay.
So I actually spoke with the inspector, I believe it was last week. My client did schedule to have the pressure wash. Yes, I don't think it's working.
Okay, I think it's working now.
There you go.
My client scheduled to have the pressure washing done. However, the concern is due to the integrity of the roof, that will cause further problems. They have signed a contract, and I have a copy of it, with the roofing company. There are other buildings in this condominium association, and they have shown that they have in fact replaced the roofs. They have a permit.
They have what? They have what?
They're in the process of replacing the roofs. They have a permit application that's completed. It has not been filed because the concern is, in addition to everything else, with the supply chain issues. The prior buildings, they signed their contracts back in about July, and they just got the materials to begin the work on the roof very recently. So my client is working towards compliance. They're willing to do everything, but they're concerned that if they in fact do the pressure washing, it's going to create leaks in the building and an assortment of all other types of issues. So we're just asking for some additional time, and anything to show that they are working towards compliance, we're happy to do as well.
Well, what's the likelihood of getting this roof redone? In a reasonable period of time, which would be how many days, roughly? I know that's putting you on the spot, but I need
Like I
something to work
said,
with.
it's a difficult answer for me to give due to supply chain, which is completely out of everyone's control. The roofing company is doing.
Supply chain was resolved. I thought they've now back, and they got the equipment and the material.
That's for different buildings. I'm just showing that this particular association has shown a pattern of compliance, and this is, I believe it's the last building that has to have the re-roof done. And like I said, there is a signed contract. There is a permit ready to be submitted. It's just they don't want to submit it until they know that the materials are obtained and they can actually do the re-roof.
Okay.
Your
so
Your
these are-
Magistrate, if I may, just to give you a little bit of clarification on that, I did pull the, under that folio, all the building permits for all the different buildings. There are quite a few of them, and I can submit this in for the record as well. There's like, there's like almost 10 buildings already. 2 of them have just been issued back in October,
so
October
10
31st.
buildings for this complex.
This is a whole complex, a whole bunch of different
Imperial Point,
buildings.
by
They
the
all,
hospital there somewhere, right?
say again?
It's by the hospital somewhere, Imperial Point?
Yes, and they did submit all the paperwork, the proposal, everything. I'll submit that in for the record as well.
Okay.
Have the roof tiles been ordered?
I believe so. I don't want to misspeak, but my understanding is I do believe so, and that's my understanding.
So, what I would like to do is maybe give another 91-day extension with a mandatory reappearance, and we
Yes,
could revisit
I do want them
this.
to come back, because I want to make sure they're making progress. But again, it's a condominium. Sometimes when in a condo where the unit owners themselves have no real power to do anything other than what the board authorizes
Correct.
on their behalf, and spends the money and does the contracting. So let's do that. 91 days, is that
90 days.
90 days?
Sorry, 90, yeah.
Okay.
And just for a point of clarification, what are you looking for at that point? Just to see that there has in fact been progress?
So I won't start fines. I'll suspend fines, correct?
Suspend the fines, mandatory reappearance,
Started today.
correct, and then we'll look to see where they're at as far as
so-
permitting.
I'm willing to do that, suspend the fines that would otherwise have started this afternoon. 90 days to come back, but I do want to see substantial progress on this.
Absolutely. We'll do everything that we can.
I don't want to hear there's more supply chain issues. I want to know precisely what's going on. So that'll be up to your client to bring somebody in here, if that's an
I'll bring
issue.
the roofer in if that's,
Yeah, well, please work with the inspector, because she'll be able to tell me what's going on. And if she needs more time, she'll let me know.
and we have been in touch and she's very helpful, so we will certainly continue.
Okay, all right.
Thank you
again-
so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next case, also Inspector Cologne, page 43. Case number CE 20010468, case address 3411 Jackson Boulevard, owner Cecilia Powell. This case was first heard 5/26/22 to comply by 8/25/22, suspended 10/11/22 to 1/10/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,175 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $100 accrued, for a total of $1,275. City is requesting full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay. All right, Inspector?
Okay, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 20010468, case address 3411 Jackson Boulevard. This property was first inspected on January 9th, 2020, and heard at the magistrate on May 26, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city to comply by 8/25/22 or fine in the amount of $25 a day per violation thereafter.
Okay, it started when, I'm sorry, Inspector?
Say again?
The initial case?
That was the initial inspection, just
Was
giving
when?
you a timeline since you weren't there.
Was May of this year, or last year? Okay.
No. Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
So at the October 11th, 2022 hearing, Special Magistrate granted a 91-day extension with a mandatory reappearance for just one violation. She had a number of violations. There was only one left to do. And a pre-hearing and posting inspection was conducted by Inspector Del Grasso on 12/22/22. And as depicted in the photos, the driveway violation is now in compliance.
Okay.
And the respondent is here to speak. The city would actually like to do a reduction in costs to a 20% on the total amount,
Okay.
which would be $255. Everything is in compliance.
Everything's in compliance, okay. I'm sorry?
Yes,
Everything's
everything.
in compliance now?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am, your name, please?
Cecilia Powell.
Okay, Ms. Powell, okay, so you've done everything, which is a great thing to hear.
Yes.
I know it's probably not easy to do it, but you did it.
Yes.
And the city appreciates that you did it. You're in
Yes.
compliance. So she is
But-
recommending, rather than have a fine that's high for you, how much, $255?
Yes, so the imposed total cost is $1,275. The administrative costs are $1,721.
It's your hard time.
That was the hard cost, correct? And a reduction of the imposed amount would be $255 at 20%.
For everything.
Correct.
Okay, so they're proposing, rather than almost $2,500 in fines, to reduce it to $255. I'm gonna reduce it a little more to $200 and give you time to pay it. Is that all right?
Okay, because I was gonna tell you I'm not working. I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And so it's hard because I have to pay, a lot of money to do the drive, to lay grass, which I can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty grateful for what she has done. She has been a very nice person to me. But at this moment, the beginning of the year, I have insurance, car insurance, house, a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not working. I'm just getting a little money from Social Security, which can't even cover it. I'm trying now to get, my family to help me with something.
Do we have any more? That's our homestead? Okay. I'm gonna reduce it to $50 with reluctance. I know you say you don't have any money, but you have to pay something towards
Yeah.
all this time. So
I appreciate it.
I'm doing it under the circumstances because you fixed everything, okay?
Okay.
That's what's important to the
Okay.
city.
Thank you.
And like I said in the very beginning, the money is not to punish people, it's to get them to comply with, and you have done that, okay? But you'll owe $50 rather than even the $255, because I understand what you're going through. The fact that you've done all these things is important. $50 is to be due within 60 days, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
I
right, thanks, Ms.
appreciate it.
Powell. All
Have
right,
a
thanks
good
for coming down.
Thank you.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2202-0310, case address 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner ENR Holding Group LLC, posted at property 12/15/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Okay, address again, real quick, sorry. Got it, thank you. Yes, sir.
Posted at property 12/15/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good morning, Magistrate, Officer Exantis. On behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2202-0310, property address 1941 Northwest 12th Ave. This property was first inspected on February by former Inspector Senior Officer Wilson Quintero. And the following violations were observed. Violation 9-305A is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation per case CE-19110709, which came before the special magistrate in September 23rd, 2020, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. And violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. And also, this is also a repeat violation per case number CE-19110709, which also came before the special magistrate in September 23rd, 2020, where the magistrate also ruled in favor of the city. A notice of hearing was posted on the property, and a pre-hearing inspection was done. Notice was posted on property on December 15, 2022, and property is in compliance. Property owner said he was not aware of the violation and did not receive the notice of violation. So from the time the property was posted to head to the magistrate, I have been in touch with the property owner, and also, Your Honor, I want to state for the record that violation 9-305B and violation 18-12A, these two violations have been open for a number of 213 days, which accruing a fine of $21,300 for each violations. So that give you a total of $42,600 for the two violations.
And they're still open, those two?
All violations are in compliance right now, Your Honor.
Oh, they're all in compliance?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. But they were repeat violations?
They are repeat violations.
Okay, that's a problem. Yes, sir, your name and address?
My name is Ron Gilboa. I'm the owner of 9141 Northwest 12th Avenue. As soon as I got a notification that the property is as soon as I got notification that the property is in compliance, I took care of it right away. I wasn't aware of what's going on.
Okay, well, it was posted, so it was stuck on the door. How could you not know that?
For the second time, for the repeat violation, I did not get a notification.
It was posted, right? You put them right on the door.
Indeed, Magistrate.
And then they put it right on the property.
Property was posted and also mailed to the property owner listed on
There's the picture of the
BCPA.
And I took action right away. I contacted you and I took action right away.
Okay, well, the problem with this is that it's being again. It happened before, and now here it is happening again. So the fact that it's in compliance is very good news. The fact that it happened twice is not good news. So I'm not here to reduce fines at this point, right? Well, why do I have the case if it's in compliance?
Due to the fact it's a repeat violation, Your Honor.
So
for repeat violations, so the fine was to start from the day the violations are fined. So the previous case were $50, so the case double once the violations are fined on the day of the violation were fined.
okay, so tell me what the parameters are. What am I imposing? How much from when for each case?
So
I mean, I thought
each
a repeat violation is like $5,000 or something, isn't it?
Your Honor, the property was out of compliance for 213 days. That's a total of 7 months and some days.
I wasn't aware of that.
Well, again,
I don't live there. It's a rental property. I
You
never
get
got the
notice
letter.
to-
As soon as I got the letter, I took care of it
Hold
right
on.
away.
Hold on, everybody gets notice based on the address they have with the Broward County Property Appraiser, the property records. That's where the notice goes. So if you didn't get notice because that's the address and you didn't have that, we can't fix that. That's your responsibility to make sure you get the notice.
And Your Honor, for
They
clear,
showed that they posted the property with that, here's the picture of it right there.
Your Honor, for clarity of the record, I am looking at the original file, and the mailings, the certified and regular mailings were to the address that is still currently listed to this day on Broward County Property Appraiser's website, which is the required notice that we are obligated to give under Florida Statute, Chapter 162, which is 20533 Biscayne Boulevard, Box 287, Aventura, Florida 33180. And as I mentioned, that is still the address on BCPA's website today.
Okay, so that's the address that the property appraiser has. Whoever owned the property, if it's you or this is an investment property,
Yes.
right? Okay, well, somebody's not taking care of the investment property because it's come back here for a second time. What's the amount of the fine now? What are we seeking today?
Each violations, $21,300 for each violations, so that gives you a total of $42,600.
Okay, I'm going to impose those fines. I wouldn't, if it was the first time, I might have some discretion to work with you, but to do it again is not forgivable. So that's why the fine has to be there. So whoever's managing this property, whether it's you or somebody else, needs to do a much better job. You can try to seek a lien reduction because it's gonna go to a lien and it's not homestead, so the city could end up foreclosing on his property, which it doesn't want. He doesn't want to own these properties. He wants you to stay in compliance. But you got out of compliance again, whether it's you or whoever's managing it. So I'm imposing those fines. You understand why?
I totally understand, yeah, but once again, we just didn't get it. We didn't get it. The minute I got it, I took care of it
Got
right
it,
away.
or you got it, whoever put
It's
the
just a
name-
misunderstanding here. I mean,
I don't know
that's
what the misunderstanding there is. The mailing shows it went to the property address on the property appraiser in the Aventura address. And here's a picture of the posting. So I don't know what's going on, but,
That's a totally misunderstanding, so.
well, you need to do what you need to do, but I don't see a reason to give you a break on this when it's happened before. I don't have the
I
authority to
have the
do
right
it.
to appeal, yeah?
I'm sorry?
Do I have the right to appeal?
I can't give you advice on appeal. Do what you need to do under the law. Talk to a lawyer, whatever you need to do. But I suppose he could, yeah. I can't tell you what you can do.
Yeah, I need help here because, I mean, once again, the minute I got the letter, the minute I got a notification that needs to be taken care of, I took care of it right away. He knows. I contacted him right away, and I think in the first 10 days, it's all been taken care of completely.
Okay, do we have signatures on somebody on this property when they were sent last time for this case?
Your Honor,
I don't have the file, I gave the file back, but, yeah, as Your Honor knows, 162, Chapter 162 does not require actual notice. It requires us to mail and provide evidence of said mailing.
Right, I just trying to show him that it was mailed and somebody signed for it. You know?
the magistrate, let me just say for the record that, in fact, indeed, that property owner did come to compliance the minute that the property was posted to come to the magistrate. But prior to that, before property was sent to the magistrate, no one has contacted me, no one has been in touch with me, and the case was open for a total amount of 213 days.
Yes, because I never got the notification. That's the only reason.
But again, this is a repeat
Indeed.
for both of these violations.
Yes, Your Honor.
If it was the first time, like I said, I'd be more inclined to help you.
I wasn't aware. I took care of it the first time right away, and I wasn't aware that I'm out of compliance. I wasn't aware. The minute I got a notification, I contacted. I was even here 2 months ago, and I guess my meeting was canceled. Remember that?
The storm, probably.
No.
Yeah, it
Well,
was
the storm-
canceled,
No, that was the first time, and then again, 2 months afterwards.
Case was canceled for the storm, and then the case was scheduled to reappear. For some reason, he was not in the agenda, so it has to be rescheduled until today.
Okay. Do we have a notice that he signed for or somebody signed for? It doesn't show? Okay. All
Your
right,
Honor?
well, yes.
If I may, Katrina Jordan, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. As a note to the property owner, you can register for the required free landlord registration program that you are required to register for, that you have not, which is also a violation, so that when there is a violation at your property, they will send you an email and they will call you as well.
I'll register for that for sure now. I don't want that to happen again.
So if he chooses to seek a lien reduction, he could do that, right?
Yes.
All right, so it's not the end of the world for you. You can do what's called a lien reduction. I'm gonna have other hearings later today about these. These are people that, whatever reason, the fines are imposed, they're seeking to reduce the amount of the fines. But it's a process you must observe. You pay a fee, you fill out an application with detailed information, and if it warrants relief, I or the other magistrate may give relief. I can't promise that. But at least you have an option to do that rather than going to court at this point.
Never got the letter in the mail.
You
Never
said
got it.
I heard
That's
that.
why.
I heard-
That's why
I
we're
heard
here.
I heard it the 3 times. I'm telling you, the address is in the Broward County
I never
Property
signed
Appraiser.
for it. I never got it.
Fix it, and if you want somebody else to get the notice from where you are, give them the address that you want to give as a courtesy address or change the address. But I can't control that. Plus, it was posted. So you said as soon as he posted it, he dealt it with it, right?
Yes, Your Magistrate.
All right, so I'm imposing the fines, but I would suggest you go back and do what's called the lien reduction. You might need some help understanding it. Here's a gentleman's gonna give you the paperwork right behind you. follow up on that. And if there's a possibility of giving you some relief with it because of not getting notice, I'm willing to work with you, but I'm not gonna do it today. Like I said, first time, yes, second time, I'm not doing it today. And don't give people another opportunity to mess up again and then expect relief. Doesn't work that way. But I will look at whether or not the value of the property and what happened and look at it as a lien reduction, me or the other magistrate, and independently review the facts, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Next case, page 36. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number 22100868, case address 1761 Northeast 55 Street, numbers 1 through 3. Owner God Bless America LLC. This case was cited 10/26/22 to comply by 11/10/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,000 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
And I'm sorry, again, just the first three numbers of the address. Thank you. Why can't I get these things? What's my problem? Give me a screen that shows me these things. Come on, help me out here.
Good morning, Magistrate.
Yes, sir.
Leonard Champagne for the city for case CE 221000868, location 1761 Northeast 55th Street, unit 1 through 3. That violation was cited on 10/26/2022 for 15281A. There is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. The compliance would have been 11/10. It did come into compliance on 11/15/2022. The one section was 200 at 5 days for $1,000. There was no appeal received. The city is requesting imposition of the fines.
Okay. Like I said earlier, if you were here, if you didn't appeal, which you didn't, I don't have the authority to reduce this.
They told me to come here. My name is
Well,
Uzi
you're here,
Argaman,
but-
2221 Northeast 164th
Understood,
Street, North
but you-
Miami.
You it told you in the paperwork, you can appeal it within a certain time frame. Whether you read that or not,
I
apparently you
called the
did.
lady at the office. They
Excuse
told me
me,
to come
excuse
to
me. You didn't appeal it. And I said to all these other people earlier, if you didn't timely appeal, I don't have authority under the city code to reduce this or do anything with that fine. So that's the fine. 5 days times $200, $1,000. It's probably what you make one night for this place, but that's what it is.
Your Honor, I'll be glad to give him the brochure and answer questions that he has.
Okay. I mean, he could seek a reduction on that, but I don't think I'd give him a reduction on a $1,000 lien reduction.
Exactly.
So you didn't do this on time? You had an expired certificate?
The first time.
price you paid.
Okay, the first time that we applied for this license was in February. I'm here listed with my email. The city sent a notice of renewal. They never sent me a notice. Never. I never received any notice of renewal.
What is he talking about with the?
With honor, I should say he's saying a notice, but if he wants to do a lien hearing, that could be discussed at the time. What we do, we send emails when you're expiring at the 30th of September. We do several things. We do emails the first Monday of every month that explains everything in there, how to come into compliance, getting rid of your ad, the whole thing, April, May, June, July, August, okay? Then we do, that's the mailing. Then when we go out, every time we post for a hearing, okay, everything also gets mailed to whatever in Broward County. So there's only a certain amount we can.
Yeah, you can't do more than.
Exactly.
Ask them to open their wallet and pay the thing. It's
And
$1,000.
We never receive any mail. We never receive
Your Honor.
notice or nothing. I called Tenil, the lady Tenil, which you know, in the office. She replaces another person. His name Gabriel Colon. And this is the reason why they didn't send me the email with the notice to renew.
Did it go to
We
the
have
wrong
about
person?
4 different licenses with the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Your Honor,
all of them renew on time.
1 second.
It's no problem whatsoever.
1 second.
Katrina, you want to say something?
As it is a citation that was not appealed, he can raise these concerns at a lien reduction because what he's saying would require us to actually pull all of our records. But as a vacation rental supervisor myself, which is one of the divisions that I supervise, on the certificate that we give to the operators, it clearly states when the deadline for renewal is and when their certificates will expire. Every certificate expires on the exact same day, which is September 30th. So it's clear.
And I keep a copy of those, Your Honor. In the back, it's in red writing. It specifically says it right there. This is a certain amount you can only do, okay?
Okay, so you had, when you first applied for it, it told you when it's going to expire.
They told me that I'm gonna receive a notice of renewal by email.
She just told you.
That's what they told me.
Excuse me, she just told you that when you applied for it the first time, it tells you when it expired. So if you didn't read that, I can't make you read it, or you missed it, I don't know, but something happened.
I called this morning. They told me specifically, we are sending notices of renewal. They were supposed to send me a notice to renew this license.
Your Honor, also in the
This
certificate.
morning, she told me that.
Okay. The certificate itself, Your Honor, I can show you one. Certificate shows your expiration date on the certificate itself.
Okay.
The responsibility can't be fully on the city to do that. It says the 30th, it expires.
But we're sure this is 5 days out of date.
Yes.
Okay, so,
It's not even 5 days because Daniel told me it's $800, not $1,000.
Sir, I have pictures of
You are
everything when
correct
I
with
go,
all
when I
our-
go and do
excuse
anything.
me,
If I would have known, I would do it.
excuse me, we're not gonna argue about it here, because I got a lot of other people waiting. The answer is, if it's $800 and you see he's right, go ahead and do that for him.
5 days at 200, yeah.
It's 5 days.
That's
It's
$1,000.
The time to
The
get
case
into
is
this
over.
is if he's
We're done.
appeals it.
We're done.
Can I apply for lien reduction?
Yes.
Yes. It's gonna cost you $250 to apply for the lien reduction, right?
Right.
$175.
Yeah, 175.
Bargain this week. So yes, you can do that. Okay, next case.
Next case, also page 36. Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 22100338, case address 917 Orange Isle. Owner Orange Isle of Florida LLC. This case was cited 10/13/22 to comply by 10/28/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,400 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
Okay. And I actually remember the address. Not bad, huh? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 22100338, property address 917 Orange Isle. This property was initially inspected on October 12, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. A citation was issued and additional inspections were conducted, verifying that the violation has been complied. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
All right. Yes, sir. Name, address?
Yes, your magistrate, my name is Gary Lampert. I live at 161 Southeast 12th Court in Pompano Beach, Florida. I am the managing member of Orange Isle. It's a family thing between me and my sons. First of all, I want to object to the fine and to the actual, the whole case, because I did talk to Inspector Oaks and Inspector Cologne on a couple occasions. And I explained to them that I literally just took possession of the property. I was not running those ads. Those ads were being run by the old owner, and that I had no way to stop those ads. I had to contact the old owner. The old owner was out of town at a memorial ceremony for his father who recently passed away, and I was unable to get a hold of him right away. I didn't even get notice of this thing till the 18th, and I believe I called Inspector Oak on the 19th, and we had a conversation, and he said, you have to get the ad taken down. And I talked to Cologne, and I explained what was going on. He says, okay, because they said they wanted me to do an affidavit that I wasn't going to do an Airbnb. And I said, no, I want to do them as Airbnb, so I'm not going to do an affidavit like that. So they said, just take the ad down, and you'll be in compliance. So I did get a hold of somebody. It took me several days to get in contact with somebody who worked with the old owner. And first they did a suspension of the ad, and then they took the listing down, okay? So I was told that all I had to do was to take the ad down. Then later on, I did get an email from Inspector Oaks saying that, no, you can't suspend it, you can't take the listing down, you have to deactivate it, and for my notes. And so we did do that, the deactivating, but then when I also talked to Mr. Oakes the week before, he says, well, I'm not even going to look at this thing till next Tuesday, because when I'm in the office, I'll look at it. If it's down, it's down. Well, I thought it was down, but I don't know, apparently they must have seen it was unlisted. Well, I look up the definition of deactivate, means to take something out of activation. I don't understand the city's explanation, or we're playing syntax here, and I think that's wrong. And I did exactly what I was told to do by Mr. Cologne and by Mr. Oakes. And they were both wonderful people, and they're very courteous and very responsive to me. But I did exactly what they said. And I come from a background of ex-law enforcement. I was a marshal, and I was a chief of police. And I try to do things very carefully by the book. I have a spotless record. I have top CIA clearances. And I don't want this to be a reflection on me or on my property. Because if I have these violations that took place before and another violation happens, I have 3 violations. And this should not be a violation on my record, nor should I be being fined for this.
Mr. Oakes, what's the story?
Well, the story is, sir, yes, he was operating without a license, and the ads were running, and he was cited. And yes, I was in contact with him, but even if I'm in contact with him, if he's advertising, we go by the advertisements. And I explained to him that they had to be taken down.
Your Honor, we were not operating as an Airbnb at that point, and I was not.
I'm sorry,
did
sir,
not
one
place
second.
the ad.
1 second.
Can we place this on recall? I do want to give you the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't you, it was an old owner. So if you could just have a seat and let us recall you and give us a few minutes to do some research. We're going to move on, but I will be doing the research, okay?
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you both.
Next case, also page 36. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number 2210074. Case address 1015 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner 2013 Navidad LLC. This case was cited 10/21/22 to comply by 11/5/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Was there responded?
They signed in. 10/21/10/15 complied by 11/5/22. One section complied at $200.
Anybody here for Navidad LLC?
No? They signed in?
Let's pass it.
He was here earlier, Your Honor.
Is there Mr. Topaz?
Special measure.
Recall?
Yeah, let's do another case.
Next case, page 40. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 221000429, case address 472 East Evanston Circle, owner Berenice Augustine and Joycelyn Augustine. This case was cited 10/12/22 to comply by 10/12/22. Two sections complied at $250 per day, $4,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Owner Berenice Augustine and Joycelyn Augustine. This case was cited 10/12/22 to comply by 10/12/22. Two sections complied at $250 per day, $4,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Yes, I do.
Can you have her state her name first, please?
Bonsoir. Non, moi c'est Eranis Villebrin.
This is Jocelyn? Okay.
Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 221-00429, address 472 East Evanston Circle. This property was first inspected on 10/12/22, and the following violations were observed. Section 24-27B, which was complied, 18-1. There are U-Haul boxes piled up on the porch at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may become reasonably infested or inhabited by rodents, vermins, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties.
Okay, hold on. Inspector, can you explain to her what the first violation is, please?
Yes.
Are the pictures showing up so she can see the pictures? Okay.
Go ahead, Inspector. Go ahead.
Okay. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B. There is outdoor storage on the property, including but not limited to sofa chairs, bins of unknown items, and other unknown bulk items being stored outside of the property. These violations were recurrent per case number CE 21050-825. Moore issued an immediate citation in the amount of $250 per recurring violation, with a daily imposed penalty of $250 per day if left uncorrected. The civil citations for the recurring violations were posted at the property. On 10/20/22, the reinspection was conducted and the property was found to be in compliance. On 12/9/22, the notice of hearing was to impose fines was hand-delivered to the homeowner, Jocelyn. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the accrued fines in the amount of $2,250.
Times two.
Times two. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
but it's now in compliance.
It's now in compliance.
Okay,
Now, can you explain?
let her know where we are here. Gonna have to use a microphone so the tape can pick it up. Even though we don't know what you're saying.
Ou te gen boîte yo devant kay la ou te retire li, pa vre? An apou te gen lot bagay couches ou te gen der bo kay la, te retire pa vre? Yo di kon sa ou on compliance, ça veut dire ou rectify tout bagay, ou bien, but te gen pen, yo tap bo on citation chaque jour, yo tap chaque jour pour te lo pat fel la. Kounya priya vin $2,000, pa vre? So kounya si te ap mande $2,000 pour payer. So ou ka di judge la sou ka paye $2,000, ou ka di ou pa ka paye $2,000, ou sou ka di kon sa judge mba gen trop l'argent, sou ka reduce l'argent pour $2,000 pour combien $200, $250 back.
Bon, pas qu'à payer $2,000 parce que je ne travaille. Moi, c'est social qui a bon mon petit $600 chaque mois. C'est avec me payer ligne de l'eau. Je ne pas qu'à payer tout comme ça. Plus je ne qu'à payer, c'est $200 ou $300.
Excuse me, is this citation, was it an appeal or was it not an appeal? There was no appeal. No appeal?
There was
Okay.
no appeal.
So you need to explain to her that I don't have authority to reduce these fines.
Okay.
Look, Inspector, can you tell us what she said?
Let her
Yes.
know she can
So
seek.
she said that she understand the violation and she did correct it, and that she's on a fixed income, she's retired, and she doesn't have the money to pay, and she's willing to pay $200 to $300, but she just can't do the amount that was stated, which is $2,000.
Okay, well, again, so, because you have to explain to her, like I said to other people, that she doesn't understand. I don't have authority to reduce it today.
Okay.
So I can't do that. She needs to seek a lien reduction.
Okay.
Explain, and somebody has a packet back there for her. I don't know if it's in Creole, so she'll be able to understand it,
Okay.
but she needs to do that. I would be willing to work with her on that if it comes back to me for a lien reduction under the circumstance.
Okay.
Okay?
So nan lien reduction nan, y ap gade kay la, y ap gade violation nan, y ap retire an pil l'argent nan so pou paye. So kom si la sou paye $2,000, y ap retire preske wap paye $200. Bot fwa nan program nan, fè l'aplikasyon an, nan pou y ap di kon sa ki sa pou fè ankon. So li pa ka fwa yon kounye a, so It's seulement son café. So, Judge, she understand that the lien reduction is the only way she has to go. She has to go through it. I explained to her that she has to apply it and to see what's the outcome gonna be.
I can't reduce it because I don't have authority to do it.
Yes, I told her that, and she just want to know the information for that program. I told her that I'll give her the right information.
Okay,
So,
do we have a booklet that'll be in Creole so she'll understand it, or somebody can help her with it?
I'll keep in contact with her, give her my card. so
Yeah, if you
I
can try to walk her through it, because I'm inclined to be able to try to help her out. Okay?
Okay, we'll do.
Okay.
For the record, your magistrate, I just wanted to put on the record that the amount is $2,250 per violation.
Yeah, so it's a total of 4,500.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, good luck.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 2208-0160, case address 2158 Northwest 6th Court. Owner, Church of New Life Christian Fellowship, Inc., posted at property 12/21/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22. Case number CE 2208-0160, case address 2158 Northwest 6th Court. Owner, Church of New Life Christian Fellowship, Inc., posted at property 12/21/22.
Good morning, Special Magistrate.
Yes, sir.
The Senior Code Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2208-0160 for the property located at 2158 Northwest 6th Court. This property was first inspected on August 4th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence post at this property is erected with no mesh. They currently placed like a screening on it. That's not the required mesh by the city. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are multiple vehicles and trailers parked in the long grass area of this RSA residential zone property. 47-34.1.8.1, there's outdoor storage consisting of but not limited to pallets, buckets, pots, and other items which are considered illegally land use occurring at this RSA residential zone property. An inspection report was posted at this property, and a copy was mailed to the registered owner per Broward County Property Appraisers. A reinspection was conducted on October 12th, 2022, which resulted in a case being scheduled for special magistrate. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 7th, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply per violation at $25 per day. Excuse me, except for a violation, yes, 35 days per violation.
34 days.
Sorry, 34, I'm sorry. Per violation.
$25 per violation.
Per violation, yes, sir.
The vehicles and trailer, is that resolved or still?
No, there's still parking, like the picture that's up now, it's a three lots on the same consecutively. So what's happening is, they're allowing people to use the other lot, and they're parking their derelict vehicles, they're doing different things on the property, they're storing things on there, as you can see. They have removed some of the cars, but some of the initial vehicles that were cited are still on the property.
Okay.
The same goes for the other side of the area. There's another lot that's owned by the same property, which they tend to store things and park on the grass as well.
Okay.
The main house with the address, that is typically clear, but the violations are really occurring on either one of those lots on the side of the building.
That flank it.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir, your name and address?
Yes, my name is Jervis Green, address 2158 Northwest 6th Court. I'm here in the stead of my father, Arthur Green.
Okay. You've got a number of violations that need to be fixed. They're giving you basically 5 weeks to do this.
That's what I need.
But again, if you were here earlier, I don't want the money, the city doesn't want the money, they
I
want
don't
you
want
to
to give my
comply.
money.
You can do that, right?
Absolutely.
Get him to do this?
Absolutely.
So the areas that are needing grass are gonna have to be fixed. All these vehicles are gonna come out of here, and none can be replaced with it,
Absolutely.
you know? Are they allowed to park there during church services? Not really, right?
It's not a church, it's actually like an apartment, like a duplex, triplex.
Oh, okay.
It's a church.
It's a church? Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. So yes, during service, yes, they can park there, but
All right,
not
so
to be
if there's
stored.
active services going
Yeah.
on,
Absolutely. Okay.
the cars are operable and they have licenses, they can be there only for the service.
Okay.
Then they gotta go, but they cannot be stored here. I can see some of them look like they're stored in
That's
derelict.
my neighbor. My dad was allowing people to park, but now that I came in and I seen actually I stumbled up on the notice. He's a little elderly, so I stumbled. I said, "What's going on with this?" So I did notify the neighbors, which most of that stuff belongs to the neighbors, to let them know that I have to clear things out. So I am going to be taking care of it.
Okay, well, again.
I'll have it done.
It's the vehicles, it's trailer, there's outdoor storage has to be resolved, and then the fence.
Plenty of time. It's plenty of time
Right,
for me to
it's
take
like
care of
5 weeks to get it done,
it.
okay?
I'll take care of it, sir.
Otherwise, it's $25 each one. They're not done by the 34th day. A fine starts. Don't want the fine to start.
Don't
That's
want
in
them
your
to start
hands to
either.
stop it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Next case. Yes. Okay. We're going to recall case number CE 22100338, case address 917 Orange Isle, owner Orange Isle of Florida LLC, Inspector Evan Oaks.
And what page
Page
is that?
36.
36. Okay, what happened, folks?
After my review, Your Honor, the city is going to stand by its request for the $1,000.
1,000?
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, and again, just as a reminder, this is a citation where no appeal was received.
Oh, okay, all right. So this is the 917 Orange Isle? Yes. Okay.
Your Honor, there's two addresses, it's 917 and 919. There's two cases tied together.
Well, this one says 917.
Well, mine says 917 and 919.
Is there a 919 on the agenda somewhere?
No, sir.
So it's 917, just to make a clarification.
Okay.
Since you didn't appeal, again, if you were here and you heard me earlier, if you didn't appeal timely, it had instructions how to appeal and when to do it. If you didn't do that, I don't have authority to do anything for you.
I didn't have to appeal this, Your Honor. This is a
I'm telling you that when you got the citation, it tells you what to do. It gave instructions. It gave you a date within which to do it. If you didn't do it, and you didn't, because no appeal was received, that's what it says, I don't have authority to do anything.
I
with it.
thought it was 15 days after today's date, according to the letter.
No.
The letter's the notice of hearing. The citation is a document. It works just like a traffic ticket, and it says on the front of the citation, not the notice of hearing, sir, the citation says you have to appeal within 15 days. Additionally, on the back of the citation, in bold in red, it says exactly how to appeal by appealing to a specific email address, and also, again, reiterates the 15 days.
Okay, so they've reduced it to $1,000. If you want to go through the thing called the lien reduction process for that, it costs $175 even to apply for that.
But this says I have two violations, Your Honor.
It's one violation for using the vacation rental. Case number 338 are the last numbers. The case we just read.
But I didn't do this. This was done by the prior owner.
I've heard what you had to say. What about this prior?
And we did comply to it.
The property was sold to the current owner in August. We cited the property in October. The listing never came down, and the same management company is managing the current owner as they did the old owner. So even if it was the management company, since they're the one that applied, that allowed the listing to run, that's between him and the property management company.
Okay, you were the owner when these things arose. That's what it says.
Okay.
Okay?
But,
So
Your
I
Honor, I have two different case
I've got
numbers.
all these other people waiting here. That's the ruling. It's $1,000.
No, I understand, but I got two case numbers, so I don't have to go by the other
Does
case
he have
number?
another case number? What are we
Sir,
talking
I'll
about?
look at your case number. There's only one case assigned
There's
to
one
this
case on the agenda today, Your Honor, and that's.
There's only that one case, sir.
Okay,
I
well,
meet with
The
Mr.
inspector
Oaks.
can check it with you.
he sent me two citations. It was each one for 917 and one for 919. Well, there's two cases. See, there's two case numbers. Oh, same case number for both. Okay, I see.
Okay, so
Right,
again.
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you can, like I said, you can do this thing called the lien reduction if you
Yeah,
want to go to all that trouble.
I'll get a package from him.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Next case, page 24. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number 22080066, case address 2213 Northwest 6th Place, owner Kenneth James Washington, posted at property 12/5/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number 2208-0066, case address 2213 Northwest.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 2208-0066, case address 2213 Northwest 6th Place. This property was first inspected on July 23rd, 2022 as part of a neighborhood improvement project, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B was complied per my pre-hearing inspection conducted on January 9th, 2023. The inspection report was originally mailed out to the owner on BCPA records on August 2nd, 2022. And as I just mentioned, on my pre-hearing inspection on January 9th, 2023, the remaining violation, 9-305B, is still in existence. I haven't had any communication with anyone at the property since I initiated this case. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day thereafter. Actually, I think it's 34 because of the way the agenda is. So 34 days to come into compliance, $25 a day thereafter for that violation.
Okay, so your name?
Name's Ken Washington.
Okay, so and what he's telling you, that you fixed the one thing about the driveway, which is good. And thank you for doing that. The city appreciates that. You still got to address this landscape.
What about the landscape?
The landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. So anywhere there's bare areas and it's just dirt, it needs to be living ground cover.
Put sod back over these areas.
I don't know if that's practical.
You can meet, you can call the inspector to try to find some way to resolve it, but
Yeah.
he's giving you basically 5 weeks to get this addressed.
I mean, if I put sod down, it'll be dead in, what, 3 weeks? So
Whatever you need to do, you can't leave it like, you can't, what other ground cover could he put there? Something else? Sod, right?
He'd have to get with the landscaping department. Anytime you plant anything in the swale, you have to have permit from the city. So whether he wanted to do something else, whether he wanted to, pave, asphalt, gravel, anything, he'd have to get a permit or
Can you
prior
give
approval
some
from the
guidance
city.
after the hearing to where to go and how we can do it?
Of course, yeah.
Otherwise, you got 5 weeks to address this. He's gonna give you names of people to talk to try to resolve it. But then a fine starts if it's not resolved of $25 a day. You heard me before. I don't want the money. The city doesn't want the money. They want you to fix this issue, whatever it takes.
Okay, I'll get with them and see what.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is CMP? What is CMP? Oh, okay. Okay.
Next case, page 35. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22110162, case address 2118 Northeast 15th Street, owner 2118 Northeast 15th Street LLC. This case was cited 11/10/22 to comply by 11/25/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon now, Magistrate.
All right, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Property address again? Thank you.
2118
Okay.
Northeast 15th Street.
All right. Yes, sir.
Leonard Champagne for case number CE 22110-162, 2118 Northeast 15th Street. This property was cited on 11/10/2022 for 15281A. There is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. It was to comply by 11/25/22, and that same date was the appeal deadline, and there was no appeal received. The property did come into compliance on 12/14/2022. The city is asking imposition of fines.
So 19 days?
It would be 19 days of $200 for $3,800.
Okay. Again, no appeal was received.
Correct.
As you probably heard me say before, if an appeal was received, I have no authority to reduce it.
Yes, there's several
Who
things
are,
I
first
want
of
to
all?
say.
Who are you?
Anna,
Okay.
so I just
And
got this,
we need a last name, Anna.
Galita,
Okay.
So I just
So you
got
own the
this-
property?
Yes,
Okay,
it's a LLC.
okay.
I just got this property license December 2021. I don't know how to do it. It's pretty complicated because you got to do state, county, city. Just seems like a lot of administrative
It is.
work. I don't know
Yep.
how to do it.
Yep.
I had a company that got me the license, Legal B&B, and they became unresponsive after I did get the license. But just so you know, I got like a state license and the expiry on it said December 1st, 2022. I do have a printout of that. And I had no idea that there's like another license that expires in September. That's less than a year after I got the original license. November 15th is when I was at the property and I saw the notice. Immediately, I called the city and I asked, what's not in compliance? The notice that was posted, all it said was, your property's not in compliance. It didn't say what to do. So I talked to someone at the city and they said, your license expired. So I went online, I renewed everything I saw, I followed up and I submitted like another application. The lady got back to me the next day. She said there was like 2 more things I had to renew. So in total, I think there was like 4 things I had to pay, and then there was a late fee because I didn't renew on time. So obviously I wouldn't have done this. The city says that they're supposed to provide some kind of notice before expiration, but I didn't get any email, I didn't get any mail, nothing was sent to me. The first time I was aware of this was when I got the notice on November 15th. By November 18th, I've paid all the renewals and I emailed the city, and on the 21st, they emailed and they said that I did everything that I had to and I was just waiting for an inspection. So I followed up a few times about the inspection and didn't receive any calls. At some point in December, like maybe 3 weeks after, I already submitted all the renewals and I was waiting for the inspection. I checked the voicemail on the property's phone number and I emailed the city saying, Leonard called the property phone number, but that's not my phone number. That's not a phone that I check. And I asked them what phone number they had on file. They said it was only my mobile, so I'm not sure why this number got called. But essentially, I waited a month to get this inspection to actually happen at the property. While I was waiting for the inspection, on December 12 around, I emailed and I said I got a letter about the hearing. And I said, why am I getting a hearing? I already complied to everything. At that point, they told me I had an ad up, but they never mentioned anything about removing the ad before. So I said, sure, I'll remove it. So I emailed them the same day and I said the ad was taken down. They said, okay. And I said, I'm still waiting for the inspection, which was scheduled for December 14th. The inspection normally would not be required if you renew on time. And if I knew there was an expiration, I would have renewed on time. So yeah, the inspection just happened, this last inspection when it happened, but basically I just think the city could create some kind of process where they actually tell you before it expires so that you can be in compliance, because as soon as I got any notice, I complied to everything, but I just think the city could improve that initial
It's on your
notice
certificate.
to say,
It's on your certificate.
It tells you
I
when it
never
expires.
received the certificate I got this year. So once I passed the inspection, I got an email this year, never got it last year, that gives me a certificate and does show the September 30 expiration, I believe, or I received that this year, but last year this was never mailed to me, never emailed, nothing. So I never even had the certificate that had that expiration. The only one I have it printed out. It says December 1st, 2022 is the expiration. The whole process is very complicated because there's so many things. It's like state, county, etc. Unless you have a company managing this and they're familiar with the process, maybe they understand it. This is my first short-term rental, and for me, it's just very complicated. I don't have like assistants or anyone like that to, follow up and figure out all the different parts that you have to renew. But I also have emails just saying, is there anything I have to do to be in compliance? And I have an email from the city saying, no, like, I'm just waiting for the inspection. So I also think if it takes 30 days to get an inspection to the property, then the initial notice should give you 30 days to come into compliance. But they gave me only 15 days to come into compliance, but I had to wait for the city 30 days. So I don't know if that's fair.
Okay, Mr. Champagne, are you able to correspond or confer with her so she knows?
A lot of times, well, Your Honor, again, we're back to the point, I can bring up certificates and show it says the end of September 30th. I have copies of emails we sent for 5 months. So we're back to the same old thing. This should be, it's discussed in a lien hearing. It's,
Again, you've been sitting here patiently the entire time. If you didn't file an appeal and you did not.
So I just.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
I don't have the authority to do anything about the amount. So I would encourage you to file what's called this lien reduction request,
Okay.
okay?
I just want to say, like, I did speak to Lenny personally, and he totally agreed with me and told me I have to file for the lien reduction. But in the original notice, it says you're not in compliance. It doesn't say what you have to do to comply. I emailed the city and I said, is there anything else that I can do? They said, no, I have email proof from the city saying, I'm fine, I'm just waiting for an inspection. If I knew that I was still not in compliance, of course I would file the appeal in time, but I thought I complied with everything. I had no idea the inspection was gonna take 30 days to schedule.
Okay, I heard you when you said that before, but
Your
again,
Honor.
we're at a point where I can't do anything for you today. If it comes back to me on a lien reduction hearing, I'm willing to take a look at it again.
Your Honor, I
Now-
think Ms. Jordan just has a couple of comments for the record
Who
because
does?
Ms. Katrina Jordan.
Oh,
My apologies, Your Honor.
no, Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
call you
my
Your
apologies,
Honor.
Magistrate.
Magistrate.
So just for point of record, and I want to speed us along because I know we've spent a lot of time on this. We physically email each individual, and there's over 1,600 vacation rental operator. I have an email to angelica@legalbnb.org.
Right, the company is non-responsive. They applied for the
Okay, so
license, but I
again,
never.
we respond to the responsible party who submitted the application.
Never,
Emailed them back in October, letting them know that you're expired.
never received any of
And
those
so,
communications,
again-
but I do have an address that's like with the city.
Ma'am,
on
she's
file.
trying to talk. You've talked a lot and made a lot of misstatements, so now it's the city's turn to talk, please.
So the only thing I'd like to share is that we definitely contacted the responsible parties for vacation rental properties. It is not a requirement that the city do so because the ordinance that you have to read and sign that you are clear on definitely states that your application will expire September 30th and that you need to reapply by August 1st. So by August 1st, you were already late. September 30th, when it expired, you were then in violation. We gave an extended amount of time, which is until October 19th, to allow people to get their applications in. Yours still was not in, and thus we sent the email. As far as the inspection is concerned, once you made payment, which I just reviewed the entire file, we reached out to the responsible party, whether it was you or the management company that you chose. The first time they were non-responsive. The second time is when we scheduled the inspection, and based upon the officer's availability, that is when you will be scheduled. So if he was not available until that time, that is when it happens. But typically, the application process starts in April. So if you want to be ahead of the game, you would probably want to start in April of this year to prepare yourself for next year.
Okay, so two things. The first one, you said you contacted the responsible party. Legal B&B, the company that got the license, has nothing to do with the property. So
You gave them the authority to enter into this application for you, did you not?
when they originally got the license, yes, but
Okay, so
their
that is-
email, they provided my contact information. When
That
I
is who you
asked what
respond to.
information you guys have on file, it was mine, but I never got contacted.
Okay.
The second part is when you guys contacted me the first time about inspection, you did not. I spoke to Lenny and he contacted a phone number that was not on my file. He accidentally called the phone number that was put down as the property address phone number. That phone number is not being checked by anyone. It's just a phone number to basically, follow the rules of the short-term rentals. You need a phone line at the property to get the short-term license, but that's not my phone number. And when I asked what phone number you guys have on file, you said only my cell phone. but Lenny called the other number. So
That's fine. That's
I
something you
didn't
can
get
bring up at lien
contacted
reduction.
about an inspection for 30
That's fine.
days.
That's something you can bring up at lien reduction.
So the reason I called, Lenny already explained to me that I basically can't do anything here and I have to do the lien reduction.
Correct.
My point is, like, for people in my situation that are new to short-term rentals, it's very unclear on that first notice what is not in compliance. So it should state clearly, deactivate any ads, because I was not renting the property. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I only had the ad up, but I had no intention of renting it out until I had the inspection and passed it. I also think, because inspection can take 30 days, provide the owners 30 days to come into compliance when their license expires, especially in a situation where you guys don't mail information about an expiration. And especially like for first year, short-term rental people.
Totally understandable. We definitely will take that into account. And for the record, your citation does say cease operation of the vacation rental. When it says cease operations, that's everything associated with a vacation rental.
Yeah, down.
It's everything. Do not
Which is in the
advertise, do not rent it. It cease everything.
So running
That's
the
for
ad
future
was a
reference.
violation. Running the ad was a violation. I can't go any further with this. I'm sorry. I know you were patient. We're willing to look at it at the lien reduction, and take a hard look at it for you, okay? Okay.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Next case, page 38. Inspector Bobby Japrashad, case number 2209, CE 22090609. Case address 2595 North Federal Highway, owner 3157 Inc. This case was cited 10/6/22 to comply by 10/13/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. Is the respondent here for 2595 North Federal Highway? This case was cited 10/6/22 to comply by 10/13/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. $13,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, your special magistrate, Inspector Bobby Jabrashad for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code and Compliance. Case number CE 22090609 for the property located at 2595 North Federal Highway. This property was first inspected on 09/22/22 and was given time to correct the following violation. Violation is 18-1, public nuisance. There is graffiti on the second floor landing at this property. At this property, it is creating a public nuisance that is not being maintained in such of a manner that it may adversely affect and impair the economical welfare of adjacent properties. On 10/6, the violation remained. A citation was issued and was given to the tenant and posted on the property at that time. A re-inspection was conducted prior to pre-hearing at 01/07/23, and the violation remained. The city is requesting the full amount of $13,500 for non-compliance. There was no appeal received. This morning, Mr. Ruff, I believe, contacted me and told me that he has complied the violation. However, the citation is still outstanding and has not been paid.
Okay, is this attached to the building somehow, or is it like a?
Okay, sir, so the way that the image is the second floor is where the graffiti is located at. That's the violation itself.
Or was it something you could just take down, like a canvas sign?
Oh, no, sir, it was a concrete piling.
Oh, it's on concrete?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it had to be painted off?
Correct, sir.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir. Your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Rao, and I am the owner of 2595-2599 North
Okay.
Federal Highway.
Okay, well, you've got this graffiti that stayed there for a long time, almost 3 months with that thing up there.
Yes.
So every day it ran, every day it was there, was a $150 a day fine for $13,500 due today. That's what's due because you didn't take it down. Now, if you took it down now, that's great, but it still owes that money. If you've been here, you didn't file what's called an appeal for this case. Because you did not do that, I can't do anything for you today.
Okay.
You're gonna have to do what's called, these other people call this lien reduction. file the paperwork to try to seek to remove that number or get it reduced. You're gonna probably have to end up paying something, but you let it sit there for 3 months on a very busy part of Federal Highway, which is 26th Street. This is where this is, right?
Correct, sir.
Everybody, thousands of people every day for 3 months saw this stupid thing.
And Your
You
Honor,
left-
just for clarification, because I had asked the inspector, who did state he heard from the property owner today, but we have not done a reinspection, nor have we seen a photo.
Right,
So
right.
technically, as of today, it's still not in
No, I understand,
compliance.
So
Until we
you
go
said
out.
you fixed this, right?
Yes,
It's painted out or fixed up?
yeah.
Okay, all right, so he needs to go inspect it, which he will do, and then he can call comply the case, meaning it's okay, but you still owe these fines. So that's why you're gonna have to do this lien reduction I've talked about. It's an application, you file it, you come back before me or another magistrate to explain why we shouldn't charge all that amount of money. You know, why do you think it should be less or nothing? But you have a different hearing for that. Back here, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, may I speak something?
Yes.
Okay. Tenant is not cooperative. He not let me anything know because his business is slow and he is little like uncomfortable with the lease. And whenever he get any kind of notice, he just throw it out. And he don't call me, hey, I just found the paper, inspector put it on. So come look at it or let me send you the copy. Once I found out by mail, one letter, I went to the place and I said, hey, there's a little graffiti. We need the same color paint, get rid of it.
Okay,
So he said,
again,
okay.
again, I
But
can't-
another graffiti, can I finish?
Yes.
Another graffiti is way in the on the top of the roof. I walked 4 or 5 times, went across the street, I couldn't see it. So I thought everything was fine after he painted. Then I called the inspector. You know, they're always on the road, they're not available, so that's fine. I left the message, no response. I went back again, and I see there was a graffiti on the dumpster. So I went to the Home Depot, got the green paint, I painted the dumpster around, and I thought I was compliant.
Okay, listen.
But now
I
he
don't
showed
want to
me
interrupt
another-
you, but I have to because I can't do anything about any of that.
I know.
As long as you fix this sign, that will stop the fines, but you still have fines that you have to pay or seek to reduce them.
Okay.
That's a different hearing that I cannot do for you today,
No problem.
okay?
Okay, so I'm gonna go now to the property and see where exactly
Gonna go
20
back and
feet
look and
ladder.
he will go back and see a photograph. If it's gone, that's one thing, but you still owe this money. So that's why you want to seek to reduce that money by a
Okay.
different hearing, a
Sure.
different application.
And Your Honor, just for clarification, the city's request would be to deny well, there is no appeal, so to impose the fine, which would continue to run until they're in compliance,
Right.
which would require the inspector to
Okay,
go out
so-
and verify.
So if it doesn't exist today, the fine will stop, but if it's still there, the fine continues at $150 every day. So hopefully it's gone, but you still have to go through this other hearing I told you about, okay? Do you understand?
I understand.
And then you can go to lien reduction, if
Okay.
you choose.
Yeah, you have to be in compliance with this thing, it has to be gone. And
We
then
have a
we'll
lot of-
Guide them on what to do for the lien reduction, the application file, or somebody's got to.
Well, I'll give it to him, sir. It's in the folder. I'll go ahead and get it to him.
We have a lot of activity going on. Why city don't have one department, they see graffiti, they can go and just paint it. When there's something wrong, police officer come, that help us protect us. When there's a fire,
This is
fire
a code thing,
department,
but the
but
police-
graffiti department, there's nobody there, they can go just paint it, get it over.
Okay.
We pay a
Again,
lot of tax.
Excuse me, I can't fix this for you today. I can't address it today.
Mhm.
If all these other people waiting, you waited patiently, but because you didn't appeal, you need to do this other process, which you can do, okay? Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, page 6. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number 2208-0167, case address 2300 Northwest 6th Court, owner Brenda Kelly Marsh, posted at property 12/21/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22. Posted at property 12/21/22,
Good afternoon. Code of Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for case number CE 22080-167, address 2300 Northwest 6th Court. This property was inspected on 8/4/22, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-304, parentheses B. The driveway was observed to be worn at this RS8 residential property. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds growing through it. The dirt underneath the gravel can be seen. Maintenance is required in this area. The inspection report was posted at the property. Subsequent inspections were performed on 9/11/22, 10/12/22, and 12/8/22. On 12/8/22, the violation remained, and a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. On 12/22, the notice of hearing was posted at the property. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/6/23, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per day thereafter for violation of 9-304, parentheses B.
Okay, that's it?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Who are you?
Yes, good afternoon, Brenda Marsh.
Okay. All right, you know what she's offering to do? Give you 4 weeks to get this addressed.
Okay,
You need to put gravel here
okay,
and get it graded and get the weeds out of there. So bring it back to what it should be, but it can't exist like this anymore.
I understand, and I thank you for doing what you're doing for the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Thank you.
I moved a couple years ago, and I left my son there to take care of the house, which I thought everything was. I came here for Christmas, and this is what I faced. I never got any notifications, didn't know that he wasn't doing any upkeeping with the house. I was one that would complain about the neighborhood with the cars and all, and to see that my property is like that, I apologize, and I'll make sure I make the necessary corrections.
You have a very nice little house there. You just got to fix up the driveway. It won't be that difficult to do. I don't think it's that expensive to do, but they're giving you 4 weeks within which to do
I
it.
appreciate that.
Otherwise, the fine starts. You heard me say before, don't want the fine, just want the gravel to be placed there so the property looks nice for all the neighborhood, okay?
Okay, thank you so
All
much.
right.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Ms. Mark.
Thank you.
Next case, page 45. Next two cases, page 45, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 20091288, case address 1812 Northeast 23rd Avenue, owner Augustus DeLong, first heard 11/9/21 to comply by 2/8/22, several suspensions notated on the agenda, one section not complied at $50 per day, fines start 1/11/2023, and this was in order to reappear. Next case also, case number CE 20100030, case address 1812 Northeast 23rd Avenue, owner Augustus DeLong, first heard 11/9/21 to comply by 2/8/22, several suspensions notated on the agenda, one section not complied at $50 per day, fine starts 1/11/23.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I would like to just go over each case separately, just for
Yes, of course.
clarification.
Yep.
This case number is CE 20091288. Case address is 1812 Northeast 23rd Avenue. This property was first inspected on October 1st, 2020 by Inspector Malaikas and brought before the magistrate on November 9th, 2021. The magistrate found for the city to comply 8-91C by February 8th, 2022, and there have been several extensions as noted on the agenda and read by the clerk. Pre-hearing follow-up inspection was conducted, and it shows that there have been revisions made to the permit. And the permit was reissued last month, December 15th, 2022. The original issuance was May 14th, 2021, and the respondent is here to speak on behalf of the contractor, and she'll be able to explain in more detail what's going on with the timeline and so on and so forth.
Okay, so this picture I'm looking at now, that's the mooring structure we're talking about?
Correct.
Seawall. That looks like a seawall.
So, yes, well, we have two cases, one on each,
But
but
which one's showing me the mooring structure we're talking about? Is this shown here?
Say again?
This picture looks like it's for a seawall to be poured.
Correct. So
Where's the mooring structure thing?
well, there was one, I don't have the previous pictures, I apologize. So this was kind of in process.
Okay, so
And then it kind of came to a halt
All right.
because of some issues that she was or they were having.
All right, and
So
what-
she's here to explain what those issues were.
Was it a dock or what it was?
There was a dock and a seawall in disrepair.
Okay, was the
Correct.
dock removed so that the new seawall gets built?
Correct.
The dock is not an issue now, right?
Well, there was some issues with some leftover dock on the other end. I'm not sure if that was actually removed at that point.
Okay, this is like a
She'll explain.
long run of seawall. I mean,
Correct.
okay, yes, tell us your name.
Maria Castro, representing the owner and the contractor, Lobo Marine.
Okay.
Yes, this has been a long journey for us as a contractor but finally, you see the seawall right there. So we did the first pour last week after we got the revision. That took almost the 3 months. I got the extensions between going to the county again because the existing seawall fell, and then we ended up building that seawall cap a little bit more underwater, so we have to go again to environmental for approval. So we went back again to the city, so that took, they issued that permit in December 15. So we pour the first pour in the first week of January, so now we're doing the second pour hopefully by the end of next week. So next week when you go back there, probably you will see a new seawall.
Okay, what about this thing about a mooring structure? Was there a dock? It's no longer
The
there?
dock, it was them a long time ago, so that dock,
It's gone now,
it's
right?
gone. No, it's been gone.
So I think
Okay.
Yes.
that
So-
should be moot, right?
Yeah, that was removed long time ago because we cannot do that seawall without removing the dock.
Well, the last time I was there were sections that were still there, but I need to go back by and take a look
So
to see
maybe
where,
Draw that part of the case, or that case, right? No?
no. We can comply it, but I would like to go back out
Now we're
just to
talking-
make sure, because there was a section that was still there.
Okay, okay. And then tell me about the seawall now. She's got forms here. They look like
Yeah.
they've been there a long time.
Yeah, that's hopefully, now, because we planning to pour by next week, so those forms that will be taken down and hopefully,
Here for a while, right?
yes, because it took probably 5 months for us to get back. It was a back and forth.
But you're
trying-
very close to getting it done.
Yes.
Yes, very close.
Done, so.
Done
that means
completely.
With the county, with the state,
Yes,
with the Army Corps.
everything.
And with the city.
Yes, now we're ready to pour. If the city issue the permit, it's because we already got everything else.
Exactly, that's what I would suggest too.
Another month?
Yes,
If they're gonna pour it, that should be time for inspection and wrap it up, right?
34 days?
Yes, that will,
4 days you come back, okay?
Yes,
And
I will
show
come
it's
back.
done, in compliance, life goes on.
that sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty.
So for the record, would you like me to read the second case and then we can just?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Yep.
So for the record, the second case, same address, 1812 Northeast 23rd Avenue, case number CE 20100030. Basically the same thing, but this one was for the actual seawall. And so same, we would request the same thing, 34 days
Okay.
and a mandatory reappearance.
Okay, then I will fines haven't started yet, but they're gonna start today, right? So I will suspend fines for 34 days pending the pour, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no fines will start.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I know you've had a hard time getting it done. Looks like a lot of work. I hope it looks as good as it seems it should look.
Yeah, hopefully the next
Is the
picture.
seawall going farther out than the one I see in the picture?
Yeah, in this area where you see, it was like almost 5 feet out, so, because it was some
and then are they-
cables on the ground there, so we cannot touch. So it was a little bit of complication.
And are they gonna
complicated.
build docks attached to that later or?
Yes, after the seawall is
Later.
complete, we do the dock.
Okay, with
Yes.
permits, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. Okay.
Yes, with permits.
Yes, with permit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Next case, page 34. Inspector Paulette DeGrosso. Case number CE 22110164, case address 1632 North Victoria Park, owner Claudia Roselle. This case was cited 11/8/22 to comply by 11/8/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good afternoon. Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on November 8th and cited for the following violation: 18-1, general nuisance. On 18-1, general nuisance, there is duck feeding at this property that is creating a public nuisance. On November 8th, I observed duck feeding on site. Seeds were left on the ground and several ducks were on site eating them. The owner's son, who was present, said the seeds were for birds, not ducks. He then shooed them into the street. I left to discuss with Supervisor Bass. My supervisor directed me to issue a citation for witnessing the feeding. Due to the impending storm that interrupted the following business day, the citation was not issued until Monday, November 14th. On Monday, November 14th, I posted the citation on the swale rather than the front door. On November 21st, I returned to find ducks were clearly eating seed again in the front yard. The deadline to appeal was November 29th, and on that day, shortly before noon, I observed ducks in the yard eating food provided to them on the ground. At 12:20 p.m. on November 29th, the city received email correspondence from the homeowner that she was appealing the citation, as no warning was issued and the citation was unfounded. However, a citation was previously issued on April 26th for the same violation. As a result of the homeowner's appeal, today's hearing was scheduled and notice was posted on site on December 7th. A pre-hearing inspection on January 5th revealed no ducks were evident at the time of inspection. No feeding was taking place. However, as I drove away, I saw several ducks across the street foraging for food. On January 9th, I received an email from the neighbor complaining of the activity, and he verified the duck feeding continues. In addition, he said he called the police department twice and received a rubber duck doing a vulgar act over the holidays with a note suggesting he should love his neighbor. I requested a copy of the police reports yesterday, but did not receive them in time for today's hearing. Therefore, the city requests the full imposition of the fine of $250.
Okay, there was an April violation. What happened to that? Is this all one violation?
Yes, Special Magistrate. The April citation was issued, I believe at the time, I spoke with the homeowner in person, and it was issued for 24 hours to stop feeding the ducks. I came back the following day and I closed out the citation because I didn't see evidence 24 hours later.
That's gone. We're dealing with the current fine now. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Yes, young lady, your name?
Hi, Your Honor. How are you? Your Magistrate. Ducks are constantly up and down the block. They actually come and sit the cars and watch the ducks come into my driveway as they're meandering up and down the street all day, every day, all day. Can't stop the ducks. The baby ducklings, there's a pond right up there. The neighbors constantly, only one neighbor complains. I don't have a problem with the ducks. I have bird feeders outside. I clean up excuse my language, I clean up their whatever mess, if there is any. Constantly have to spray down the yard. And I'm not feeding ducks, specifically ducks. And as far as the neighbor calling the police vulgar, I mean, it's so ridiculous with the ducks. I can't stop the ducks unless I poison the ducks. I put bleach on the floor. I've done all of that. I don't know what else to do. I have nothing against the ducks. I have birds that come up. I have the squirrels up there. I have squirrel feeders in there. I don't know what to do. I mean,
Well,
I just don't think it's, you know,
The one thing you can't do is leave
No,
food on the ground
right.
for anything.
All right. I
Cats,
mean,
birds, lions, tigers and bears, nothing.
so all people have
No
bird
feeding,
feeders.
nothing,
Okay.
including on the ground. You got bird feeders, I know squirrels get into that. but
Constantly.
That's bird feeders, but the ducks, and I know they can fly, but they're not gonna fly
They
up there.
fly.
But they won't fly up into a bird feeder.
They fly.
So this has got to stop. I know you're trying to do the right thing.
I
and you're-
am. I'm
you have a
trying.
heart. I get that. There's a lot of people that would agree with you, and there's a lot of people that
That
don't
don't.
agree with you.
And I
that's
get
why
that
there's a law.
also.
That's why there's a law in this city and many
But when they
cities.
say there's a nuisance, your magistrate, I mean,
It's a nuisance because
it's
of,
all over.
because they
not-
defecate everywhere.
I mean, there's a nuisance next door, the neighbor across the street. The ducks literally waddle from one house to the next house to the next house.
But they're on your
all
property
day.
eating. She's testified that there's stuff that they're feeding them, and they're eating from your property.
All right, so
So,
then, no
somebody's over
bird
there doing-
seeds. I will not put any bird feeders out. I'll put nothing out anymore.
Well, I don't have a problem with bird feeder. You just can't feed ducks
They
on the
can't-
ground.
Yeah, but the squirrels go into the feeders and
Okay, so
they flop
you're
onto
here
the
for a
ground.
fine, and she showed me that the fine is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, one time, $250 fine. If you need time to pay it, I'll give you time to pay it. But I don't want you to come back for this.
I'll be back.
Again, I know you're trying to be nice. I see your sign about watch out for the ducks. No,
Yes.
don't accommodate them because they're like cats or anything else that's feral. They'll come and they'll be there all the time. I know you're trying to help. You're not helping because
And I don't know, excuse me.
it's bad for the neighborhood. It's good for you.
The
but
neighborhood,
If you
bad
lived
for the
out in
neighborhood.
Ocala, you could do this. You don't. You live in Fort Lauderdale, an urban area where we have to get along with each other, with neighbors that are right next door. You cannot feed these anymore, okay?
I will not feed them anymore, yeah.
Okay, thank
And I
you.
will not send any more Christmas cards or any vulgar ducks, which I never did.
Christmas cards to ducks.
No.
No, they
May
don't,
I-
they don't write back anything.
I just think it's,
May I make an additional comment, please? There have been multiple complaints about this issue, and I know that she is saying that ducks roam the neighborhood,
They
but
do.
she has actively left water bowls out. I saw
excuse
her
me,
once
water bowls?
1 second, don't interrupt, please, and you can talk.
back in April or before. I started investigating this complaint back in December of 2021 because it came from the city manager's office. So there have been multiple complaints about this. At that time, I met with her son, who removed a water bowl from the yard where she has the tree with the landscape around, coping around it. So the bowl is gone. There was a bucket of water, but there continues to be seed left on the ground. And she should be aware that by imposing this $250 fine today, if it is discovered again, the fine increases. The next offense will be $500.
not a problem, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll take
yeah.
care of that.
Again,
And excuse me, the neighbors that keep complaining is one neighbor who happens to work for the city. So please,
but it doesn't matter if it's 1 or
Please.
30, ma'am.
it's the same neighbor.
Okay, but again,
You know, she's saying multiple neighbors.
I'm saying to you, there's an ordinance that you can't do.
I understand
I
you,
appreciate
magistrate.
the kindness of your heart, and so do the ducks, but the neighbors do not, and the city
That's
does not.
fine.
That's why cities reluctantly passed an ordinance, do not feed or water these animals.
No problem.
Okay, I don't want to see you back here. I don't need your money. I'd rather see you, go feed them at a park. or
I don't
something.
need to be here to spend my money.
Yeah, well,
Trust me.
exactly, but
Or
please.
the time. The reason I
Don't
paid
leave,
the time.
don't leave food out for them. You
because
know
of
what to
these
do to
people
avoid
here,
this, right?
Inspectors.
Okay,
Standing
That's-
there watching the ducks.
yes.
Thank you.
Denying the appeal. Thank you. Holy ducks.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg.
What page?
Case 47,
47, okay.
Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22060803, case address 1519 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner 1519 Northwest 8th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22, suspended 12/13/22 through 1/11/23. 4 sections complied at $50 per day, $3,800 accrued, and the city is requesting a full amount. This is in order to reappear.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Bernstein Sandberg, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22060803, property address 1519 Northwest 8th Ave. This property was first heard on October 27th, 2022. Special Magistrate ordered 28 days to comply. At Special Magistrate hearing December 13, 2022. An extension was granted for 29 days to comply. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition.
Okay, now did he fix his driveway, or was that an issue that's fixed?
This was the way it looked before, and then he.
And now it's been.
Correct.
It's been, paved, wheel stops are painted.
Yeah.
Lawn is fixed. Is everything in compliance?
Yes, correct.
Everything's in compliance, okay. But there's a fine of $3,800 total, right?
Well, yes, it ended up being, I believe, what was the total fine? 3,800.
So this is not here for.
Well.
It's ordered to reappear. Why is he here?
Well, before I continue, I just want to ask, what's her name?
Mr. Casper.
Do you waive your right for a Massey? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's to address the fines, Your
To
Honor.
address the fines.
So I would have the ability to do something with the fines if I chose?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
And the property owner or representative has waived his right to a Massey hearing, so we don't need to renotice and have him come back.
Okay,
We can resolve the fines today.
okay. So all these things are complied.
Correct.
How long did it take to get it done? 19 days? Is that the idea?
He can explain his situation as far as what took so long.
I'm looking at the fines. It's 19 days at $950 times 4 equals $3,800, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Shmuel Casper. I'm the owner of 1519.
It's an LLC though, so it's an investment property?
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to say some words, if I may, please. I hired a contractor in May of 2020 who did a lot of work on the property over the last 3 years. To date, I paid him more than $170,000, but only $130,000 of work has been completed. My contractor is in possession of $40,000 of my money for work that he was supposed to do, but has not done so. For the last 5 months, I've been calling and texting him to move forward with finishing the repairs, and he has not answered my phone calls, or he rarely answers my phone calls. He's been promising to do work and then doesn't show up. I have I have text messages, I have emails from him promising to complete the repairs, and he never did so. He promised more than 10 times that the Lime Rock Hill would be removed, but never did so. I personally paid extra money for someone to take away the porta potty, to remove the lime rock, to paint the walls and install and take care of the front door violations. In fact, I even went to Home Depot and I bought new doors, and he promised to pick them up and install them, and he never did so. And Home Depot actually refunded the order and took the doors back. So the last 5 months have been very difficult with my contractor. He owes me a lot of money and has not been doing what he's supposed to do so. I paid $35,000 to have the cast iron sewer pipes dug up and replaced. And then the big lime rock hill in front of the property was there to fill in the trenches. So the plumber used a small fraction of that lime rock and then left the remaining balance of it. And that's where the violation started. I can go on with my problems, but I'm sure your magistrate understands my situation by now.
No, I get it. It's,
Okay.
It's a duplex, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
As soon as I realized that the contractor was not going to keep his word and fix the violations, I acted right away and made contact with Code Officer Sambert and began to bring all the violations into compliance. I'm not exactly sure when the fine started, but I know that.
It shows December 13th. 25th of November, okay.
Okay, I know that there was a hearing that was supposed to take place in September, then the hurricane hit, so it was postponed, and then things took a lot longer than it was supposed to. But just for the record, I had to pay an extra $4,000 to paint the home, an extra $4,000 to pave the driveway, $1,600 to remove the lime rock hill in my front yard, and then because it destroyed the sod, an extra $800 for the sod. That's an extra $10,000 I had to pay, and on top of what the contractor,
Fine, this is a property you bought as an investment, so what you're doing is putting it the way it should be. It couldn't be like this picture here and remain that way with a porta potty and a pile of
oh,
rubble.
100%,
It had to be fixed.
100%, I
And it
agree.
makes your property better, and now
Right.
it's taxable and it fits
Right.
in very well with the neighborhood. So
Right.
that's appreciated.
Right.
The fine is what I'm here to look at, and I have the ability to look at the fine for you.
So if I may, just one final word. I'm just requesting, please, for the magistrate board to please be compassionate and remove all liens and fines on my property, if that's permissible. Thank you.
I don't think you have any liens yet on this property, right? No, you don't have any liens yet. So if the fines don't get paid, then they become a lien.
Magistrate?
Yes.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Senior Inspector Coyam for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to point out, even though the case was opened in June of 2022, you know, I've been with code for a while, and that property has looked like that for quite some time. I just wanted that for the record.
That's important to know. I need to know those kinds of things. So I
Yes.
encourage the inspectors to tell me those things.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I'm willing to give you,
If I may respond, please?
yes?
So, like I said, I've had a contractor who's had open permits on the property for years, and I believe he had his own internal permit licensing issues, which caused him to have to kind of leave the permits open on my property. And then because of this, he wasn't responding to my calls, and it turned into a hardship for me having to deal with his lack of movement on the file. So it has been like that for a while. However, you know, I've been on top of his case to get it done with. I'm sure Inspector Sambert sees the emails from my contractor, but they became less and less. And when I realized my contractor wasn't going to fix the problem, I stepped in and took over and acted right away
Okay,
upon
but,
it.
you know, but ultimately, as the owner, you were obligated to do that.
I understand.
And you stepped up and you did it. I'm sorry that you had to undergo this horrible thing with a contractor. We hear it all the time. I think every one of us has had to deal with a recalcitrant contractor that we're angry with. Sometimes we can't get justice out of them. You might want to go after their license, but that's for you to deal with. You, as the owner, were responsible to fix it. It's fixed. So there's a $3,800 fine. It lasted for a period of time, although some of it's not your fault. As the owner, you are ultimately obligated. I'm going to reduce it to one half of that.
Is it possible to reduce it to zero?
No, it's not, because of the time that was gone here for the people that had to live with this and look at this. It's an investment property. That's what you did. It's, you know, if it was homestead, I might have looked at it a different way, but it's an investment. You had to fix it. You did. And part of the investment is now I'm paying the fines for being dilatory or late in getting this done.
I understand your special magistrate.
Look, I'm not going to argue about this. I made a decision. That's
Right.
my
Can I just say one
decision.
more thing, please?
Yes.
Okay, so the contractor did have an open permit for plumbing. So because the permit was open for plumbing, that technically allowed him to do whatever work it took to have the plumbing completed. And part of that work was to have the limestone installed and then removed. So I'm getting a violation for something that the permit already approved to have allowed to take place on my property.
This is for 19 days at $9.50 a day times 4 violations. That's what this is for. Less than 3 weeks. So I'm giving you a break because it wasn't a long time, even though she said it persisted there for a long time. That's going into my ruling. I'm saying I'm giving you one half of this. If you want to appeal that and take it to the lien reduction process, you can do that. I'm not sure it's worth it for that kind of money, but that's your call. But that's my ruling. I've got all these other people waiting. I've got to move on. I appreciate what you've gone through, and I appreciate that you fixed it up because it looks really, really good. And so I commend you for that. But I can't, without this, with the period of time that's gone by here and the testimony, just reduce it to zero. I can't not do that.
One more thing, sir. Would it be possible to reduce it to the actual costs that the city incurred?
No. Okay, that case is over.
Thank you.
Are there any additional respondents for today's special magistrate hearing? If not, we will take a brief recess and convene at 1:20. The special magistrate hearing, page 1, case number FC 22090009, case address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, number 2.
Captain, the captain's not here right now. Oh, okay.
Yes, this case has been rescheduled. Page 2, case number FC 22090013, case address 812 Southwest 28th Street. This case is being rescheduled. Page 3, case number FC 22100004, case address 1135 Northeast 15th Avenue. This case is being rescheduled. Page 3, FC 22100005, case address 1108 Northeast 16th Terrace. This case is being rescheduled. Page 5, case number CE 22090765, case address 1116 Northeast 15th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Christopher Coles, Alex Cohen, Evan Tabor, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822. Inspector Paulette DeGrosso.
Good afternoon. Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This property was cited for exterior maintenance, 9-306. The exterior walls have not been maintained. Therefore, the city is requesting 21 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
Anybody here for this case? No? So ordered. Oh, okay, okay.
21 days or $50 per day thereafter.
So
Thank
ordered.
you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 22100026. Inspector's not here? Page 6. Are you going to present? Okay, we'll move on. Page 9, case number CE 22090675, case address 1131 Southwest 8th Avenue. Inspector Malika Murray, owner Charles Cipolla and Kim Marie Cipolla, posted at property 112122, posted at City Hall 122822.
Case number Inspector Murray with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. Good afternoon. Case number CE 22090675 for the address 1131 Southwest 8th Avenue. My first inspected this property on October the 2nd, 2022, and found that both the violations exist. We are asking for 10 days to bring the violations into compliance, or $25 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Special Magistrate and Madam Clerk.
10.
10 days
25.
and 25 per violation.
Violation.
There are 2 violations.
Blue.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22090594, case address 501 North 15th Way, posted at owner Jim 3 Houses LLC, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected on September 29. Following violation were observed: 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. Inspection report posted on the property, and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. Pre-hearing inspections reveal the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. City is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day. 28 days or a fine of $100 per day.
Okay, evidence accepted. Order, so ordered.
Next case, also page 13, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, Case number CE 22080906, case address 716 Southeast 16th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Reynald and Gladys LaRoche, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected on August 31st, 2022. Following violation were observed. 9-305B, landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained. There are potholes, stain, and deteriorating wheel stop and parking stripe that are faded. Inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. I have been in communication with the property owner. There has been a permit application on file for the paving of the installation of sidewalk concrete. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violations stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. City is requesting 62 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day.
Evidence accepted, so ordered.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22100333, case address 538 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner DeJour 531 LLC, posted at property 12822, posted at City Hall 122822.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property is in compliance, but there are recurring violations at this property, so I want to make sure that I put on the record 1812A complied. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 1908-2036 as finding of fact. 9-305A complied, recurring violation per case CE 1908-2036, finding of fact. 9-304B complied, recurring violation per case CE 1908-2036, finding of fact. 9-305B, this is a recurring violation per case 1908-2036, same owner, finding of fact. So the violation is in compliance. Just want to put on the record that it is a finding of fact and that the owner is aware that of the recurrent violations.
Okay, all findings of fact are approved.
Next case, page 18, case number CE 22080642, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case address 538 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Mark Leap Investments LLC, posted at property 122822, posted at City Hall 122822.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected on August 23, 2022. The following violations were observed: 1812A, overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property in swell of this vacant property. This is a recurrent violation per case CE 21020736 and CE 20040548. This has been an ongoing issue on this property as far as overgrowth, trash, and debris. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. City is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day.
Evidence accepted, so ordered.
Page. Page 6. Oh, okay. Page 6, Inspector Dorian Coloan, case number CE 22100269, case address 1115 Northwest 5th Avenue, owner Huizinga 115 Land Trust, posted at property 12722, posted at City Hall 122822.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Coloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale on behalf of Inspector Noel. Case number CE 22100269, case address 1115 Northwest 5 Avenue. This property was first inspected on October 12th, 2022, by myself, Senior Inspector Kaloyan, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 has been complied. 1812A has been complied. 9306 has been complied. 9308B has been complied. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing ground cover, including the swale area. And 184C has been complied. Inspector Noel conducted a pre-hearing inspection on January 7th, 2022. And he says the 9305B was still in noncompliance. So his request, or the city's request, excuse me, is for 34 days to comply or $50 a day thereafter. And I would like the pictures presented for the record.
So ordered, pictures accepted.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22110034, case address 2217 Northwest 19th Street, owner Les Immeubles Lovesque, Inc., posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 11/2, and the following violation was observed. 15-28 withdrawn, BCC 39-296. There is illegal land use occurring on this B3 property zone. The vacant lot is being used to store vehicles, RVs, trailers. In addition, the trailers are being used in the dwelling and the property. This is prohibited for B3 county zone properties per section 39-295. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case number CE 21100342. An inspection report was posted and mailed on 11/2/22. A notice of hearing was posted on 12/6/22. As per pre-hearing inspection on 1/8, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The property has been out of compliance for 68 days with the fine amount of $100 a day, a total amount of fines of $6,800. The city is requesting to impose these fines and continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22070656, case address 1760 Northwest 24 Terrace, owner Mary Willis Estate, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address to be removed from the property. 9-305A, there is growth of land. A 30-day extension was granted. Notice of hearing was posted in 12/6/22. As a pre-hearing inspection on 1/8/23, the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 91 days or $25 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 21.
51?
21.
Oh.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address. Oh, I'm sorry.
Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22090362, case address 2540 Northwest 19th Street, owner Divine Touch Investments, Inc., posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 9/14/22, and the following violations was observed. 9-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and swale. 9-305B, the landscape on this vacant lot is not being maintained on a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swell area. BCC 39-296, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. The vacant lot is being used to store vehicles and commercial trailers. This is prohibited use for this B3 county zone property as per section 39-295 per Broward County Zoning Code 39-296, prohibited uses. And use which is not listed and which by inference to listed in section 39-295 shall be prohibited. An inspection report was posted and mailed on 9/14/22. A reinspection was done on 10/23/22, notice of hearing posted on 12/6/22. As per pre-hearing inspection on 1/8/23, violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22070335, case address 408 Northwest 14th Way, owner FYR, SFR Borrower LLC, in care of Havenbrook Homes, posted at property 12/12/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good afternoon, Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case number CE 22070335, case address 408 Northwest 14th Way. This property was first inspected on July 14, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth and rubbish on the property and/or its swale. 9-308B, the roof is stained with dirt and has tree debris throughout the surface. The fascia and soffits are stained. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover as well as an accumulation of leaves throughout the entire property. 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way swale. 9-304B, the paved driveway at this property is in disrepair. The surface is uneven and/or missing pavers and stained with dirt. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $250 a day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22080281, case address 907 Northwest 12 Terrace, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Willie Clayton Mackey, posted at property 12/31/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate, Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly with the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2208-0281 for the property located at 907 Northwest 12 Terrace. The property is found in violation of 47-20.20.H. Their parking facilities are not maintained at this property. The surface is faded, cracked, and has oil stains, potholes, faded, striping, and the parking bumpers are discolored and dirty. The city is requesting 34 days to comply and $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Case number page number 23, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22080010, case address 2316 Northwest 6th Place, owner Kamani Christie Realty LLC, posted at property 12/6/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case number CE 22080010, case address 2316 Northwest 6th Place. Property was first inspected on July 23rd, 2022 as part of a neighborhood improvement project, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, and the gravel has weeds or grass growing throughout the surface. 9-304B, the gravel driveway of this property is not being maintained. There are weeds, grass growing throughout the surface, and it is not in a smooth and well-graded condition. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are damaged sections which are bent or leaning and not secured to the support posts. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day for each violation.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 23, page 24, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22080280, case address 1201 Northwest 1st Street, owner North Broward Hospital District, posted at property 12/6/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected by Inspector Quintero Jr. on August 9th, 2022. Following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 18-12A complied. 47-21.11.A, the landscape at this property and swell is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout the swell area. 49-19.5.8.7, the chain link fence at this RMM 25 zone vacant lot is not being maintained as required. The fence has missing support posts that's not attached. Inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. City is requesting 62 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
Evidence accepted, but I would suggest you have somebody call the hospital district real estate department,
I-
get it addressed.
Yes, I have been in communication with the person that's in charge of
We'll have
that.
to find another governmental agency when they can fix this.
No, they're aware of it and they're gonna get it done.
Okay, all right, and your evidence is accepted.
Thank you.
Page 25, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22090725, case address 1219 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case number CE 22090725, case address 1219 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on September 26, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.11.A is complied. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There is overgrowth of weeds throughout the surface. It has cracks and is faded. City is requesting 62 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day and a mandatory reappearance.
So ordered.
Page 26, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22090729, case address 1223 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case number CE 22090729, case address 1223 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on September 26, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.11.A is complied. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There is overgrowth of weeds throughout the surface. It has cracks and is faded. City is requesting 62 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day and a mandatory reappearance.
So ordered. Wilson, there's no need to repeat the address and the case number.
Okay.
We've already read it, so save a little time.
Okay.
Next case, also page 26, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22090712, case address 1217 Northwest 6th Street, owner Wright Dynasty LLC, posted at property 12622, posted at City Hall 122822.
Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, this property was first inspected on September 26, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, and balconies, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 47-21.11.A is complied. 47-19.5.E.7, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are not secured, bent and or leaning and missing. City is requesting 62 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 for each violation and a mandatory reappearance.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 26, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090223, case address 1440 Miami Road, owner 1440 Roque LLC, posted at property 121222, posted at City Hall 122822.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Rafael Santos, Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I inspected the property on September 8th, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 47-20.20.H. I observed potholes in the swell area of the parking facility that need to be filled in. An inspection report was issued and posted on September 8th, 2022. I re-inspected the property on October 8th, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted December 12th, 2022. A pre-hearing inspection on January 8th, 2023. The violation remains as depicted in the photograph. The city is requesting 91 days and $25 thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 27, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090303, case address 500 Southeast 18th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Brower House, Inc., posted at property 121222, posted at City Hall 122822.
I inspected Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I inspected the property on September 8th, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 47-20.20, parentheses H. I observed the parking facility to be faded in need of being black sealed. The striping is faded and needs to be restriped, and the wheel stops are dirty and in need of cleaning or painting. An inspection report was issued and posted on September 12, 2022. I re-inspected the property on October 13, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted on December 12, 2022. A pre-hearing inspection on January 8, 2023. The violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days and $25 thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 27, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 220800372, case address 508 Southeast 18th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Brower House Inc., posted at property 12/12/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the city of Fort Lauderdale. I inspected the property on August 11, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 47-20.20, parentheses H. I observed the parking facility to be in disrepair with holes and cracks, missing asphalt in some areas that need to be filled in. Parking facility is faded and needs to be black sealed. The striping is faded and need to be restriped. An inspection report was issued and posted on August 11th, 2022. I re-inspected the property September 14th, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted December 12th, 2022. Pre-hearing inspection on January 8th, 2023. The violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days and $25 thereafter.
So ordered.
Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22080369, 504 Southeast 18th Court, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Brower House Inc., posted at property 12/12/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
Rafael Santos, Code Compliance Officer for the city of Fort Lauderdale. I inspected the property on August 11th, 2022. The following violation was observed. 47-20.20, parentheses H. The parking facility is faded and needs to be black sealed. Parking facility has potholes and cracks that need to be filled in. The striping is faded and needs to be restriped. An inspection report was issued August 11th, 2022, and posted on the property. I re-inspected the property on September 14th, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted on December 12th, 2022. Pre-hearing inspection was done on January 8th, 2023, and the violation remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 63 days and $25 thereafter.
So ordered. Is Broward House a nonprofit? What is that? Do we know?
I don't know, but they're in contact with me, and they're in the middle of pulling their permits, and they're going to get it done.
Okay, they sound like a housing group or something. Okay. So ordered.
Page 29, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090051, case address 1320 Miami Road. Owners Richard Casarino and Lisa Pratt, posted at property 12/12/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
I inspected the property on September 2nd, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20, parentheses H. The parking facility is faded and in need of black seal. The striping is faded and in need of restriping. The wheel stops are dirty and need to be cleaned or painted. An inspection report was posted and issued on September 2nd, 2022. A re-inspection of the property on October 1st, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted December 12th, 2022. Pre-hearing inspection on January 8th, 2023. And the following, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 91 days and $25 thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 29 also, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22090194, 909 Southeast 14th Court. Owner LGG Real Estate LLC, posted at property 12/12/22, posted at City Hall 12/28/22.
I inspected the property on September 8th, 2022. The following violation was observed. 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. Portion of the fence is missing. Portion of the fence and gate are leaning. Missing slats, rotten support. Wood gate is leaning and broken. An inspection report was issued and posted on September 8th, 2022. A re-inspection of the property was conducted on October 7th, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted on December 12th, 2022. Pre-hearing inspection was performed on January 8th, 2023. The violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days and $50 thereafter.
And so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Page 35, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22100743, case address 4345 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner Michelle Lay. This case was cited 10/24/22 to comply by 11/8/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $11,400 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
You should just be reading. That's just reading. Oh, okay, that's fine. I wanted to make sure, that's all. Yeah.
What? Oh, impose. What she said.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 22100916, case address 3427 Gulf Ocean Drive, owner Poster to Remember LLC. This case was cited 10/31/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $6,000 accrued. City is requesting full amount.
Impose.
For the record, you also need to read on both of those cases that no appeal was received.
No appeal was received for the previous two cases. Next case, page 36, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22100303, case address 1207 Cordova Road, owners Del Carpio, Gallegos, Cesar Piero, Diana Ceres, Santalea. This case was cited 11/10/22 to comply by 11/25/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and no appeal received.
Impose.
Page 37. Oh, this person did show up. Okay. Page 36, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22100754, case address 1015 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner 2013 Navada LLC. This case was cited 10/21/22 to comply by 11/5/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,400 accrued. City is requesting full amount, no appeal received.
So oppose.
Page 37, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22100848, case address 25 Southeast 12th Avenue, owner 23 Southeast 12th Avenue LLC. This case was cited 10/26/22 to comply by 11/10/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,600 accrued. City's requesting full amount, no appeal received.
Impose.
Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 22100546, case address 2606 Grace Drive, owner Josh and Vivian Zomel. This case was cited 10/15/22 to comply by 10/30/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $10,600 accrued. City is requesting full amount, no appeal received.
So impose.
Page 39. Okay. Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 22100572, case address 1501 Southwest 5th Court, FGF Investments LLC. This case was cited 10/15/22 to comply by 10/16/22. One section is complied as of January 9th at $250 per day for a total of $6,000. City is requesting full amounts and the fines continue to accrue. It's complied, no appeal received.
So impose.
Page 39, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22100719, 709 Southwest 4th Avenue, 1 through 3, owner CSB7 LLC. This case was cited 10/19/22 to comply by 10/20/22. One section complied at $500 per day for an accrual of $1,000. City is requesting the full amount, no appeal received.
So impose.
Page 41, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22100566, case address 3051 Northwest 19th Street, owner MNS Investment Properties LLC. This case was cited 10/15/22 to comply by 10/15/2022. One section complied at $500 per day, $2,000 accrued. City is requesting full amount, no appeal received.
Impose.
Page 42, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22100567, case address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, owner Prasad USA Property Holdings LLC. This case was cited 10/15/22 to comply by 10/17/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $500 accrued. City is requesting full amount, no appeal received.
Impose.
Page 42. Okay, case number CE 22060721, case address 1429 Southwest 19th Street, owner Riverside Breezes Condo Association. We're requesting to vacate the final order of 9/13/22 and close.
So ordered.
Page 43, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 1909-0719-2601, Acacia Court, owner Carolyn Williams. We're requesting to vacate the final order for violation 9308B, ordered on 12/5/19, and vacate the order imposing fine for violation 9308B, ordered on 3/12/2020.
So ordered for both.
All right, the city is requesting to enter pages 48 and 49 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, accepted.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for January 11, 2022.
Good afternoon and welcome to the lien reduction special magistrate hearing for January 11th, 2023. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Okay, you can have a seat.
And if you have cell phones or anything that makes noise, make sure you please turn it off for us so we're not disturbed. Thank you.
First case is on page 2. Case number CE 20080483, case address 1603 Southwest 30th Avenue, owner RKR Prime Enterprises LLC, total lien amount $4,050, administrative costs $870.74, and the city is requesting $2,000.
Good afternoon, Diego. Do you swear to truthfully translate from English to Portuguese and from Portuguese to English?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Can you ask him to state his name, please?
My name is Richard Seixas.
Nós compramos um terreno e os homeless, jogavam lixo dentro do terreno o tempo todo. A grama cresceu um tempo. Quem a gente contratou para fazer o landscape sumiu. A gente depois assumiu uma empresa e agora desde 2021 é feito todo mês e não teve mais reincidente de problemas nenhum.
Okay, Your Honor. He explained to me that he bought this vacant lot for investment purposes. At the time, the lot was fencing, but the homeless, it was using to dump trash and then go over the fence and do stuff. And he was, at first, he was not aware of it. There was a company that he was hired to maintain the property, but the company was not doing their job. So he actually got a new company that is doing the maintenance right now in the property. As well, he allegates whenever the letters was sent to him, he did not receive directly. For some reason, the letters was received by his accountant, and the accountant did not notify him until later that it was already the process was going through. So he's just requesting, if the city could either pardon him for the fees or reduce more. And right now, as he is actually taking care of the property.
Well, what address did he use for notice?
Qual endereço que você tinha para notificação?
Era de contador que fez a abertura da empresa.
It was for the accountant who actually opened the business for him.
Okay, so he's responsible for the accountant.
Você é responsável pelo contador. Now he knows about that.
Okay. All right, let me take a look here.
Ele vai dar uma olhada nos papéis.
Well, he's offered 2,000, and that's what the city requested, so that's acceptable. That includes the cost? Yes. It does, right? Right. Okay.
Incluindo tudo é 2.000. Você quer pedir menos? Não, era 4, então eles estão reduzindo para 2.000.
Isso.
Accepted?
Isso.
Se ele puder reduzir mais, ok, mas
Okay, so
Be reduced and the city's and the applicant's offer is accepted.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll accept his offer. The lien will be reduced to the 2,000 that he offered, and the city is willing to accept. How much time does he need to pay it?
Ok, então a cidade ele aceitou a sua oferta de $2.000. Quanto tempo você precisa para poder pagar?
2 dias, no máximo. 2 dias.
2 dias? Certeza, não precisa de mais?
Não.
Okay, he's saying 48 hours, 2 days to pay.
So 30
Okay,
days?
So we'll say 30
30
days
days, 30 days.
to give him plenty of time to do it and tell him thank you for his help in getting it resolved. It's all these cases are all complied, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to jump into, can I talk about if it's not paid within a certain amount?
It reverts.
Right. One more thing, Diego, if you just want to let him know, and for everybody that's here, my name is Monique Drake. I'm the administrative assistant. The amount that is ordered and the time frame that it's ordered within, you do have to make payment within that time. Otherwise, the lien will revert back to the original amount. Okay?
And not subject to further lien reduction, most importantly.
Next case, also on page 2, case number CE 210600968, case address 1628 Southwest 3rd Avenue, owner Wayne and Kathy Schofield, total lien amount $5,250, administrative cost $1,517.47. The city is requesting $1,600.
I believe we've offered to pay the 1,000.
Okay, the city request is for 1,600. It's only a few $100s less than what you're offering. You're willing to pay the $1,600?
We'll pay the 16.
Okay, so we'll reduce the lien to that amount and accept the $1,600, and you would pay within 30 days, or it reverts back to the original amount, so, okay?
Yes.
Okay,
30
thanks so much.
days sufficient?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you so much for coming down. Thanks for being patient.
Next cases are going to be on page 4 and 5 for the same address. First case is CE 2207056, case address 2140 Northeast 56th Street, owner 2140 Northeast 56th Street, FL LLC, total lien amount $1,400, administrative cost $486.78. City is requesting $560. The appeal deadline was 8/12/22, no appeal received.
Okay, this is for 2100 Northeast 45th?
This is for 2140.
Yeah, you can read that.
Yeah, you might as well do all three of them.
Okay. The next case is on page 5, case number CE 220900187, case address 2140 Northeast 56th Street, owner 2140 Northeast 56th Street, FL LLC, total lien amount $500, administrative cost $289.46. The city is requesting $275. Appeal deadline was 9/22/22, no appeal received.
All right, let me go back to it. So I'm on 2100 Northeast 45th Street for case 176? First?
No, 2140. At the bottom.
At the end of the, end,
The top.
okay, okay. All right, once is withdrawn, that's gone, right?
That's the violation. That one violation of withdrawal.
Just the first violation, Your Honor, was withdrawn. The second
So
component of,
which one am I on is my question. What page and what number?
Page 4.
This one?
That one and this one, not this one. So this one here,
Right,
this one here.
okay.
One
Oh,
violation was withdrawn, the other one.
okay, but am I ruling on this one?
Yes.
No.
Oh, okay. Not on the violation.
All right, so that's not gone. And the other one is this small one for trash? Okay. Yes, your name?
Lorena Franco.
Okay. So the city's got almost $300 in costs. You offered $100. The city is seeking $275. You're not that far apart. I'm going to require that you pay the city the $275.
275.
Okay?
The total for both?
That's. Oh, I do? Okay, that's for the one case.
Okay.
That's for the case that was $500
Okay.
outstanding, so that's $275, okay? Then the other case, which was a $1,400 lien,
Correct.
you offered $300. City is seeking $560.
Right.
And the city has to get its costs back. And its costs are $486.78. When I say the city has to get its costs back, this is the amount of money the city paid to process the case so that the taxpayers are not paying for it. If the violation occurred, and all these cases are violations, then the applicant, the violator, has to pay those. So I will round that off to $500
$500.
for that one, okay?
Noted.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
the lien will be discharged, and that'll be the amount, due within 30 days.
30 days.
Okay?
30
Thank
days
you.
for both?
Yes, for both.
So it's 275 and 500.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
30.
Next case is going to be on page 3. Case number CE 16031301, case address 2100 Northeast 45th Street, owner Elite Property Development, MA LLC, total lien amount $99,200, administrative cost $1,140.08. The city is requesting $19,840.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
So there's actually 3 cases, but as you can see from the thing, I bought this home with the liens already in place. I then rehabbed the home within 4 months of owning it. It's now,
Can you state your name for the record, please?
oh, I'm sorry about that. Carl Juiced?
Okay, but you bought it as an investment,
Yes,
and you knew about the liens.
I did.
So you knew when you bought it, it was almost $100,000 in liens.
I did, yes, and I spoke to the city multiple times prior to see if we'd be able to try and figure something out if I bought it, and they said yes in most cases.
Okay. Well, your offer is unfortunately too low of $1,000. I'm not going to accept that. The city's costs alone were $1,140.08. The city nearly wants $20,000.
I didn't incur any of those costs. I got
When you bought the property, you bought the package. That's what you bought. You bought it with subject to the liens. The liens were 100.
I would be more than willing to cover the city's costs if that's okay.
No, it's got to be more than that. It's going to have to be more than that. So I will reduce it to 10,000 plus 1140.
I won't be able to pay that, so.
You'll have time to pay it, and otherwise it goes back to 99,000. What do you want to do? You bought it as an investment. City had to live, all these people live with this before you bought it. This driveway, maintained duplex, the roof was a mess.
Right.
The fence was a mess.
It was like that for years,
And occupied
yes.
without, people were occupying it without water and sewer in there.
Right.
So
I owned it. Once I owned it,
once you bought it subject to the liens.
I did,
That's
yes.
the deal. You knew what you were getting into. So you could walk away here and pay $100,000. I'm giving you an offer to pay 1/10 of that.
And-
If
and
that's
is
not
that-
acceptable, that's not acceptable, but that's what the offer is.
Was there money escrowed for the liens
No, nobody.
at closing?
No, of course not. They didn't give me anything. I just figured that when I talked to the city, they said, oh, we'd probably be willing to do it for what we incurred the cost as. So,
Well, I don't have anybody here saying that to me.
We.
We're not saying that, right? No.
no, yeah, that
No
was
one's saying that.
4 months ago when I bought the home.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, that is my proposal, and that's all.
Can you meet me toward, so this, you're saying
I've already
10
gone from 20,000 that the city's requesting to one half of that.
Right.
Which they're not going to be
And
particularly.
this is for there's 3 cases here, all in one. That's,
It's for 2100 Northeast 45th Street, right?
yes, sir, but it says, case ending 01, 76, and 53.
I'm only doing just one case now, aren't I?
Yeah, we're working on one case at a time.
I'm working on the one case now. The other one is a small case. We'll read out that in a minute. This is the one for 99,000 that is owed now.
If I could do it for 5, I can afford that.
I'm not going to negotiate with you. It's a take it or
Okay.
leave it deal. You don't want it, it goes back to
Okay,
99.
that's fine. And then what's the time frame?
How
to
much
pay?
time do you need?
A long time. I mean.
Can you pay it over time? 6 months, you can pay it over 6 months.
Sure.
Okay, so it'll be $11,140.08 due within.
What's that extra 1,000?
It's 10,000 for the base, and then the costs of the city are 1140.08. Total, 11,140.08. 11,140.08
Okay,
in 6 months.
Okay.
If it's not paid, it goes back to the 99.
gotcha.
Again, you bought it subject to this, knowing this, you took a crapshoot, you could be here and still end up paying $100,000.
I mean,
Now you're
I'm
even-
never
excuse
gonna
me,
pay
excuse me.
$100,000.
Well,
I mean,
you-
I could just, just keep
Then
it.
then it would just remain on there as a
That's
lien.
fine.
Yeah, well.
I
that-
mean,
th-
I'd
it-
rather it not. I'd rather take care of it and pay you
This
guys.
gives you an opportunity to take care of it and get rid of it.
I mean, it kinda does, but I don't have that type of money, so.
Well, it's an investment that you bought. How much did you pay for it?
600 and something
I- I
thousand.
think
$750,000.
I think you have enough money to cover this.
What, that was a loan, obviously, I
Well,
didn't buy it cash.
I'm just telling you, the people before you, when you bought it, left it like this mess. You
And-
bought
and
their
I
mess.
Made it gorgeous. I mean.
Sorry?
And I made it gorgeous.
What
I
is it?
made the property gorgeous. So. the
Oh, well, that's great, but you bought it for an investment. This is the price you pay for part of the investment.
All right, great.
Okay. I mean,
Thank you.
I'm trying to get what it costs for the city, and the time that the neighborhood had to put up with this is a cost for this. And not 100, it's 10, which is
Right.
even less than the city wants me to do. That's the offer. You accept that?
I accept it, yes.
That's the order.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 16070176, case address 2100 Northeast 45th Street, owner Elite Property Development, MA LLC, total lien amount $15,000, administrative costs $765.95. The city is requesting $3,000.
Okay. This is for not being at, same owner, same property, but not being connected to the water. This is before your time, right?
Of course.
Okay. All right, so the city's requesting, again, cost of $765. City requests $3,000. I would propose $1,500 to settle it completely.
I mean, we're not bargaining, you said, so.
I'm not
I have to
gonna,
accept what
I'm
you
not here
said.
to bargain. I'm
Okay.
here to try to
Let's
settle
do
these
it.
cases. People don't like it. It's $15,000 lien brought down to way less. And The
Right.
city wanted $3,000. So I'm doing less than what the city's asking me to do.
So, Your Honor, just a couple points of clarification, because this is a little curious to me. We deal with title companies on a daily basis, and I've really, I mean, this is a very unusual circumstance based on my experience. Title companies typically never allow a sale to close with, hundreds of thousands of dollars in liens without something in escrow.
Right.
In this case, and it was through a purchase through a warranty deed, not even an as-is purchase, the current property owner has said there's been no monies escrowed for it, but all three of these cases today were actually opened under the prior owner, but they were complied under the prior owner as well. This current property owner didn't comply these cases. So it's just, I don't know, just a point of reference for Your Honor.
That was very weird to us as well, and allegedly it follows the old property owner, not the property.
No, it follows the property.
Well, I spoke with the woman, I don't think it was Monique, but I've spoken with her, but there was a woman with the name Dee Darcy or something, or some other woman in the code enforcement department said that it follows the owner, whatever that gentleman's name was. And then we kept.
It's tied to the property, not the owner. I don't care what they told you, but that's not true. It follows the
Well,
property,
it doesn't
and it's
come up on
attached to the
It
property.
doesn't come up on a title search, it comes up on a lien search only.
Right. Exactly.
So you can transfer a title of the property with that.
Again, my experience of
Oh, mine too. I totally agree. I've been doing this for a
6
long.
years, title companies rarely allow properties to close.
And that's why we called like 20 times your office.
Yeah, it's curious to me, that's all.
Are we okay with my proposed order?
Yes, sir, I mean, like I said,
It's
just,
unusual, yeah.
yeah, it's just very unusual.
It's usually money there to satisfy it,
Correct.
and they would get the balance of whatever was not used.
Well, and arguably, I mean, could be a claim against the title insurance policy. There's a warranty deed. If the warranty deed doesn't show any exceptions for liens, you may have a claim against the title insurance.
I would hope so, because I'm not gonna be able to, I'm gonna have to
It's
figure something out to pay these.
just very bizarre to me.
Okay, well, that's the offer.
Is that your order, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's the order, and that's with 30 days to do that one.
Can you extend that? Can we just keep them all
How
the
much,
same?
how much do you need?
I need to come
Months
up
for
with
that?
all of this. I had $3,000 in reserves as I put on the
Okay.
thing.
We do that for 6 months and just tie these all together?
It's your ruling.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll do them all together.
Okay.
6 months.
Great.
Don't forget, they go back to the original, and they can't come back for any other reduction if not timely paid.
Gotcha.
Okay. And there's one last one, right?
Yes.
Okay, next case is also on page 4, case number CE 16072153. Case address 2100 Northeast 45th Street, owner Elite Property Development, MA LLC. Total lien $8,100, administrative costs $811.42. The city is requesting $1,620.
I will round that down to $1,500, so it covers the city's costs and a small amount for what the neighborhood went through. Even though you didn't do it, that's the way you bought it. So,
I mean, we can't get that down to.
No.
I mean, we're paying 3 separate liens.
the
for
answer is
property.
no.
Okay, then I accept it.
Okay. Okay, I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm trying to get I think is fair for the city and the people who live and work here, including this neighborhood. I know it looks nice now, but that's when you bought it, that's what you bought it for. And you spent a lot
Did
of
you
money.
guys return that money to the neighbors?
The neighborhood now gets an improvement, which should have been done before you. I'm not here to argue about it. You want to argue about it? I'll go back to the
No, I
99,000.
was asking, you were talking
The
about.
answer is no.
Right, and I already said I accept
It
it.
improves the neighborhood. That's the intent of it. We're done talking. Thank you.
Great, I'm all set.
You are.
Have a great day.
You too.
Next case, page 5, case number CE 100202129. Case address 3015 North Ocean Boulevard, number 18L. Owner Maria Walsh. Total lien amount $112,890. Administrative costs $1,884.70. City is requesting $33,867.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name?
Nicholas Walsh,
Okay. And who is Maria?
my mother.
Okay.
It's her primary residence.
She still lives there?
She recently sold it with
Okay.
the escrow for this amount of lien.
112,000 is escrowed?
Correct.
Okay. How much did she sell it for?
I think we netted approximately 380,000.
Okay. Well, you've offered $100, which is not acceptable. The city's got $1,884.70 in costs alone for this, and the city requests $33,867. So I'm willing to reduce that to, how long did this last? Do we know, ladies?
Can I just point out, though, that we were net, and if there was evidence to the contrary to this, I'd love to hear it because my mother's pretty religious about her mail. So she basically got no notice that the lien was in existence or that there was a fine accruing. So as soon as we got notice via the sale process, and then we discovered the lien, see, the issue was that there was a window in the apartment that was not according to code. And so we negotiated with the HOA for them to pay for it to replace it the way that it was. And after reaching that agreement with them, we sort of didn't do anything further. We thought we were all set. We didn't hear anything else about it. And then when we went to sell it some 10 years later, the existence of this lien revealed itself. And this, again, is sort of primary residence. And I think I have pretty evidence about the fact that the condition was repaired shortly thereafter, where the incident was discovered. The condition was replaced. There's minutes in the board meetings from the HOA showing that the condition was remedied, and these minutes are dated March of 2012. So the violation was cured by the HOA, more or less contemporaneous with its discovery. And then, we were never informed, and I don't know what the policy is with homesteads, whether they're not noticed with any frequency, but she's been there, obviously 10 years, primary address, and, she's looking for another apartment place because various issues, but when we went ahead and sold this, that's when we first discovered the lien. So that was the reason that it's been sort of in existence for that long.
Okay.
A couple of things, Your Honor. One, the violation was a little bit more than that. It was actually for cutting an opening
In a
into
wall.
into the existing concrete wall and putting glass in that was not in
Like
compliance.
making a new window where there's not supposed to be one.
Correct, and the glass was not in compliance with our required high-velocity zone
Right.
areas. If I could just look at the file for a minute.
Sure.
The lien reduction section of the code does state that it's not an opportunity to rehear the case in
Right,
terms
I
of
understand
notice.
that.
However, looking at the files, we have certified mail that was unclaimed to Maria Walsh at the address and the unit number.
Can I ask, is that this address, the 3015, was it sent there?
Yes. 3015?
North Ocean Boulevard, 18L?
Yes, sir.
Was it signed for by?
It was unclaimed,
Unclaimed.
which means she didn't pick it up. That's still valid notice under 162. All of the orders and notices reflect
So that was
That
just
it-
the one notice given?
that
They
it
get
was
posted to on the door,
it's posted on the door.
per unit door.
Again,
In
another
addition,
note,
and then they put it
another
in the
notice,
paper too, right?
another notice in the file, 301, same address, unit 18L.
To her.
Yes, yes, sir.
Address, I mean, time, date?
This is back in 2011, unclaimed.
At the final hearing that took place, and there's records in the notes saying the inspector talked to the HOA saying that they had agreed to do it. And that was subsequent to 2011. That was 2012 when that occurred, I believe, if I'm reading the form right.
Picture of the posting on the unit, Your Honor?
But just in terms of the calendar, the sequencing. I have the,
Another certified mail, unclaimed, same address,
Like, she didn't like to pick up this mail, apparently.
same unit.
How old is she?
she's 84.
Okay, well, she would have been 74 then.
Yeah.
So, yes, Your Honor, the,
Can I ask how many certified mails were sent
no,
over the?
I'm
We've
not
been
going,
through 3 so
I mean,
far.
right, exactly, I'm going through the file, and there's postings. And again, Your Honor, this is not an opportunity to hear notice.
I'm not hearing the case again or about notice, I agree.
Can I ask, wasn't the records by the inspector saying that the building had agreed to fix it, wasn't that in there after those notices were delivered? I'm only speaking to the point where they were, after, she thought she was dealing with it because we had talked to the inspector, and I was involved peripherally through this, but we had talked to the inspector, and the inspector had talked with the HOA, and he confirms in some of his history there that the building had agreed to take it over, and that's subsequent to the notices I think you're referring to.
So in addition, not that we're belaboring this notice, because clearly the file is has
Replete with
all, replete, thank you, is the word I was searching for. But then there was an attorney that appeared at a code enforcement board hearing on August 23rd, 2011, and he was sent additional notice. But the property owner, who's ultimately responsible, as we know, under 162 Florida statutes, was still receiving notice of the final orders. Maria A. Walsh, 3015 North Ocean Boulevard, Unit 18L.
And not claiming but they were
Correct.
posted on the door.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna reduce it to $20,000.
We'll accept that.
Okay.
Could we have
How much time you want?
60 days?
You have it. 60 days, 20,000. If not, it reverts.
Next two cases are on page 1 for the same address. Case number CE 09081571, case address 1026 through 1030 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner Harry Marcelin Estates, total lien amount $104,350. Administrative costs $1,363.95. The city is requesting $41,740. Also for that property, case number CE 130700305, case address 1026 through 1030, Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Harry Marcelin Estates, total lien amount $1,400, administrative costs $535.95. The city is requesting $560.
Okay, who's who here?
I'm Thomas Medico.
Yeah, I'm sorry, who are you?
Thomas Medico.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm just power of attorney for him.
Power of attorney?
Yeah.
For this estate?
Yes.
Were you the personal representative?
Yeah, I'm trying to help him, yeah.
Okay, and you are?
Hello, my name is Harry Marcel, and I'm the personal representative of the estate.
Okay, okay. So the first one, you know that the lien is $104,000 and you're offering $100? That is clearly not going to be acceptable. So the city feels that $41,740 is fair. Why is that not fair?
Well, from what I understand is that we went for the lien reduction and there was a program. And if we replaced the parking lot in that program, and we had cleaned up the back where they requested. I got some photos here. Or we did that, it cost us $7,500 just for the parking lot.
Well, those are things you had to do anyhow to comply the case. You couldn't even come here
Right, well,
unless that was done. I'm more concerned about how long did this last? Do we know? It's a strip store mall, or a strip store, as I recall.
It's a small free store.
The parking lot was out of compliance for 4,346 days.
That's a long time.
With, and for full disclosure, the fines were suspended for 172 days of that 4,346 days due to COVID.
All right, so a total number of days out of compliance, not forgiven, is still under 4,000, right?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Divided by, that's about, how many years is that? 8? More than that, right?
Yeah, I should be.
1 second.
Okay.
How many years?
So, 4, 3, 4, 6 minus.
13 years? Long time, guys.
We understand that, but what happened was his father passed away a little over a year. They were left with the property. They couldn't afford the property. And
Well, this is from way back. His father was alive when this was
that's
going
when his
on.
I know, but his
And
father
he was
didn't
getting
take care of
income from tenants.
We understand that, but his father, you know, he's in a situation, it's the problem. Because they were left their property, they can't afford it, you know, and, so they got it sold, right? But they can't close it with the liens on it.
What's the selling price?
The selling price is $450.
$450.
We have 475 in our records.
Yeah, I saw 475 in the records. Why does it say 475?
I'm sorry, I believe you're correct.
475? So it's going to close if you can resolve the liens, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I will reduce it because of this long-standing way this appeared. This is just for this one case, to $25,000. That'll include the city's costs of $1,363.95 for the time they spent on it, and then the time of having it look like this
Yes, sir.
for the recycling, patching, all that period of time that affected this neighborhood and other people's values. It devalued other people's property. He was alive to take care of it. I don't know why he didn't do it, but this is the price you pay at this point, and it's not $104,000. It's $25,000. So it's
20?
I'm not negotiating.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, $25,000. How much time do you want? You don't even need much time. It's just
No, we wanted to pay it.
okay. You'll pay it out of the proceeds. So 30 days.
We want to pay it before the proceeds.
30 days.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, 30 days out of the sale proceeds. Okay, 25,000 even.
Sorry it was left like that, sir.
We're getting resolved, but it's been taken care of now and it's getting bought, right? And in the second case, we have another case that's related about the broken window. Let's call that case. Oh, you read that one too? Okay, so for the second case, this is very minimal. The lien was $1,400, city cost $535.
It was only out of compliance, Your Honor, for 28 days.
Okay. City offered, requested $560. Let's settle that for $500,
Yes, sir.
okay?
That'll be 25,500.
That's correct, for two cases combined,
Okay.
within 30 days, okay?
Thank you so much. I
All
appreciate
right.
it, sir.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Monique.
Next case is on page 2, case number CE 14090997, case address 1731 Southeast 15th Street, number 613. Owner, John Weiner, Revocable Trust. Total lien amount, $127,500. Administrative costs, $279.26. The city is requesting $12,750. They also have another case on page 3, case number BE 20060094, case address 1731 Southeast 15th Street, number 613. Owner, John Weiner, Revocable Trust. Total lien amount, $22,750. Administrative cost, $1,185.55. The city is requesting $4,550.
Gentlemen, who are you?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mark Lopez. I'm a state certified general contractor representing the owner, John Wenner.
I'm John Winter, the resident owner.
I want to thank the board and the magistrate for hearing our case today. We were scheduled to have our hearing last month, but unfortunately,
Close the microphone.
unfortunately, we were understood that there was a member of the board that had passed away.
Correct.
And we want to offer our condolences to him, and we want to thank you for the good work that you all do.
Thank you. Okay, for the first case, you've offered a pretty decent offer of $6,800. City wants double that. I'm gonna go in the middle here. City costs are very, very nominal, $300 or less. But let's settle that case for $9,000 even. Okay? Payable when?
30 days would be great.
9,000 in 30 days. Got that? Yes, for case 997, it'll be a settlement of 9,000 even, payable within 30 days. Okay,
Thank you.
that includes the city cost. Then the next case, which is related for permits for the remodeling of kitchen and other general remodeling, that had a lien of 22 and change, a cost of 1185 of the city. Your offer is 1130. The city wants 4550. I would offer to settle that one for 3500.
Thank you.
Okay? 30 days?
Please.
All right, so ordered.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next case is on page 1. Case number CE 22060733, case address 1131 Northeast 12th Avenue. Owner, Makaza LLC. Total lien amount $4,000. Administrative cost $499.48. The city is requesting $2,000. Appeal deadline was 7/22/22, and no appeal was received.
So I'm still able to do something with this, though, because it's a lien reduction. Even though there's no appeal received, I can still modify the amount? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think you should be paying less than, you offered 500, the city wants 2,000?
Good
Vacation rentals, I
afternoon,
don't know if you were here earlier, but I take vacation rentals extremely seriously, and I'm very strict about them because
Yes.
of their effect on neighborhoods. So why would I reduce this down to, it's 4,000 that you owe,
Yeah.
that's the lien, city's offered to take half of that. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, in the lien reduction, good afternoon, everybody.
Your name is?
Maria Torres.
Okay,
I'm the owner of the property. It's my first investment in Fort Lauderdale. And I received a notification on July 7th, and I completed the application. It was my first time going through the process, so I didn't know what I was doing. However, I called the city, everybody helped me, and I was able to submit the application on the 12th. And when I received the application denial on August 13, one of the requirements for the application was to remove the sign that I had in Airbnb. So I contacted Airbnb, but I couldn't put the sign down because I already had people scheduled for their vacation. And if I did that, they would not have any place to come. I did not get any money from them yet, but I didn't want to ruin their vacation that they have programmed with me. So I put the sign on pending, which did not allow anybody to keep seeing it or being able to book it with me.
Yeah, but
And
the
I
fact
have
that
that
you, the fact that you have
screenshots
it
and
on,
everything.
the fact that you have it online is the problem.
Right, but it
Posting
wasn't online anymore. Once you go, so Airbnb gives you 3 different status that you can have. If you remove the sign, you as an investor wishing to make money, if you remove it, you impact everybody that is already booked with you in the future. You take them out from the bookings, right? I didn't want to do that so I was providing a service to these guests. So the second is to have it as pending, and it hides the sign or being online for anybody to book anymore. And I did that, and I had that as a proof that nobody was able to even see it online anymore, right? And the other one was obviously active, which it wasn't anymore. The status was pending or hiding, whatever that was with Airbnb. So anyway, from the moment I purchased the property to today, I'm in negative revenue. I pay high interest on the mortgage. I have to pay property taxes. The insurance on the property is high because it's a 1950 property, and the electrical panels are old. I've done whatever I could to keep up with the neighborhood. I keep up with the maintenance of the property outside. I painted outside. I cleaned the roof. I pressure washed the windows. So, I've done whatever I could, but I have financials that I can support that I don't have any money from the property.
Investment.
I don't have a job. This is my only thing.
Okay,
So,
well, then you're leasing it out to make money from it on a daily.
and I don't make any money.
Well, then you need to get somebody that helps you make money with it. But it's only $4,000. The city only wants half of that, and the city's costs alone are $500. So I will offer to sell it for $1,500.
Okay.
Okay.
And
How much time do you want?
probably 60 days.
60 days is fine.
Okay.
Don't
60
forget
days
if it
from
goes,
then,
it
from
goes
today?
back if it's not paid.
Yeah, no, I understand. 60
$1,500
days from
within 60
today's date?
I'm sorry?
60
Yes,
days from today's date.
today,
Okay.
right? Yes.
Okay.
2 months.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Last case is on page 2, case number CE 22060713, case address 1405 Southwest 20th Street. Owner Anina Bellini. Total lien amount $15,200. Administrative cost $690.14. The city is requesting $7,600. Appeal deadline was 7/16/22 and no appeal received.
Okay, your name?
Enina Balani.
Okay. So your offer is way too low to settle this case. When you owe 15,000, you're only offering less than 500. So I'm going to have to give a better price than that. City wants $7,600. Why can't you pay that?
I don't have that money, Your Honor, and I can explain. Like from June to November, I have had no income on this property. It's not been there, and I can show you that.
But you bought this property, right? You bought it.
Yeah, I did.
And if I
when
have to look how
found
much you
the
paid for, how much did you pay for it?
530K.
Oh, that's a lot of money where I come from for an investment property. So you must have had some money somewhere, got a mortgage.
Of course, I got a mortgage.
Yeah, well, again, but it's an investment property that makes money. So,
I didn't bought it as an investment. I bought it as a first-time owner, and then we decided to turn it into an investment because we had like.
okay, well, it's an investment now, right?
So,
That's
yeah,
what
right
you don't
now,
live
but
there.
I didn't put so much money as an investment. I put money as a first-time owner, but when I first received the notice, which was like behind the mailbox, I didn't receive it on time. I turned it down on Airbnb. I blocked the dates. I didn't know that that was not the case, that you should deactivate the account. When I came here on September for the hearing that was canceled by the hurricane, they told me it has to be deactivated, so I deactivated it till November. And then when I figured out all the things that needs to happen, So it has been down till November. From June to September, I blocked the dates until September. From September to November, I deactivated. So it hasn't been running. And as of now, city is having constructions in front of the house. As of yesterday, I have pictures. You couldn't walk to the property, neither park your car inside the property because of the constructions.
Construction to do what? Water pipes, sewer pipes, road work? What is it?
I don't know. They are doing sewing. I don't know. I don't have a paper that shows
That's all
how
right.
long
Okay,
it's going to
okay.
take. But
right.
that will affect my business as well
Okay.
because people will complain. And that's a lot of money that I cannot offer back. And I sent all the bills that it took me to put it back to compliance and that it took me to run the property. And it's like $18K that I had to spend.
Okay,
during the-
what do you rent this out for a night?
It depends. It can be like 160. The best days I have had was
$150
a night.
a night?
Because I was off so many days, I had to lower the price so it can be booked back because the algorithm of Airbnb was not favoring it. So I wasn't showing anywhere, so I have to be competitive. And I lost money on December, like I could barely pay the mortgage, so I can have customers to understand and click. And I am working on what I've been suffering for so long. So I'm working on building this business back. And I've been running it only from December to now.
Okay, again, the lien is for 15,000.
I understand.
The city requests 7,600. I will offer you $4,000 to settle it. How much time do you need?
I would need like a year so I can pay it monthly.
I don't know if it's a year possible.
Because for me right now, it's hard to pay the mortgage.
I'm asking the question, hold on. 6 months is the maximum we can do. That's 4,000 divided by 6 is $700 a month. That's like 3 or 4 nights of booking it, so that's up to you.
And I will pay it like monthly, and I will be shown how.
As long as you pay it off within 6 months from today, you'll be fine. But if it's
Yes,
not paid off,
the department can set you up with a payment plan.
Is an online payment?
You'll have to ask the department.
okay? So let's do $4,000 starting today, but for 6 months to pay it.
Is there any way we can reduce it further?
I'm not going to negotiate with you. The answer is no. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction hearing for January 11th, 2023.
Okay.